Well, Borderlands is almost here. We've been waiting for a good Borderlands for a while, if you didn't enjoy Borderlands 3 or Tiny Tina's. And Borderlands 4 reviews should be dropping sometime today. Well, I went live at 10 a.m. Eastern. They have not yet released. I've been refreshing the Borderlands 4 Metacritic. We're hoping for like a mid to high 80s score. Borderlands 2 secured an 89. Borderlands 3 secured an 81. So we're thinking Borderlands 4 is going to have a harder task getting like a really high score because it does have that long-standing franchise behind it. It's got looter-shooter expectations. It's got all kinds of things that are going to make people maybe be a little bit more critical. So make your predictions now in the live chat. Make your predictions maybe below in the comment section. You can cheat, obviously, if you're in the comment section later and I'm not live anymore. So we're going to work to just sort of like comb through all of the Borderlands 4 review roundup. Is essentially what I do anytime there's reviews that drop. So we'll be taking a look at that. Likely, if I had to guess, we're going to have to kind of hang out for about 2 hours before those reviews drop. So this is something that we like to do. We call it a waiting room. Now, if you're watching this later, the title and the thumbnail have probably switched to review roundup. I'm not going to do two separate streams like I've done in the past. There will be timestamps below of when I comb through the reviews, so you'll be able to just skip to that. So again, I would guess if you're watching this later, you're probably going to have to skip to about the 2 hour mark. If I have failed to add those timestamps, leave a comment and remind me. Some of you guys have been very good to do that. If you're watching this later, you can also hit the like button. That really helps me out. YouTube seems to be working better. There was a bunch of issues going on. We've not made a big deal about that. We've just kind of tried to push on and continue to give you a great show and a great upload every single day. I had a Silk Song upload and a conversation about Borderlands yesterday, and now we're talking Borderlands again. And then I may have a video for you later today about how skins are ruining games. There's a lot of negative reaction to some of the stuff that Destiny's doing, so that video will be very timely. And yeah, so thank you, Joker Quinn. Han shot first, and so did you, the first gifted member of the day. And the goal down here in the corner is related to Borderlands. My wife and I are huge Borderlands fans, and you can unlock a Friday night stream and have us play. You could also unlock a Saturday stream and have us play again on Saturday if you hit the stretch goal. So 500 unlocks Friday, 750 unlocks Saturday. And that's because we typically I take Saturday off just to spend the day with the fam, but we are open and willing to do an extra content, as an incentive for you guys here. Who's typically the first reviewer? Okay, so Metacritic is just a website that does an aggregate of all of the people who submit their reviews. So like if GameSpot, The Gamer, IGN, Eurogamer, and all them, once they publish their reviews, it hits that site because that site is basically, it's just a tool that essentially puts all the scores in one spot. That way you can kind of conveniently, find them. And I think that is a great way to get all of the reviews like right away, but that's not like an actual review website. It's a tool. Like that's all it really is. So what we'll do is we will be checking Twitter, we'll be checking Metacritic, we'll be checking OpenCritic to see what the Borderlands 4 review score ends up being. So do me a favor, if you've just tuned in, you're going to be hanging out with me probably for a couple of hours while we wait on the Borderlands 4 review circuit to drop. And while we wait on that, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, you can click the follow button or the subscribe button. That way you're here for my talk shows and my discussions all throughout the week. I've been doing this for a very long time. And we run a Safe for Work talk show Monday through Friday, and we really appreciate all the interaction and all the support. And we are a fan-funded channel as well. You might notice we're not like the biggest channel, and yet I do this full-time, and it's because of viewers like you that support, and we greatly appreciate the people that do that. We don't do off-site stuff like Patreon and the like. We do everything right here on the platforms that we're currently on. So you can hit that sub button or that join button and get access to more content right here. You want to know what the PC performance is? Not hearing good things. Okay, so we talked about that yesterday. And the issue with PC performance seems to be some hitching and some stuttering. And also, it sounds like you're going to need to be willing to run frame gen. Now, frame gen in other games has been pretty abused, whether it was Monster Hunter Wilds or Black Myth Wukong on console. It was essentially doubling the frame rate of the game, which I think led to pretty not great experience. It creates input latency, it creates this sense of delay, and it's not good. Now, Eric's Gaming said in his comments on his video that they were running like 1440, not super high on the graphical settings, and he said that frame gen was not bad. He didn't really notice it. He said in other games it feels terrible. And I wonder if it's more noticeable in games where there's like tight iframes or dodges or attacks, like in a Black Myth or like a Monhun. Maybe it's just not as noticeable in a first-person shooter. I don't know. But that is the concern, is that you're going to basically have to run frame gen to get decent frames on PC. And the other thing was that he seemed more concerned about was hitching and stuttering, which is an Unreal Engine thing. We know this. We know this is a common problem. So Borderlands 4 performance on PC doesn't seem to be in the best place, but it also didn't sound terrible. It didn't sound like other games. Like, we've had other games, come out recently, and we're like, oh my gosh, this is awful. This seemed like, okay, somewhat minor. Now, Randy Pitchford obviously made everybody mad when he was like, we're going to have a day one patch. It's not going to do, it's not going to be like earth shattering, but it is going to fix a lot. But he also said, like, if your rig is weaker, you're going to have issues. Now, the guy he was interacting with was from Destructoid, and that guy ended up finding out that a lot of his worst problems were his own fault. His power supply was going bad, basically, which was likely causing issues with his graphics card, I would assume. Yo, Verbal Stampede with 6 months. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me over here. If you guys watch on Purple and you want to get past those pesky things that interrupt the stream, you'll never see those pesky things if you're a sub to the channel. I turn them off for subs. So consider using your Prime or sub over here. I'm stopping over here since I have to sub and he gets rid of them. That's right. That's a great reason to sub and watch over here. I appreciate it so much. Even if you guys don't watch on Purple and you pay for Amazon Prime, that's a really, really great way to support what I do. Many of you that might be tuning in today, you might see me again the next couple of days playing Borderlands 4, and you might recognize me. We have been back on Purple since April, and it's been great. I think this narrative is far overblown. Oh, fake frames suck. I don't think fake frames are the problem. I think it's the way that they're implemented that is the problem. I think frame gen is going to get better, and I think if it could be coupled with things like NVIDIA Reflex to remove the sense of input latency, I have argued that things like frame gen and NVIDIA Reflex will make the future of like gaming handhelds far superior to what they are now. So that obviously is related to Borderlands 4 performance, because Borderlands 4 is reporting that, there is some issues with stuttering and hitching, and then frame gen is basically needed to get good frame rate. So on PC, I don't know if you're interested in green, but they fast track me to partner, and you get money for people who just watch on the platform as a partner. I don't know, Ginger. I'm so torn with what I know about. Yeah, that's a whole subject. We could maybe talk privately about that, because you're a man of faith as well as I am, and I have conflicted feelings about things over there. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that for now. Reasons why I never really play on PC much, so much unknown in terms of optimization. I'm hoping that Borderlands 4 gameplay, we shouldn't, on console, given that, the game has been around for such a long time, this should not be an issue. It really, really shouldn't. My concern with PC is they try to tap into certain things that causes issues. And then it's like, well, they're trying to show off, or they're trying to do this or that or the third with reflections and lighting and stuff like that. 7.8, too much stutters. Here's the interesting thing. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this. We may see it today with Borderlands 4 reviews. We may see it today. That they will get a pass on all of that. There have been so many games that have had performance issues, and the review circuit, they do great. Like, they do great. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I really struggle with it, Tool, and I don't want to go after the platform or anybody that streams over there. For me, it's a more personal decision. What time are the reviews dropping? We don't know. I'll tell you this much. The fact that the Borderlands 4 reviews did not drop 15 minutes ago means we're probably waiting for another hour and 45 minutes. They'll probably be at noon Eastern. So we can just hang out and talk. That's why we do these waiting rooms. We've done waiting rooms for events. We do waiting rooms for trailers, for gameplay, for reviews. So hit subscribe, hit the bell button, hit the follow. Like, this is just what we do. This is what we do. Like, Monday through Friday, we're chilling. We're having a talk show. I set up my corner. Everybody was giving me grief about it, so now I've got my fancy second cam review for you. You know, we got a fun little incentive down here in the corner. Gift some members, gift some subs, become a sub, become a member. This hits 500. You guys get a Friday night stream. My wife and I love Borderlands, and you can watch us play this Friday and Saturday if you guys hit stretch. So let's have a big week. Her name is Madam Crumpet, and we actually got that from Borderlands 2. Back when she first started streaming with me and doing stuff with me in the content creator space, we picked Madam Crumpet because we both love Tiny Tina. And it's inspired by Tina's love of crumpets and then Madame Von Bartlesby, one of her like stuffed animals or whatever it is that you go and rescue. In any case, it's probably going to be dropping Borderlands 4 reviews at noon. And my score prediction, I'm having a hard time predicting this one. Give me. I got to have some coffee. Which, by the way, if you guys are coffee drinkers and you want to support. Maybe you supported way back in the day with a different version of this. It's the same stuff. It's just called Reforge Roast now. Okay, so Borderlands 2 got an 89 on Metacritic. Borderlands 3 got an 81. I'm thinking this is going to land high 80s. I think 85 to 87, somewhere in that window. I can't see it being... from everything that we've seen, it would be weird for Borderlands 4 to land in the hemisphere of Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 was such a misfire that I can't see this scoring in the same hemisphere or lower than Borderlands 3. As far as we've seen from the preview events, from the people that have been there, from the people that have been up close and personal, to the people that have gotten a lot of information on this, this seems to be doing far better already just from like preview events. Google says 9 a.m. Pacific, so noon for you filthy East Coasters. Oh, whatever, mister. The sun's been up here long before it's been up over there. I mean, that certainly means something, you know. Sunlight. Superiority. I don't even know what I'm saying. Borderlands 2 was so good, I just couldn't vibe with 3. A lot of us couldn't vibe with Borderlands 3. Somebody was asking, in chat, if I enjoyed Tiny Tina. Tiny Tina, I false started with Tiny Tina Wonderlands 3 times, and I liked it. I always enjoyed the opening and had fun with it. I never finished it. Now, I don't know if that was a timing issue. I was dealing with a lot of stress and anxiety around that time. When did Tiny Tina Wonderlands release? Tiny Tina Wonderlands, 2022. That wasn't a great time. That was not a great time for me. So, that certainly could have played a part. There was also just franchise fatigue. There was franchise fatigue. I was a little burned out by the franchise at that point. Borderlands 3 certainly didn't help. Anybody know if there's going to be preload on Steam? Oh, I don't know if they said anything about a preload on Steam. I have no idea. So maybe at some point today. Tool is saying at some point today. Wonderlands was good if you just played to shoot things and not listen to the story. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I remember being bothered by the story. I mean, it was Borderlands. I don't need the story to be incredible. I mean, obviously, I think the shadow of Handsome Jack hangs pretty, tall over everything. But I don't necessarily need the story to be incredible. It just needs to be serviceable. And I feel that the story in Borderlands 4 looks like it's going to be serviceable. We just need some big bads. You just need some big bads to fight. Like, we don't need to overthink this. It doesn't need to be that thought out. You know, guys, strong start to the day. We've only been live for about 15 minutes, so thank you so much for being here. If you've never been here before, I go by Lono. Some of you might recognize me. Some of you might remember me. The name of the channel, the name of the brand here is Reforge Gaming. And we do a Safer Work talk show Monday through Friday, so make sure you're following and subbed. And Stone Spire is going to hope to bait the next milestone. He just did 2 singles to 165. Every 25 and I gift to the platform that hits the goal. So right now, a 10 bomb would secure it, and it's a race to beat Joker Quinn because he always ruins the setups. It's like his favorite thing to do. So now is the perfect time to drop a 10 bomb to steal the milestone and to upset Joker Quinn. Wonderlands could have been so good, but they did not follow the D&D medieval theme enough. I wanted wild melee. And Alex does the 10 bomb just before, just before Joker Quinn. Take that, Mr. Quinn. 175, but then it becomes 176. Joker Quinn, you are now true to the name Joker. You are an agent of chaos. And I owe a member to the purple platform. And the contest between the platforms is now 13-4. Purple is running away with it again today. We'll see if they end up winning again today. So thank you so much, Alex, for breaking Joker Quinn's heart. If you guys are following over here on Purple, you can get past those pesky, things that pop up by becoming a sub, and you will not have to watch them. I can't believe that Borderlands is releasing bad info about how it runs days before release. I'm not sure what you mean. What info have they released? That you they've released bad info about how it runs. Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what you're referring to. It makes me want to cancel my pre-order. You got to enlighten us here. What are you referring to? What do you feel like they've done that they've said that like they've released bad info about how it runs? I mean, I covered the Borderlands 4 performance issues yesterday. When does the embargo drop? I think it's in about an hour and a half. That's the current theory because it didn't drop at 10 a.m. Eastern, so it will likely drop at noon Eastern. I think Gearbox is West Coast, aren't they? That probably tracks. They all want to be up and at the office when the reviews hit so they can celebrate. I think they're anticipating getting a good score. I think they've done a good, from what I can tell, they've done a good job with the game, from what I can tell. You see what Twitter said? See what Randy said on Twitter? Lazy. So you interpret his comments as lazy. I interpret them as honest. They feel honest to me. I'm gonna try and get this in the frame without it being in the second camera shot. I gotta navigate this new camera. It might not be possible. Oops. There we go. The 4080 footage barely runs at 30 FPS or 60 with frame gen, even though the 3060 is recommended specs. Okay, where was this shown? Oh, you're saying with frame gen. It barely runs 30 or 60 with frame gen. I thought Eric's Gaming said they were on 4080s, they had frame gen, and it was 60 to 70 FPS. Are you sure? I think with frame gen off, he said it was 30 to 40. Again, there's a lot of information out there. And then the Destructoid article, he had to go and update his article and say that his power supply failed, and that was the cause of most of his major issues. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I don't feel like what Randy said was lazy. I feel like he was saying, like, listen, if you're below specs, you're not going to get a great time. You're not going to have a great time. Here's my question. Wouldn't you rather have him be honest about the game's performance? What if he was glib and just very PR about it? We've done our best to make sure the game runs well on a litany of systems. You might have to do some tweaking, but we feel we've really done good work. That's a nothing statement. I mean, he could have said that. Would that make you feel better? Wouldn't you rather him just shoot straight and be like, yeah, I mean, if you're below min specs, you're probably not going to have a great time. Yo, Leviathaner, thank you so much for renewing your sub here on purple and taking the line here to 177. Thank you so much, boys. We got a little contest down here in the corner between Twitch and YouTube. And if we hit the goal, my wife and I will be playing Borderlands with you guys on Friday night. The Destructoid article was updated again, and he was below recommended specs. So let me get this straight. People are mad at Randy Pitchford, which, listen, he asks for it sometimes. He does. He likes the taste of his own foot. He puts his foot in his mouth. He's a little too honest for his own good, I think. A little too transparent for his own good. But in this instance, people are mad at Randy Pitchford because a guy wrote an article on a PC that was below spec that had a failing power supply, and Randy's like, if you're below spec, you're not going to get great results. And people are like, the audacity of Randy saying this. What the frick? The audacity of this guy insulting everybody's intelligence by writing a performance review about a game on a PC that's below spec? Like, what? What are you doing? What? Listen. I'm going to say something that's really controversial. If you're on old hardware, you can't expect the latest games to run very well. Now listen, I know you guys are going to try to cancel me and run to Twitter with that. I know that's harsh. I know that's mean. But dear Lord, like, if you're using really old equipment, you're probably not going to have the best time in new games. That's kind of the way that it is. I mean, what do you want? Now, I get it. I get it. You guys on PC keep getting bad ports and you keep getting, shoddy optimization. I understand. But sometimes I think you guys misfire. It's like, when do the reviews drop? I think they drop in about an hour and a half. People are mad because the ton makes the music. Huh? He wasn't below specs. He played on a 3070 at 1080. That's not below spec. It's closer to recommend than minimum, but not below. Somebody in chat just said he came out and said he was below spec. Regardless of whether or not he was below spec, his dadgum power supply was failing. Like, he had to update his article, and he's like, yeah, my power supply failed. All of the most egregious problems I'm having, they all went away. Come on, man. Yeah, there's also more specs than GPU. Wasn't he bottlenecked on CPU? He was below recommended, not minimum. Okay, so if you're below recommended, yeah, you're probably not going to get the greatest performance. Like, minimum means it's going to run, but it's probably not going to run that well. My understanding, I am not PC Master Race. I don't even know what's in my PC. I think it's strong. I think I clicked the box that said, give me the strong one, please. Okay, that's the extent of my knowledge. What's in it, a 5070? I don't even remember what we frickin' purchased. Listen to me. I'm not PC Master Race, but my general understanding is if you're playing at minimum specs, if you're playing below recommended specs, your mileage is going to vary. You cannot expect great or flawless performance. They're like, yeah, this is minimum specs. Like, we don't really know what you're going to get. You're going to get a game that runs, and you might have to tweak and turn things off and fiddle with things. Recommended being like, we recommend this. This is what it's in the word, recommend. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's scandalous to be like, yeah, I mean, if you're below the recommended, your mileage is going to vary. If you're below minimum, then nobody really needs to answer to you. You weren't paying attention. Minimum means 30 FPS on low, in my opinion, says Tool. The reviews should be available in an hour and a half. So an update on what I just said on the 4080. It was medium settings and the CPU was an i7, but still a little messed up. You see? Now, come on now. That's a bottleneck. That's going to cause issues. Disagree. Minimum should deliver good performance on low settings. Okay. So we're about to walk into the forest of subjectivity, okay? We're about to walk into the forest of subjectivity. I would say whether you or not you agree or disagree on what minimum specs means and what minimum specs should deliver, I would think by now the pattern is clear. If you're below recommended specs, you're not guaranteed good performance. Your mileage is going to vary. Yes, some games below the recommended specs, like you're hovering around min spec, you're going to have a perfectly fine time. Other games, not so much. The developers are not beholden to being like, well, we better make sure and give min spec a great experience. They're like, well, no, min spec is like, yeah, you'll be able to run it. You're probably going to have to do some tweaking. That's how I've always interpreted min spec. Is like, yeah, I mean, it'll run, but can't guarantee you how well it's going to run. Now, some games go beyond and they go the distance, and they're like, here's the performance that you can expect on, a min spec machine, and they'll tell you 1080-30 low, and then they're like, if you're on recommended spec, you can expect 1440-60 medium. And then if you need this rig to go 1440 ray tracing high, there are some teams that go the distance and like give you the exact spectrum of experience that you can come to expect dependent upon the hardware that you have in your machine. And then other companies don't do that. They're just like, here's min spec. The game will run, but I mean, we can't guarantee really anything. And then there's the recommended spec. And if you're going below recommended spec, I just think you have to know your mileage is going to vary. You have no idea what kind of performance that you're going to get. Expecting some level of guaranteed performance at min spec, I think that's unreasonable. That's obviously just my opinion. I think you're signing up for frustration if that's your expectation. Saw a weird take the other day and was like, devs should stop pushing boundaries and cater to min specs. I died laughing. There's obviously going to be a philosophical tug of war in this discussion. Having standards for min spec is not reasonable, Jinx. Yeah, we're on the same page on this. Coming to a game and they're like, okay, this is the minimum possible spec you can have that will run this game. To me, they're telling you, like, it's like when you buy a beater car. It's going to get you to work, but it ain't going to be pretty. All right? You're going to get there. You're going to get there. It might be a little noisy, and it might make some funny sounds when you take a right turn too fast, but it's going to get you there. Okay? I feel like that's what min spec is. It's like it's going to get you there. It'll run the game. We don't really know beyond that what you're going to get, because you could have an older CPU and a newer GPU. You could have an older GPU and a newer CPU. You could have any amalgamation of combinations of hardware here that could create varying degrees of bottlenecks that's going to affect things in different ways. Used cars have slot problems. Huh? Guys, if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and do that right now. Let's scramble to 200 likes before the 30-minute mark. I can't tell you how happy I am that there's this many of you here. The last couple times we've tried to cover Borderlands, I've been a little like, oh no, where is everybody? And everybody kept telling me that they weren't interested. They were like, Borderlands 3 burned trust low. No one's interested in Borderlands 4. And I was like, that kind of was bumming me out, because I was really looking forward, and still am looking forward, to Borderlands 4. And I was like, it looks like it's going to be like one of the best ones, from what I could tell. If you guys are hitting the follow button over here on Twitch, listen, the reviews should drop in about an hour and a half. Now, keep in mind, I'm usually in this scene, or now this new fancy scene with my other camera angle. And we do a talk show Monday through Friday about the gaming industry. It's safe for work. I'm kind of like a podcast about gaming. So I'd love to see you come back on a regular basis. If you hit sub, if you hit join, and you become a member here, you get extra content like a Friday night stream. That's why this is down in the corner. If we hit that goal, we will be playing Borderlands on Friday night with my wife, known as Madam Crumpet. We're big Borderlands fans, her and I. We played BL1 and 2 and the pre-sequel all the way through, all the DLC. We didn't do much with BL3 or Tiny Tina, but we really loved BL1, 2, and the pre-sequel. Well, I wouldn't say we loved the pre-sequel. We enjoyed it. Lona will play for a couple of hours and go right back to the backlog. No, I will not. Absolutely not, dude. Borderlands? Are you freaking kidding me? I've been waiting for a couch co-op game to play with my wife for the longest. We were playing RoboQuest a ton in the evenings. We were playing Returnal a ton in the evenings. My wife and I just rolled credits on Revenge of the Savage Planet. Your prediction is woefully off target. We are going to play the snot out of this. I mean, unless it's garbage, which it doesn't seem like that's possible, given the nature of things. This is probably the most viewership and following we've had on Twitch in a while, so I hope y'all come back another time. No, I don't stream on the Tick. I don't. Maybe one day I can get a setup that makes that easy, but currently that's too much of a headache to try to stream over there. This guy is angry. Yeah, is there a guy angry? What's he angry about? Who's he arguing? Monster Hunter Wilds again, you dummies never learn. Oh. I think he's talking about frame gen. Yeah, I think he's talking about frame gen. Stream on Rumble. I don't really have a reason to stream over there. I mean, if they want to bring a contract, I'd consider it. But like, I don't. That's a big split of attention. You know, not really interested. Is the PC version getting split screen? I don't think they typically do split screen on PC. It's probably not a very strong requested feature. And Zep, thank you so much for jumping back in on a Member Plus. Let me go ahead and add you to the total here. And that's going to take us to 5 for YouTube versus the 14 over there. Wilds was unoptimized slop. I will certainly say that hearing what we're hearing about frame gen, I would say is concerning for PC. Now, again, Eric's Gaming from restricted to YouTube featured, that's crazy. We're being featured right now? Are you serious? Was this stream featured on your homepage? They were doing that to members content, which was incredibly unhelpful. I was like, I don't need you to feature my members only content. I need you to feature my public content. Please. Help me. Kevin Hart, like, help me. Like, what are y'all doing? One of the reviews coming out in an hour and 20 minutes. I think the core issue people had with Borderlands 3 have been addressed in most aspects. Targeted loot on day one, reduced drop rate, vault hunters in cutscenes, reduced drop rates for legendaries to make them feel special, ability to skip story after reaching level 30. A lot of this stuff is things that people genuinely wanted. I'm sure the team has been listening. Here's my only question. And we're going to get a bunch of different answers, so buckle the frick up. If you guys are watching on YouTube, do me a quick favor. Hit the like button. Let's have a huge day. This is it. This is the turnaround moment we've been waiting for. We're like, please, YouTube, get the things working right. So hit the like button. Go crazy. Gifts to members. These are great days to gift members and go crazy on the member trains, boys. These are the days to do it, okay? The Borderlands community is awesome. I know. I started my streaming career with them 10 years ago with the Handsome Collection on my Xbox One, okay? You might call me an OG, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that. I'm not allowed to say that word. Anyways, this is my big question about, like, well, did they fix things? Did they address things? This has been my frustration with Borderlands since the Borderlands 2. This has been a frustration that I have had with Borderlands since Borderlands 2. Is that you end up over-leveled if you do side missions, and then you play missions and go into areas and everything's under-leveled, and I can't stand that. And people are like, oh, but you roll the game over, and then everything's at your level. Yeah, can I just have that while I'm playing? Can I have that while I'm just playing through the game? Is that possible? People are telling me that this one being open world, there'll be areas and sections, and from the preview, from the Borderlands 4 gameplay footage that we have from the previews, we seemingly have a pretty good indication that it's going to be better in this regard. Like, you're not going to get over leveled and just be constantly rushing to the end. Now, the good news is that you can just make a new character after you beat the campaign, and then you're always in the end game, and then you can avoid all this. But I have said this, and I said this about Borderlands 3, and I'm going to say it again now. The first playthrough matters. The first playthrough matters. It shouldn't be throwaway. It shouldn't be this thing that you just like throw over your shoulder as fast as you can. It's like, no, you should be able to play through that first playthrough and have a good time. And the loot should matter. The loot should be fun to check. What happened in Borderlands 3 is, as soon as I was over leveled, I would be doing a main story mission. Everything was 3 levels beneath me. So that means all of the loot that drops on the ground, I'm just going to go sell it. The best way to get loot at your level in Borderlands 3 was to go to the vendor. The Jacob's vending machine in Sanctuary was always leveling with you. That's not a looter shooter. That's a vending machine simulator. I'm not getting loot and getting excited. I'm getting loot knowing it's below my level. I'm going to sell it at a vending machine so that I can buy the latest level from the vending machine. That's backwards. That's not how these games should operate. I really hope they fix that in BL4. I do. That's the hope that I have. That because I know that I'm going to get to the end game. I know that I'm going to roll it over. I want that first playthrough to be fun. I don't want the first playthrough to be throwaway. Maybe it's too soon. Maybe I'm out of line. But I missed that Razor guy. Shut up, Zubair. Are you excited they're bringing back pearls as something to chase? Okay. This is going to sound really, really weird. As somebody who loved Borderlands 2 and I played it a bunch, I didn't really care to chase pearlescence. I didn't. I felt it'll make sense. A lot of the pearlescence were gimmicky, and I wanted guns that were efficient. And I felt like Borderlands 2 fell into the trap of, if you ran around with a Dupa and the what the frick was the slag gun? I was always Salvador. I was always the Gunzerker. And you could run the double penetrating unkept Herald with the slag. What was the pistol that you could use? The Grog. Was that what? Yeah, the Grog nozzle. It was broken, and every other gun seemed stupid after that. It was like, why would I use anything else? And a 5-bomb comes in from Dodevas, and he gets us to 183. We have a very generous community here. They're always gifting subs and members. Every 25, I gift one back, but it goes to the platform that hits the milestone. So we're 17 away from the next milestone. Yeah, Salvador was really, really fun. The reviews are going to come out in about an hour and 15 minutes. Good morning, Lono. Just kicking in YouTube. We're still in this. We're still in this. We are in here. We're out here, boys. Thank you so much. Icy Turtles. Thank you so much. Icy Turtles for adding to the total and gets us to 184. Using those primes every month is huge. Guys, remember, primes are manual. If you pay for Amazon Prime, you need to go to Purple once a month and use that prime. Absolutely, for me, I love to chase pearls. Having a chance to drop is why I will keep playing. Gojira said, I do know that you progress previous areas that were lower level will somewhat level with you. The example they gave was at max level 50. The starting area enemies should be about 45. I believe those enemies will drop loot at level 50. Not 100% sure. I do know that this was not on True Vault Hunter mode. The reviews come out in an hour and 15 minutes. Guys on YouTube, make sure we're hitting the like button as well. We have just an insane number of people here. And this is what we do. Anytime there's an event, like a Nintendo Direct, a State of Play, some kind of a live stream, reviews, that thing, we do a waiting room. We just all hang out and we just talk about games. We talk about gaming. Talk about all the various things going on, Icy Turtles or Icy Turtles. I thought the same thing as I read it. I did. I thought the same thing. It's icy like cold. Dwayne with 40 months and a VIP. Let's get that like button smashed, he says. And he gets us to 185. We're exactly 15 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much for renewing that membership. Yeah, let's get it to 300 likes. That's easy. That's super easy. That's lightweight work for you guys. You guys always go crazy on that button. The problem with pearls is that they are gimmick weapons and they're only available at endgame, which is generally when most people are perfecting a build. I think that is the most concise way to describe why I just didn't care for them. It was like, what's the point of this? It's a crazy low drop rate for a gun that's not that great. Like, what? It's just like some gimmick. Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, near the end, like you're saying, it's like, what's the point of this? And a single gifted comes in from Arthur Torres. Keep the member train going, boys. We're trying to get to 500 on the week, and Madam and I, my wife and I, will do a Borderlands stream on Friday night. You didn't care because you didn't experience BL1 pearls? You know what's funny? I played a lot of Borderlands 1 with my wife and my friends, and I don't remember ever seeing a pearlescent in Borderlands 1. YouTube's doing something right? Maybe. Yo, Zinky, thank you so much for a month of subs on a gifted member. If you guys are a member on YouTube, double check. You want to be on Member Plus. It's a $6 membership tier, but it gets you into all the extra content. The gifted member tier is introductory. It'll all get you into my Discord as well, so make sure you guys are using the Discord command. Little, why didn't you mention the Xbox Showcase? I don't know what you're talking about. There's a Nintendo Direct on Friday. I've not seen anything about an Xbox Showcase. Pearls should truly just be ultra-rare, enhanced versions of existing legendaries, so the progression to perfect your build makes more sense. Yeah, we will be covering the Nintendo Direct, yes. To play devil's advocate, if pearls are best in class and become mandatory parts of builds, it would be pretty frustrating to need to farm for them. I kind of feel like what the Brave Toaster put in chat makes the most sense. I mean, that makes sense to me. You make it like a slightly better version than legendaries, and then you're like, yes, this is a capstone to my build, not a requirement. Yeah. We got Sprecher Soda. I got it back there. I've got it back there on the bookshelf. You guys, 2 people used my Sprecher command and code yesterday, so thank you for doing that. They're going to be at Tokyo Game Show? Yeah, a bunch of people are going to be at Tokyo Game Show, but that's like at the end of this month or something. That's not right now. Kind of like the toothpick retainer build in Borderlands 2. I'm not familiar with that. Pearl Essence will have a sub 1% drop chance in Borderlands 4, and they're coming later, says DSB. Probably to give the base game the base game Arsenal a chance to breathe. Yoda agrees, buy the drinks. I'm not a soda drinker, and I really like the Sprecher soda. I was like, let me try it before I work with y'all, and they sent me some, and I was like, holy crap, this is really good. Their best is their cherry cola. It actually tastes like a good cherry cola. Sometimes like other brand cherry cola is terrible. And then their Orange Dream, it's like a creamsicle in a can. Like, it's so stinking good. It's very, very good. I need them to stock me up again. Oh, you did it, Cardoc? Well, thank you guys so much. If you're not soda drinkers, we did bring back the coffee. That's a command and a link below as well if you're a coffee drinker. This is a great way to support what we do. This is not like a sponsor. So my wife and kiddos bag this up, ship it to you. You'll get little thank you notes from my kids, little pictures that they draw. You can go to reforgeroast.com or use the link below. Kind of cringe. Borderlands 4 isn't coming out for PS3. Little unfair to those of us on the old gen. Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's pretty gatekeepy to not have it. Is he joking? I believe he is joking. Yes, the embargo is going to be up at noon, Brady. Yes, that is what we are waiting for. PS3 is 2 generations behind. I love that he triggered some people in chat with that. They're like, wait, is he serious? Oh my gosh. This guy's saying 58 to 61 steadily with some exceptions when things get hectic. Also with the hitches they say will be fixed in the day one patch. So the guy from Destructoid is now saying he's getting 58 to 61 frames after he fixed his power supply issues. Lo and behold. Look at that. If I can't run Borderlands 4, I'll refund it and wait for optimization to happen. By then, I'll have my PC upgraded too. I'll buy Dying Light the Beast if that happens because it's a fun game also coming out. Been asking the same thing for my Nintendo 64. NVIDIA just released a game driver update for the game for tomorrow. Well, that's encouraging. That's encouraging. Guys, we're right there on the edge of 300 likes. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. If you're looking for a Borderlands 4 review, you're going to get all of them here. We're going to do a Borderlands 4 review roundup, okay? That's what we're going to be doing. So make sure that you guys are subbed to the channel, following the channel, all those things. Make sure you're doing all the things. We appreciate you guys so much being here and supporting what we do. And we do a Safe for Work podcast. We do a Safe for Work podcast Monday through Friday about the gaming industry. So make sure that you guys have all your notifications and stuff turned on. Now, listen to me now, y'all. All these platforms really struggle to properly notify you, all right, whenever I go live. There's been some weird stuff going on, so make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you're, maybe following me on Twitter. Do you do a Not Safe for Work podcast on the weekend? When I do streams with my wife, I wouldn't say it gets like off color, but there definitely might be some like swearing and stuff going on. A lot of you guys are finding my live stream on YouTube because you are searching for Borderlands 4 or Borderlands 4 review. Just keep it here, all right? As soon as they go live, I've got Metacritic ready to go. I'll be refreshing it. I'll be looking at the scores with you guys, and I'll be looking at it for you. You'll give it a nice review roundup here. That's something that I do. It's a nice, easy way for you to get a good snapshot of a game. Instead of having to go and read all the reviews, and look for different things, I will do it for you. You can just sit here and enjoy the show, all right? And hey, if you watch long enough and hang out long enough, you might get a gifted membership or a gifted sub, and then you might be able to come to the Friday night stream where my wife and I play Borderlands together. I set up 2 monitors. I set up 2 capture cards. I do multi-perspective so you can see what both of us are doing. It really is a fun time. We've done that with Returnal and other games. I subscribe just to ask that same question. Well, I'm answering the questions, so I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. What score do I think it will have? I'm hoping, and I'm thinking it'll be in the high 80s. Are there any drops? Not today. I think there'll be drops when the game is out, and I will be playing the game when the game is out. You can watch here and support here, and you should get some good treatment. If you also want to watch here and you don't want to see those pesky things that pop up and interrupt us, if you sub to my channel on Purple, you'll never see them. I turn them off for you. So I basically willingly turn off that source of revenue so that you don't have to see them if you are subbed. I wish I could do the same on YouTube, but I try to minimize their presence on YouTube as best as I absolutely can. I'm pretty confident that Borderlands 4 will be a decent game in terms of content. I'm far more confident about... you're far from confident about performance, specifically PC, says Yelgler. Therefore, Digital Foundry is the review I'm most interested in. A $5 super chat tip. Here's $5 to help keep your hair product supply stable. Well, I appreciate that. Your username is terrible. I appreciate that. Listen. This is... Okay, there's a lot of work, A lot of time goes into that. I'm just kidding, not really. Especially now that we have this other angle, I gotta look good. Gotta look good on cam. If I don't, then I'll lose all my appeal. I mean, that's really the only thing keeping me in the business. Once I start aging, we're in trouble. Do you know when the reviews drop? They will be dropping in an hour and 5 minutes. So, yeah. I'm imagining in an hour and 5 minutes, we will be looking at the review score. So I'm hoping for a high 80. And this is what I'm basing it off of. Borderlands 2 got an 89 on Metacritic. Borderlands 3 got an 81. I see this landing closer to Borderlands 2 score-wise than Borderlands 1. Does that make sense? So, is it okay to hop into Borderlands 4 if it's my first? Yeah. Yeah, totally. You're not going to need to play the others. I'll be honest with you, there's almost too much. If you tried to play BL1, 2, pre-sequel, BL3, if you tried to play all of them, that would be a complete... I wouldn't say a waste of your time. It would take you a long time to get to Borderlands 4. And I think by then you might be burned out. You know? Imagine Lono keeping the hairstyle, but with a bald spot. That would be unbelievable. Yes. Yes, I am very grateful to not have dealt with hair loss. I'm 43 years old and haven't had to deal with it. So all of the uncles that I look like were bald in like their 20s. You got your name back feed? Well, they turned off that weird setting that was showing your handle instead of your name. So, yeah. So, 43 is wild. I'd have said like 35. Yeah, a lot of people don't think that I look as old as I do. Now, the camera helps because I am getting gray in my hair and my beard, which I love. I embrace it. I think it's wonderful. But that if you could see the gray, it would age me a little bit more. You don't have to deal with hair loss yet. Man, dude, I know guys in their 60s and 70s still have a full head of hair, so I think I'm good. Lono doesn't look a day over 60. I was thinking closer to 56. Yes, thank you. Yes, I if there's one thing I know about my looks is that I basically look like a grandfather. I mean, that's definitely what I think when I look in the mirror. It's like, yeah, look at you, Grandpa. You know. You need a haircut? Oh, no, it's good. I think I've got a couple weeks before I go in. Who are you guys going to start with in Borderlands 4? Who are you starting with? Which character? I think I'm going with the... my wife will be the Siren. So when I'm playing with her, I think I'm going to go with the Exo guy. I think that's who I'm going to go with. Rafa? Yeah, what's the guy's name that I keep forgetting? Borderlands 4 characters. I keep forgetting his name. Yeah, Rafa, the Exo Soldier. Yeah. Aggressive, high mobility combatant who wears experimental exosuit that can digitally fabricate weapons on the fly. I think that's where I'm going first. Yeah, Rafa. My wife will be Siren. Sirius with a $2 super chat says, your looks are the only reason I'm here. Well, I really, really appreciate that, guys. And we have an enormous turnout. An enormous turnout on YouTube. So, guys, do me a favor. This is the day to blow the doors off, all right? With the like count, with your gifteds, with your renewals, just go wild. And same with you, Twitch. It's the most people we've had watching in a really long time. We've been back on Twitch since April. And been really, really pleased to be welcomed back to the platform. And we were off the platform for a while and excited to be back. And we'll be playing Borderlands 4 this week and trying to make, great content for you guys, both talk shows and gameplay. I'm so disappointed in Borderlands, says Zelda Hart. Why don't the Sirens run around yelling Wii U after they are doing their ults? I mean, that's one of those jokes where, like, halfway through reading it, I was like, I wish I hadn't done this. So I don't know. I feel like I need to take the rest of the day off. Twitch users, remember, if you're going to gift, do it on PC and not mobile. That's right. Yeah, don't do any of that on mobile. Do it on browser. Yeah, review embargoes today in 1 hour. I mean, it could hit in 60 seconds, but I highly doubt that. 11 a.m. Eastern is a bit of an awkward time to drop the embargo. I imagine it would be imagine it's going to be noon Eastern. And Angry Pete gifts a member. He's like, come on, man, let's stoke the fires. Let's kick the tires. Let's get it. 187. To be on pace for the week, you guys needed to come into today at 200. So we're a little behind pace, but we can have a big day. This chat is comedic, says Byron. Why do you think it's comedic? You're refreshing constantly? Yeah, it's 11 right now. I'm refreshing. I'm seeing nothing. Yeah, it's going to be at noon. It's going to be at noon Eastern. Generally, in my experience, if it doesn't drop at like 8 in the morning, 8, 9, or 10 in the morning, it's going to drop at noon. Eastern time. Are you guys getting hit with them? Sorry, I'll pause them. If you guys ever get hit with those on YouTube, if you get hit with the things that like interrupt the show, let me know. I'll pause them. We need to come up with a buzzword that's not that word. We need to come up with like maybe just put interruption. In the future, if that happens, just have people use the code word interruption, and I'll know what you're saying, and then I'll turn it off, or I'll pause it. I have a little button I can press that pauses it. Do me a favor, if you appreciate me pausing those things, hit the like button on YouTube. That helps out significantly. Intermissions, mosquitoes, yeah, any of those words, I'll know what you mean. I'm extremely excited, but also very worried. The wait is killing me. We got raided by Fireplay. Fireplay123. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing over there? What were you streaming? Let's see here. Were you streaming? It looks like you were streaming today. Let's see. Videos. You streamed Borderlands. It says win a copy. Okay, well there you go. If you guys are looking for, Borderlands streams, there's probably plenty of people over here. And Alex gifts a 5-bomb to celebrate the raid and is going to bump us to 192. Thank you so much for doing that, Alex. We are now 8 away. 8 away. Appreciate you so much. A wild horde has arrived. This is right. Boom. There we go. Theory crafting Borderlands all night and wanted to share the love. Oh, I appreciate that. I had a video. Sadly, it doesn't exist anymore. I had a video where I theory crafted that Zero was part Stalker, that they had extracted how Stalkers cloak and disappear. There was the one mission where you went into a preserve and there were particular recordings about Stalkers. And I thought, well, maybe Zero is part Stalker. Maybe that's how he just independently cloaks. It doesn't seem like he uses a cloaking piece of equipment. He just does it. Thank you to all the new subscribers as well over here on YouTube. And thank you for all of the likes as well. We're nearing 400 likes. You guys are crushing it. I'm worried at Borderlands 4 performance. Oh, yeah. A lot of people are concerned about Borderlands 4 performance on PC. Now, listen. Here, I'll pull it up and show you. So this is the guy that started some of this with his Destructoid review. All right? Now, here we go. He says, the article's been updated again. There was some confusion on both ends, but I've gotten it running more smoothly now. Okay? Because this guy said he isn't running below minimum specs. And he's like, hang on a minute there, buddy old pal. I actually just updated the article again. And he says, awesome. Can you define more smoothly? Are you running it at 1080? What FPS? He says 58 to 61 steadily with some exceptions when things get hectic. Also with the hitches, they say will be fixed day one patch. So with the day one patch. So the hitches are something that Eric's Gaming also talked about. That they're aiming to fix with the day one patch. And that's an Unreal thing. That's an Unreal thing. Where that happened in Fortnite all the time. Refresh Metacritic. I just did. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. I've been refreshing Metacritic like crazy. I have multiple screens up in front of me. I'm not quite sure if you think you're going to trick me. I've got like multiple screens pulled up, dude. From the new reveals, it seems Harlow is the woman Zero mentioned at one point, and that she builds his suit. Oh, so it is his suit that lets him go? I mean, I was just fun theory crafting back in the day. I also had a video where I said they could do a male siren, and I said it would be twins. They, like, literally did that. I also talked about a Beastmaster class. They literally did that. That was really interesting that those videos ended up like in Borderlands 3. But you can't blame Borderlands 3 on me. It's not my fault. I didn't tell them to write it the way that they did. I just theorized that there could be a male siren, you could have twin sirens, and that his version of the siren powers would like be unstable and dangerous because he's not meant to have them. So those were some fun Borderlands videos that I made way back in the day. I'm very excited for Borderlands 4. Something I am hoping for is that there is a way to continue doing the seasonal events after they end in case you miss some amazing loot, especially when there is an event. So what they're doing is, thank you so much Superfly for gifting a member and getting us to 193 on the week. We're trying to get to 500 for a Friday night stream where my wife and I will play Borderlands with you guys. It'll be amazing and fun and awesome. If you've never watched us play games together, it's always a really, really good time. And she's a huge Borderlands fan like I am. So about the events, though, Jake, the vault cards or whatever with the cosmetics and the weapons, they say that you can run it over and over and over again to get different drops of the items on them. So it looks like a hype train is going to start in 20 seconds. I don't know how this stuff works over here. I don't do a lot of the twitchy stuff, so I don't know what some of the stuff means. But if you guys go crazy and you push a train, that's awesome. Thank you for hitting follow, and thank you for doing all the things. If you're looking for Borderlands 4 reviews, they'll be here in about an hour. And a 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland, and he gets us to 198. We are 2 away from the milestone. Now remember, this is a competition between Twitch and YouTube. Whoever hits it gets it. So whoever makes that hit 200, that's who I gift the member to. Every 25, I give one back. My big question for Borderlands 4 is, will 2 hours of the game be more entertaining than the movie? I wouldn't. That's not really a fair thing, you know. And a gifted comes in from Alex, and he puts us 1 away. We're right there on the edge, and he does another one. Alex does 2 singles in a row, and he again gives the milestone victory to Team Purple. Thank you so much. Oh, and there it is. You secured the hype train. Good work, Alex. I'm going to add mine to the pile. Guys, now's the time to go crazy. You just unlocked it over here on Purple. This is the most viewers we've had in a while. So now is when you want to let out all the stops. Thank you so much. You got 5 minutes to break the record. And Talus Gaming is going to use their Prime. And Superman Senior 99 is going to use their Prime. Boys, that helps. And that takes us to 202. Thank you so much for using your Primes. Anybody that's got Primes to use, now's the time to do it. Run over there. And we got bits coming in from the White Dragon. Thank you so much for doing that. That might be the White... Is that Dragon or Diagon? It's probably supposed to be Dragon. Thank you guys so much for hitting follow as well. Add my 2. Oh, I didn't see those. I'm so sorry. 2 gifteds from Tebow. My bad, sir. My bad. And that gets us to 204. Thank you so much for those as well. There's a lot going on. You know, there's a lot going on. I'm looking at multiple chats. I'm looking at multiple screens. In about 50 minutes, we're going to have a Borderlands 4 review roundup. So keep it here. You don't need to leave. You can keep watching. This is a Safe for Work broadcast that I do Monday through Friday. And you guys that love Borderlands are in a great place. I actually started my streaming career 10 years ago with Borderlands The Handsome Collection. Fallen 9 used their Prime and bumped the hype train. Thank you so much. We are exactly a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. If somebody were to gift 20 members right now, you would secure that milestone for your platform. Thank you so much. What I'm hearing is that I should benchmark Borderlands 4 with the variety of hardware I have and upload it to YouTube as a public service. There you go. That would be great. People would really appreciate that. They would feel like that is helpful information. What time is preload? I don't know. I'm supposed to be getting... I'm supposed to be able to play tomorrow. Some people can play tomorrow. Hey, somebody ordered some soda. Thank you so much. Whoever ordered some Sprecher, I appreciate you so much. Nice shirt. Thank you. Safe for work. I'm unemployed. I'm safe for work environments. Your home could be a work environment if you want it to be, you know. Preload happened on PS5 today, says Cameron. Oh, it did? Okay. I didn't try because I was told I was getting access. So I was like, I'm just going to wait. Nice shirt. Thank you. Gameplay-wise, I think 4 will be fun. Just want some better written characters and not Twitch streamer villains. This is true. This is true. Did you get early access? I should be, yes. Yes, that should be happening. The NVIDIA patch has optimization fixes specifically for Borderlands 4, released not long ago. That's certainly going to affect people's experience that were playing early and reviewing and previewing. They didn't have that driver set. So, what's good? Skiabox, how are you? I thought it was a 10th. Should be able to play today. No. Yeah, I should be able to. But as far as like you guys being able to see, yeah. PC releases tomorrow. At what time though? At noon. Oh. Regardless, then, we'll play tomorrow. I'll get it on PC. Same with console. What? No, console says 12 a.m. Console says 12 a.m. Friday, Thursday at noon. And a Member Plus renewal comes in from QBZ. Thank you so much, QBZ. Appreciate you. And there it is. PC's noon tomorrow. Yeah, regardless, we'll be doing that. No matter what, we're playing tomorrow. No matter what. I'll buy it on PC just so I can show it to you guys. And I'll be able to show you the kind of performance I get. I've got a pretty good rig. I think we have a 50. What did we end up getting? A 5070 Ti, I think is what we ended up getting. Yeah. I think. I could look it up actually, because I think we did it. What the heck is going on here? Okay. It's making me sign in. I'm not signed in to Amazon. That's interesting. Anyway. Omar, are you talking to me? Because I bought one like a week later. Oh, so it's a 5070 Ti? Okay. Okay. So yeah, I should be okay. The hitching will obviously be there regardless if they haven't fixed it. Like, a strong rig's never going to get around that. Like, that's just the nature of things. Like, especially with the Unreal Engine. So, and the hype train has come to a close. Thank you, boys, so much. How do I preload on Steam? I don't know if it's available just yet. Thank you for renewing your gifted over here, Alex. Hoping Borderlands 4 does well. From what I saw and heard with the Omni-like movement with Doom, the Dark Ages down, and GTA 6 pushed to next year, Borderlands 4 will fill the void. I just want it to be a good looter shooter, if I'm honest. Like, I'm glad they took some influence from Destiny with the double jumping and the gliding and the dodging. Like the dash that you're gonna have. I think that's great. I think that's something I've talked about, fairly regularly. That one of the things that I think a lot of issues, at least for me, one of the issues I had with Borderlands 2 and even Borderlands 1 in the pre-sequel, you just didn't have any real lateral agility. So you do a lot of face tanking. You're just like standing there like, you're just going to get shot. You're just going to get hit. Or you got to like go hide. I've always thought, man, lateral agility makes such a big difference. If you can just move to the left or to the right in a shooter, it feels so good. I've been playing Metal Eden is a really fun little shooter that I was playing again last night. So much fun. And it's got that. It's got a lot of that agility. And it's really, really fun. I hope Randy Pitchford understands. If it doesn't run well, be refunding our pre-orders. I mean, if it doesn't run well on lower spec machines, if you're below that min spec, I mean, I that's just the nature of playing games on PC, unfortunately. Alley Cat, thanks for 7 months as a gifted member. When you guys are on the gifted member tier, I can't add you to the total. You need to upgrade in order for it to count, because I can't tell if you're paying for that or not. That could, if somebody gifted that to you, it would be counting twice, and that wouldn't make any sense. So we are you guys can help us with something right now. I know YouTube is very hesitant on this thing, okay? You may have seen a lot of YouTubers making videos recently about like everything's bad and not working right, and it seems to be getting better, but one of the ways I'm able to do this full time is because we are a fan-funded operation. You can help us hit a huge milestone on YouTube. We're trying to get to 600 members at Member Plus and above. So you can help us get to 600 members by clicking join and picking Member Plus, or upgrading your gifted and helping us with that milestone. That would be huge. We always celebrate. We do like an IRL stream. I'll add, plenty of extra content. Anytime we hit those, it's a good time. If you guys are looking for a Borderlands 4 review, we will be looking at all of the reviews in 45 minutes. It is currently 11:16 Eastern, and we will be doing that in 45 minutes. So thank you so much for being here. And for those of you that gave me grief, I finally cleaned up the corner and put a shelf in. It's got like my Legos, and it's got the Reforge roast coffee and the Sprecher soda and Venom, the Thor hammer. We might need some lights. Some of them are a little dark. They're a little bit harder to see. So we'll, they confirmed it. They didn't confirm it, but we know that the review embargo is today, and we're seeing others now saying that it's noon. Is that my Legos? Well, they're not yours. You sent them to me, but yeah, the Nintendo one down here. What other ones did you send? I know you sent the Nintendo one because you're a freaking madman. But yeah, that's there. What time do the reviews drop? In 45 minutes. So, if you guys are here, you will be able to see all the reviews. I will do this. This is what I'm going to do. Let me just give you a little preview of what I'm going to do, all right? I'm going to go here. Oops, wrong scene. I'm going to click refresh, okay? And then I'm going to look at the reviews and read them to you. Usually what I do is I grab the highest review scores, the lowest, and the middle, and I try to give you a good spectrum of response to what people are saying. So, also AMD came out with a driver update for Borderlands. Oh, that's good. So a lot of those early gameplay sessions that people were talking about and discussing would potentially be not all that reliable because they didn't have the latest driver updates. They also didn't have the day one patch for the video game. So there's two things that should help performance on PC. Drivers that are getting updated for both GPU brands, as well as the day one patch from the developers. So 34 months from Alexander Smith on a Member Plus. Give me the game. Somehow they've gotten me really hyped for this one. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really, really do. A 3080 is recommended, says Zet, with no specification on resolution or frame rate targets, and guaranteed that's frame gen 2. That's rough. Hell is Up was a 2070 recommended. Just ordered some Sprecher soda. Hey, thanks for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. There's a bunch of ways to support the channel, guys. There really are. If you like soda, we were partnered with Sprecher. If you like coffee, we sell our own coffee. If you like my glasses, they're Gamer Advantage. Like, we work with a lot of different companies. One of the best ways to support, hit follow, hit subscribe, and just be here Monday through Friday. Just hang out and just be here. You want to go above that, paying for a sub or a membership is how I do this full time. So thank you guys that are supporting all the different things that we do. And a lot of people go crazy and gift here as well. So that's why. Be here as often as you can. You might get one. I have it pre-ordered. It says tomorrow. Yeah. Got a link for that coffee? There it is. Thank you, DMG Inc., for doing that. The coffee command. You go to reforgeroast.com. Now listen, I don't talk about it enough. I should talk about it more. It's a good product, and my wife and kiddos ship this to you. You get little cute drawings from my kids saying thank you, because it does support me. It supports them, and they learn the value of helping the family business and making these little things. There's merch as well, but the best deal right now is the triple threat. The triple threat's $49, and you get 3 bags of coffee. They're nice, big size bags. They're tear and reseal, and that's a great deal right now. And if you've never tried coffee before with balanced acidity or low acidity, it really, really makes a big difference in the flavor, in the bitterness. If you get like stomach issues from coffee, that won't happen with mine because of that. It won't. I've had many people with stomach issues. They buy my coffee for that reason. So, support child labor. I mean, I am in Kentucky. You make your own coffee. We have a company that roasts and bags it for us, but we did flavor matching. If you guys are from way back in the day, you may remember the Rageless Roast. You may remember that. We were partnered with a coffee company, okay? We got that flavor matched, and the light and the dark roasts are different roast levels of that flavor, and then the Frickmas blend is our medium. That's actually a very unique flavor. There's like green grape in there, which might seem insane, but it is very, very, it's a very crisp, good flavored coffee. You sure you got the embargo date right? Yeah, it's today. Why? Is somebody saying otherwise? Everything I saw said today at noon, which is in 40 minutes. Are you seeing something else reported? I still have an empty bag of the old coffee. I have an empty bag of the old coffee as well as a memento. Yes, I do as well. I'm not seeing anything reported. Will you play Borderlands 4? Yes, I will play it as soon as I'm able to tomorrow, as well as Friday. And then if we hit the big goal, I'll be playing Friday night with my wife as well. As well as Saturday if you guys hit stretch goal. If you guys go beyond this also. So, coffee is one of the only things in the world that's universal. Cultures differ. That was coffee. I mean, listen, people here will tell you how good it is. They drink it. I'm drinking it right now. I'm telling you, it's good stuff. And we keep it very reasonably priced. I know a lot of things have gotten more expensive, but we keep it very reasonably priced. The developers of Godbreakers treat you to a gameplay deep dive from their upcoming third-person co-op hack-and-slash action game where players absorb the powers of the enemies they slay and they run in a roguelike style design. Has that one been stated like what platforms it's coming out for? It looks like it's going to be on Steam. There's a lot of these really, really cool yeah, Godbreakers is currently, I believe, only on Steam. There's a lot of really, really cool like co-op rogues that sadly don't come to console. And it always kind of bums me out. Or when they do come to console, they don't run all that well. Like RoboQuest is one of the best shooter rogues I've ever played, and you constantly disconnect if you play co-op. So, it's unfortunate. New driver for AMD is rolling out with more FSR4 support. It's got a lot going on. Yeah, I mean, the hope would be that really, really helps with some of the things we were hearing, you know. Hey, we got another Prime sub over here from Doc Holidays. Thank you so much. That gets us to 208. Ever faithful and true. That number just keeps moving along. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support with primes and gifteds and subs. Mr. Reforge, can you please get what you think the score will be? So you can call me Lono, by the way. You don't got to call me Reforge. I actually think the score is going to be like 87. 87, 88. I like your shirt choice today. Thank you. I had a Claptrap shirt and I could not find it. My wife has a Tiny Tina shirt. And then she also took my Borderlands symbol shirt. It's got like the vault symbol. So the only one I had left was one with Claptrap on it. I couldn't find it. I was mega bummed. I have a Deadpool shirt that's a Deadpool Borderlands mashup. I should have grabbed that. Mr. Reforge is my father. Call me Lono. That's good. That's right. That's right. Oh, my word. Oh, hang on. Let me pause the thing. Shoot. I was wondering what was going on. What's your meta prediction for Borderlands 4 and for Ghost of Yotei? So for Borderlands, I'm thinking like mid to high 80s. 85, 87, maybe an 88. For Yotei, I'm hoping Yotei can grab a 90, but I don't think it's going to be able to. I think there are just certain outlets that just won't score it very high because Tsushima did okay, and then the director's cut did even better. So, you know, I'm thinking that Yote can grab a high 80. I don't think it'll be able to hold on to a 90. I think there's too many outlets that will just automatically give Yote like a 7.5 or an 8, which will make it hard to hold on to a 90. I just think there's outlets that'll be like, yeah, it was fine. It was more Ghost, you know. I thought Reforge was your first name. Isn't gaming your last name? No, it's not. He is our dad. Reforge Lono Gaming is your full government name. Yes, this is true. This is true. Hate how you need a PS5 to play it. Oh, Yote. Yeah, well. I saw a really interesting tweet from Spawnwave, and I usually think he's spot on, but when he said that, like, exclusives don't, like, define a console or something, and he's like, we need to get back to a time where, like, chips define. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I remember I bought a Nintendo 64, and I was excited to play games because that's all I cared about was the games. It was like, I wanted the games. I wanted Mario 64. I wanted the games. Like, I remember buying an Xbox because I wanted the games that were on it. I didn't know what chips were in them. I didn't know anything about performance. I didn't know anything about hardware. I bought consoles for games. I was like, I don't think was anybody buying a Nintendo 64 or an Xbox 360 because of the chips inside? I feel like we were buying them because of the games. Like, historically speaking, if you ask somebody, hey, why did you buy that particular device? They'd be like, oh, I wanted to play such and such game. Like, I know my nephews did that with Spider-Man and the PS5, and I know a lot of people are probably going to do that with Yote. Like, they're not going to want to miss out. They're going to upgrade. They're going to do it with GTA 6, right? They're finally going to upgrade off of their PS4. Yeah, like a Switch. Is anybody buying a Switch 2 for the chips? No, you're buying it for the games. Like, I don't think there was ever a time where I was hyper educated on the hardware. It was always I was always buying a console for the games that I wanted to play. That's a PC gamer thing, not a console gamer thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I remember when I went to play Gears of War and Call of Duty 4 and I couldn't because you needed like a quad-core processor or something. That's what drove me back to console. So quite literally what drove me back to console was the simplicity of like, I don't need to know any of this stuff. I just need that's where I'm going to go to play the game. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one, but that's how I bought consoles and stuff back in the day. I was basing my decisions off of the games. Blast processing was the real draw. Now, you are old school if you remember blast processing. Yes. That's a shout out from the past. If you guys are tuning in for the Borderlands 4 review roundup, we will be doing that in about 30 minutes when the embargo drops. So, chipset didn't matter till the Xbox One era. Yeah, but even then, I feel like I was going where the games were. I don't know. $5 super chat from Exodius Faith. Who are you choosing at the start of Borderlands 4? Also, I will be trying the coffee next week. Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm going to play as Rafa when I play with my wife. But tomorrow when I boot up and I'm going to be making a character like by myself, I'm actually not sure. I may pick the Siren. That's typically what I do because my wife is always the Siren. So like if I play by myself, I'll pick the Siren. I may pick the Brute guy because people were saying he had a lot of range. I didn't want to pick him because it looked like he was going to be like a melee character. I've never been a big fan of melee characters, but people were saying he's not really a melee character, so I'm not actually sure. I find it odd how you never see outlets complaining about games like Gears 5, Forza 5, just being more like more Gears and more Forza. I'm not sure what you're saying. Playing tomorrow, Death Stranding 2. Now that's a decent joke. It's very thin, but it's there. I'm always going to go where the games are. I just think that's the simplest value offer to the consumer. It's really, really easy for a consumer to understand, oh, that game looks cool. I want to play that game. You know, I want to go to there. Instead of like, imagine trying to educate the average consumer on all the stuff that we might know about with, even if you have a very limited understanding. of GPU, CPUs, memory, and all that. Like, you know what I'm saying? The average consumer doesn't care about that stuff. They just want to play the games. They're just like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna go where the games are. I'm just gonna buy this and I'm gonna play games. I don't know. One of the best Borderlands 4 parts, they made all the characters that you want to play. They made them all good. I have noticed that. I've noticed that people feel kind of torn. They're like, I don't know who I want to play as. And I'm like, I think that's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing. That means that if you feel torn in your decision, like, this is how I know I'm playing a good game. I know I am playing a good game if I'm so invested in the strength and the power of my character that I sort of wring my hands over the next thing I'm going to unlock. Do I go this skill or that skill? You see, like, to me, it's like that's when I know you've made a good game. So if I look at Borderlands 4 and I look at these classes and I see people kind of wringing their hands over like, who do I pick? I'm like, I think that's a really, really good, well-built game. I'm disappointed that nobody made a Kentucky roast coffee joke. I don't even know what kind of a joke you would make. You're saying outlets only tend to complain about PlayStation sequels. I think outlets take issue with things in games sometimes that don't make any sense. I remember looking into Lies of P. Lies of P has an amazing score on Steam and PlayStation. Its score is lower. It's not low, but it's lower on Xbox because it was on Game Pass. So a lot of people tried it, which is a great value of Game Pass, right? You're able to try the game, and you ordinarily wouldn't play a Souls game. You get the crap kicked out of you, give it a low score, and move on with your day, right? So generally speaking, Game Pass pulls the score of a game down a little bit. It happened with Lies of P. It's happening with Silk Song. So, you know, I looked into Lies of P, though, and I was like, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. You know, why did all these outlets, you know, give it such a lower score than the way that it scored with users? So I went to a lot of the more middling, not so great scores on Lies of P, and the most common criticism that we kept finding was it's too similar to other FromSoft games. It's too similar to other Souls games. And I'm like, okay, that's not a criticism. Like, they built within the genre and respected the genre and made an amazing game within it. Like, that's what you should be judging. You should be judging the game based on, like, did it do a good job within its aims and within what it set out to do. I think similarly when people are like, yeah, it's just kind of more of that game. Yeah, you're playing a sequel. Shut the frick up. Like, you're telling us the obvious. Yeah, you know, it's more of that game. It's more Horizon. It's more God of War. Like, we're going to get that with Ghost of Yotei, right? Yeah, it's more Ghost. We know that. Like, that's not a criticism. What do you mean? Did anybody do that? When you played sequels back in the day, where you're like, yeah, you know, I mean, it's just more Mario Kart. Nobody did that. You were like, oh, I can't. Oh, it's so fun. It's so exciting. I'm so glad we got a new one. I don't necessarily understand where that comes from, where this idea comes from that, like, if you say it's just more of. Yo, Rich Rice ordered some coffee. He ordered a best of both worlds. Thank you so much for doing that. In other news, sequels are similar, right? It's like, so I don't understand. You're taking points off for the game doing what it's supposed to do. It doesn't make any sense to me. It'll never make any sense to me. It's so backwards. It's like, that's what, huh? Remember God of War, the boat animation? I don't know what you're talking about. If I'm interested enough to buy the game, I don't need a review's undue influence. That's just me, though. Well, I'm not saying that they should have an immense weight on your choices. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there should be this massive amount of weight on your choice as a consumer. I'm critiquing the review itself. Like, if you play a sequel and you're sort of denigrating it or taking it down a peg for being more of, You're playing Swordman 2, and you're like, yeah, it's more Swordman. Of course it is, you idiot. Like, that's what you bought. That's what you bought. Like, you get to the second Lord of the Rings movie, and you're like, yeah, it's more Lord of the Rings. So you play Borderlands 2, or in this case, we're going to be playing Borderlands 4, and you're like, yeah, it's more Borderlands. Of course it's more Borderlands. What the, huh? That's what you bought. That's what you signed up for. It's such a weird critique. I don't get it. I don't understand the critique of an argument of a new game playing like more of what you love from the previous entry. Why would you hate a sequel to a game you originally loved? It makes no sense. Now, if you got specific and you said they didn't evolve combat enough, it feels too repetitive because I just played 50 hours of this. They didn't iterate and innovate enough on the combat. That is fair. I think that's totally fair. I don't think we can, I think we can rest that, but we can put that to bed with Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 looks like they've really, really added a lot. A double jump, a glide, a dash. The weapons look incredible. The manufacturer system looks incredible. The RNG, the open world, the vehicle. Like, it looks like they really iterated on the content loop in a good way. So I'm not concerned there. Disciple, thank you so much for 21 months. There are some things you don't have control over, though. Like, if you're going to have bosses and loot, and you're killing things for loot, and someone's like, yeah, I mean, it's more of the same. It's more looter shooter. It's more Borderlands. It's like, yes, I guess the way I would phrase it is, when I buy a sequel or the continuance of a franchise, I have an expectation of a continuance. I have an expectation of certain things to be there again. Right? Like, it's a looter shooter. I expect there to be loot. I expect there to be missions and bosses, mini bosses and areas and things where I'm getting loot. And if someone's like, yeah, it's just more of the same in that regard, I'm like, that's not a criticism. That's what we should expect. I think it's fair to expect certain things to evolve and improve and innovate. Like Borderlands, for example, is a great game to talk about because the shooting mechanics and how like shooting feels in Borderlands 1, for example, you want it to feel better in Borderlands 2, and it does. You want it to feel better in Borderlands 3, and it does. These are all things that I think are completely fair to expect. I think these are 100%, fair to expect, and I think that is something that should not be just stated as if like, well, that takes the game down a peg. Looter shooters, I expect loot and shoot. That's right. Looties and shooties, baby. That's what we all want. Everybody wants some looties and shooties in their life. I miss doing the looties and the shooties. I miss it. 20 minutes. If you're looking for Borderlands 4 review roundup, we're doing it right here in 20 minutes. That's when the embargo drops. Now's a great time to take a quick second, hit the like button, see if you have a membership renewal or a Prime, or go on a gifted tear. We're working. We got the little Borderlands guy down here in the corner because this incentive is for a weekly Friday night stream. My wife and I'll be playing Borderlands with you guys on Friday night if we hit the goal. We're even going to do a Saturday stream this week if you guys go crazy and hit stretch. I appreciate so much the support of what we do here. You grab your pitchforks for when the next Star Wars Jedi game comes out, and it's more of the same Star Wars Jedi stuff. The nerve of these developers. I think Jedi Survivor is a great example of a lot of things. It's an example of a game that needed more time. It came out with a bunch of problems, and they shouldn't have done that. It's also an example of a game that evolved very well. I thought the combat evolved very well. Schnapps is coming in with a Prime sub. Thank you so much for doing that. You don't have to see any of those pesky things that interrupt us on purple. You get to bypass all of those things when you use your sub on me, when you're a sub over here. Woke slot? What are you talking about? Did you wake up and did you mess yourself? Reviews when? In 20 minutes. Very interested in the open world aspect of a looter shooter, says Slow Mobius. Do we think there'll be any secret missions bosses to discover, maybe raid bosses? Borderlands likes to do raid bosses. They do. We know there's going to be like open world events. We know there's going to be like open things to find and do. We know this, yes. So there should be those things in the game from what they have said. Reviews when? 20 minutes from now, the review embargo should be dropping, and we will refresh Metacritic, and we will take a look. You don't got to go anywhere. You don't got to go anywhere. And a 5 bomb comes in from Dylan, and that's an easy setup. That's a leapfrog to 225. If someone drops a 10 bomb right now or 2 5s, you guys can steal it. Every 25, I gift one back, and whoever hits it gets it. Twitch and YouTube now competing. It's 29 to 24. Let's see what you got. This is your time, YouTube. This is your time to pull ahead. Something I wonder is, why did Borderlands say it's gone gold while it still needs a day one patch? Well, going gold has nothing to do with a day one patch. I feel like you're confusing the two terms. I don't think anybody's ever said a game has gone gold and meant, well, we don't need a day one patch. Going gold means they have a shippable version of the game that's been printed to the disc and can be sent to the stores. A day one patch means they kept working on the game so that they could make it as good as possible at launch date. They're not in conflict with each other. They're not like mutually exclusive ideas, ideals, or philosophies. They're completely different things. Do you think it's going to be third person as well as first? No, it'll be first person. It's a shooter at its heart of hearts. They'll be third person, like for your traversal when you're doing your vehicle, and then when you do certain abilities. But it's a first person shooter at its heart. I've never heard him say anything about third person. Where are those reviews? I can't make time go any faster. 18 minutes. 18 minutes, and we will be taking a peek at the reviews. I will do a Borderlands 4 review roundup. YouTube people are insufferable. Whoever said it was woke. Guys, there's over 800 people here. Don't get one guide. Don't do it. One dumb in the chat saying some cliche word that's been used more often than an old pair of shoes that your dad mows the lawn with. Like, that word is so worn out. Who the frick cares? Just ignore people like that. FYI, for those on Xbox, I've checked release times. It appears that New Zealand will work. So tomorrow, well, there you go. Thank you, Little Dirty Birdie, for that little bit of info there. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do what we do here. We're gonna protect our peace. That's what we're gonna do. We're here to have a good time. We're here to talk games. You're not, so we're gonna protect our peace. That's what we're gonna do. I've just continued to just shift my mentality about how we foster a great community in chat here. You know? We're just going to protect our peace. We're going to have a good day. That's what we're going to do. The thing I mainly have an issue with Borderlands right now, aside from 3's awful story, is that Randy's hot takes and bad PR. It just feels like he's alienating his fans, and I just want Borderlands. Let me say something about Randy Pitchford, okay? Stop wanting good PR. You don't want good PR. You don't. Good PR is how we get glib corporate speak nonsense and games where they basically talk it up and it's nothing and it's bad, or they gloss over problems. Like, why do you want good PR from a CEO? What does that do for you? No, I mean it. I mean it. Like, just pump the brakes for a split second and think about what you're communicating. Why do you want good PR from a CEO? We get good we get good PR all the time, and it's a bunch of bull. It's a bunch of doublespeak. It's a bunch of glib nothing. Why do you want good PR? Well, why? I don't need you to stroke my ego and make me feel good. I need you to shoot straight with me. Is the game going to be 80? Now, yeah, he stepped in it when he said the real fans thing, but he was honest. He could have given you some glib, stupid, canned answer. Would that have made you feel better? Like, what? When it comes to performance on PC, he's just honest. He's like, well, yeah, if you're running it on lower rigs, of course, you're not going to have a great time. He could have given you some PR corporate approved answer. Well, we make sure that the game is optimized for a litany of combinations of hardware to ensure you have the best time and the best Borderlands yet. What's that do? What's that do for you? That doesn't do anything. Gamers need to decide what they want. Do you want PR? Or do you just want somebody who's going to shoot straight with you? Listen. Randy Pitchford's he is a character if I've ever seen one. He is a character. Maybe he likes the taste of his foot. I don't know. He really likes to put his foot in his mouth, okay? But if there's one thing I don't feel like I've ever gotten from him is a bunch of PR nonsense. Yeah, he got pretty toxic about the movie. I will grant you that. Homie couldn't take criticism, and that's never a good sign, okay? The way that he has talked about Borderlands 4, listen to me now. I have been making content for 10 years. I started my streaming career a decade ago with the Handsome Collection. I've been paying attention to Borderlands. I've been paying attention to Randy Pitchford for over a decade. And I'm here to tell you, the way that he's talking about Borderlands 4, I'm like, I don't have any concerns here. I don't. He's genuinely excited. He knows they nailed it. Now, if you compare how he's been talking about Borderlands 4 to how he talked about Borderlands 3, it's vastly different. It's vastly different. Borderlands 3 was very generic. It was very, we nailed it. It was very like, we're the cock of the walk. We're Borderlands. Ba-da-da-ba. That's not what this was. This was completely different. If you go and watch that PAX thing that he did, he's sitting down. He's getting into the details of what they did with certain mechanics and certain things. He's talking about how, his wife always picks the siren, and even she's kind of torn, and she doesn't know which class she's going to pick. The way he talked about Borderlands 4, I was like, they nailed it. I can tell. I can genuinely tell, like, this guy's out here talking like real talk. Like, yeah, we did this, we did that. They're acknowledging feedback and implementing feedback. They're like, we know we messed this up. We know we did this wrong. They've been talking about the humor, the writing, the story, all things they knew did not go over very well in Borderlands 3. So that to me is a sign of like, I'm going to afford him a little bit of goodwill here and be like, the dude just has zero filter. He has zero filter. And I would rather a CEO have zero filter than give me nonsense corporate speak where they don't actually communicate. It's like words are coming out, but they're not really saying anything. And I'm going to go back to my original theory. Now, when he said the real gamers will figure it out, I don't think he was trying to make people mad. I don't think he's that smart. But I think he was smart enough to know if I go on Twitter and I engage the public about the $80 price point, I will create public pressure and I'll convince the publisher to not do it. I think that's what he did. I believe it. I believe it. I believe he went on to Twitter and he intentionally engaged people about $80, knowing this is going to make everybody angry at the potential, and then I'll be able to go to the publisher and be like, see, you better not make it 80. Look at what happened to Outer Worlds 2. You better not make it 80. Now, when he said the real gamer thing, I think that's his lack of filter. I don't think he was doing some 900 IQ play like, well, I'll fall on the sword, make everybody hate me, and it'll help the game not be $80. I think his initiation of the conversation, that was the 900 IQ play. He knew. He's like, if I go out here on Twitter and I broach this subject, I'm going to have ammunition, and I'm going to go back to the publisher and say, you better not make this game $80. Look at how angry everybody is. Like, look, he initiated that conversation, and it immediately made headlines. He made it worse when he said the real gamer thing. If I'm diagnosing what he did, engaging the conversation was a 900 IQ play. Him saying the real gamer thing, that was just his lack of filter. He loves the taste of his own foot. He just puts his own foot in his own mouth all the time. They're two different things. I think he knew this publisher of all publishers, 2K, they're back there in the dadgum, break rooms and the meeting rooms. They're considering $80 right now, and he's like, it's out of my hands. And that was his only play, was to make people talk about it, and he knew they'd be angry, and he knew it would help. That's what I think happened. I'm not sitting here saying he's this pure saint. I'm not sitting here saying he's some kind of an evil genius that did that for the players. But I think he knew my only play is to get the public talking about $80. And if I can get the public talking about $80, I can convince 2K to not do it. He knew it was a bad call. He had to know it was a bad call. He's on Twitter. He sees how angry people get. He sees how frustrated the gamers are with prices. He saw what happened with the Switch and Mario Kart, and it was like, we can't do this. We are Borderlands. We are not an $80 price point game. If you guys are looking for Borderlands 4 reviews, we're going to look at them in 10 minutes when the embargo drops. Do me a favor. Hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Try to get us to 500 likes. All you guys following on Twitch, thank you so much. I'm here Monday through Friday. I do a talk show like this. I'm safe for work. We break down all the latest gaming news. We also do gameplay. So if you hit follow, you're in a great place, a great community. If you decide to sub to me with your Prime, you will not see any of those pesky things that interrupt us. You guys on YouTube, if you hit join and become a member, you get access to extra content as well as my Discord. I'd be curious if we can actually go to LPs like he said. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Starts at 70. Editions always blow the price up. Well, have you guys ever noticed that when you go to the stores, the digital storefronts, and you look at the top selling games, have you ever noticed that the collector's editions always are outselling the standard editions? Have you ever noticed that? Like, this is something that the publishers and the developers need to pay attention to, by the way. You don't need to go up to 80. You don't. You just need good collector's editions and premium editions that convince people, hey, this is worth buying. I want the extras. And then they will. Happens with every sports game every year. It's that consumer monkey brain, man, where I do it. I'm like, yeah, I want all the stuff. I don't want to miss out. Give me the stuff. And I'll just pick the most expensive one. Now, not everybody can do that. Obviously, I'm blessed and in a position to where I can. Maybe you aren't. But generally speaking, I think consumers do that. They're just like, yeah, give me the big one. Give me all the shiny trinkets. How long till reviews hit? 8 minutes. And you can see them here. You won't need to go anywhere. He's not showing live on Rumble. I stream on Purple and I stream on YouTube. So follow and support in those two places. I do this full time. I had to kind of start over 5 years ago, and it's been really, really hard. But the way I've been able to do it is people support directly. So consider becoming a member or a sub. That is how I'm able to do this full time. It goes by dollars. Sales, not copies sold. WTF is Purple. Twitch. When is PC preload? I don't know. Probably sometime today. You can watch in both places. Just look for Reforge Gaming. And there we go. Nils Splixon with their Prime says, hey, I'll support directly. And then now you don't have to see any of those pesky things that pop up and interrupt the stream. I turn those off for subs over here. It's 30 to 24. Thank you so much. And remember, every 25, I gift back. So when that hits 225, I got a gift back. So thank you guys for getting us closer. You still go Ilono? Yes. Good thing seeing you back and doing good, I hope. We are doing well. We're still rebuilding after everything that happened. It's been 5 years and we are still not out of the woods. It's been very difficult. And every little bit helps. The gifting helps, the primes help, the subs help. We're rebuilding something that was fairly large, and it is harder to do variety. It is harder to do variety. So, thank you, Donkey Sausage, with 31 months on a Prime from Teesprings. Thank you so much. Takes us to 218. 218. It's been a bit of a rebuild. Been a bit of a rebuild, but you guys make it possible with your primes and your subs and your gifts. It is, it's all greatly appreciated. Yo, it's good, Captain Steve. Tiny Tina had an epic trailer, but the game was so not good. What happened? Why are you rebuilding? I've been content creating for 10 years. In 2020, I got booted off of Purple because of stuff that wasn't true and had to start over on YouTube. And we recently got welcomed back to Purple because I finally got somebody to look into it. And so now we're on both platforms. That is the Cliff's Notes version of a long and very stressful and very hard journey. And you're part of it if you're here right now. And I appreciate that. I have a Prime. I'm not a member on YouTube. What do I need to do Prime to support? You got to go over to Purple and use it. Jeepachu just did it. Jeepachu just used their Prime and got us to 219. You look familiar, Say No to Rage? I am. I used to go by Say No to Rage. This is correct. I don't try to hide that from anybody. I don't. I stand by all the things I've ever said, all the facts I ever put out there, the truth that I put out there. I stand by all of that, and I don't try to hide that from people. We don't make it a focal point of the content, but yeah. It's been a long road, and Borderlands is a part of my history, man. That's the game I started with. I started streaming the Handsome Collection 10 years ago, and that was kind of how I built my first following on Purple. There were people from way back there. Looking forward to the reviews. Good to see you, Geepachu. Greetings to Germany. Guten Tag. You're saying no to Rage? The haircut completely fooled me. It does. Some people don't recognize me. They recognize my voice more than anything. Borderlands 2 is your comfort game? My comfort game lately is Returnal. I'll just do Tower of Sisyphus. Where do you get your dope shirts from? This one came from 80s Tees. You can still use my code over there. I don't get paid off that now anymore, I don't think. Yeah. It's a nice voice. Well, thank you. Throws up many ups and downs. Through many ups and downs, all we can do is take it one day at a time. We're very happy to back and support you no matter what. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. Wait. Superman. Homie, are you the Superman that sent me the grill way back in the day? Are you the one that literally tipped money every month before I was partnered so that I could continue streaming? Is that you, the Superman from back in the day? It says you've been following me since 2016, so you might in fact be from that era of time. I don't think so. Okay. There was a Superman that did that. That was his username. It was Superman something. And homie was crazy with the support. I don't know how I found this channel, but it's good. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. If you guys are watching on YouTube over there, try to get me to 500 likes. The reviews are going to drop any second. Can you see how long I've been following? Yeah, since 2018. I'm not going to do it for everybody. All of a sudden, that's all the chat turns into. I'm not going to do it for everybody. Good here. Good to see you, Charles Freeman. Guys, this is a great day to show people what we're all about on both platforms, man. This is a good time to start going crazy with the gift. It's right before the reviews, right? Let's go buck wild. Let's fill the room with people. And then I'll owe members as well. A lot of followers as well on Purple. Thank you guys so much. What reviews? The Borderlands 4 reviews are dropping any second. The embargo is at noon from what we have been told. And a 5-bomb comes in from Charles Freeman, and he puts us one away from the next milestone. We are at 224. At 225, I owe a member to whatever platform gets us there, and we are right there on the cusp. It's a fight currently between the two platforms, and it's close. All right, let me refresh meta. Nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet, boys. It's trying. Everybody's going to push their reviews live at Noon. Title says it, bro. Here. We're going to change it to review roundup. Change it to review roundup. A $2 super chat from Zodius. And Angry Pete nails it. It's a bullseye. 225 right on the nose. And Dylan is going to be the agent of chaos. And we're now 226. Thank you so much. It's now 31 to 33. All right, let me refresh Metacritic one more time. OpenCritic says tomorrow. No, it's today. They literally said it was today. I saw multiple sites say it was today. I'm refreshing Metacritic. Let me refresh Twitter as well, because people... OpenCritic says tomorrow at 8? That doesn't make any sense. Multiple outlets said today at noon. They usually publish it. That's why I was a little concerned. I was a little concerned. I was like, nobody is coming out and saying that, yeah, it's today at noon. Tomorrow is like right before the game comes out. I promise you, I did not try to debate anybody. I went and looked, and every site said today. They said themselves it was going to be on the 10th. Yeah, I swore they said it. Hang on, let's check. Let's check their Twitter account. They said today. All right. 3 days. Hang on. I got Raphael renewing his VIP, going to 227, but then it's going to be 233 because he gives a 5-bomb as well. Thank you so much. And that's going to make it 37 to 33. YouTube just took the lead. Borderlands 4 Bulletin said today. Oh, was it not official from Borderlands 4? Brothers, I swore it was officially announced that there was the review embargo was today. I'm not seeing anything official on the Borderlands app. It must have been Borderlands account. It must have been somebody else then. If it's today, when is it? Because it's noon. Could be later on. Insider Gaming always has correct info. Insider Gaming said, according to Insider Gaming sources, Borderlands 4 reviews will go live when the game launches in New Zealand at 8 a.m. Oh, for frick's sake. Well, what time is that? 8 a.m. New Zealand. 8 a.m. New Zealand in Eastern. That's 4... That's 4 hours from now. Chat. That's such a long time from now. What? I mean, I'm having fun. Are you? We can keep having fun, but that's a long time. All right, let's break out the tic-tac-toe papers. And what the heck are we going to do? I mean, I'm having a good time, and I know you're having a good time. But Jiminy Christmas. I missed the fine print in the Insider Gaming article. I just saw September the 10th, and I was like, oh, yeah, embargoes typically drop at 10 Eastern or noon Eastern. Dadgummit. You know what? This is probably a good time for me to rant about New Zealand. You know, you got a lot of nerve, New Zealand, just claiming to be the first to time and the next day. You know, just the arrogance of New Zealand has got to be addressed globally. I'm just kind of tired of New Zealand. This is freaking ridiculous. Frick you, New Zealand. This is your fault. They can evidence it with sunlight. Yeah, I guess. Oh, for frick's sake. Isn't that Thursday and not today, though? It releases Friday. New Zealand PC start time is probably what we're going off of. Okay, listen. Viewership really surged on YouTube. Guys, do me a favor. Just stick around. Just hang out. We're going to talk gaming. We're going to talk Borderlands. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time for the next 4 hours. We'll make this entertaining. I've done this before. This is not my first rodeo. We're going to do it live, okay? So there's plenty of things we can do and talk about while we wait. We've been talking about performance. We've been talking about gameplay. We've been talking about the classes that we would play as. Let's do this, all right? Let's get to know each other, all right? So, favorite food, favorite color. No, I'm just kidding. What, out of all of the Borderlands, if they did a Borderlands, this is just going to be completely made up and on the fly, okay? If they made a Borderlands universe and they let you pick any of the classes from any of the Borderlands, and maybe they spruce them up a little bit and make them a little bit better and more modern, Roland would be, maybe his turret would be a little bit better. Who would you pick? Which character out of all the games would you pick? If it was like, well, yeah, come play Borderlands universe, and you can pick any of the characters from any of the games, up to now, which one would you pick? You'd pick Axton. I actually think I would pick, Salvatore every time. Tell Madam to bring down snacks. Yeah, I'd pick Salvatore. I think that the gunzerking is so fun. You'd pick Claptrap. Some people are saying Axton, Athena. Favorite country, not New Zealand. Ravage with 5 months. Welcome back in. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, no, that's whoops, I can't type. There we go. I owe a single member to YouTube. I need to do that right now as a thank you for helping us hit that milestone. Down here in the corner, you guys see the Borderlands. If you guys hit the goal, my wife and I'll be playing Borderlands for you guys on Friday night. If you hit the stretch goal, we'll do another one on Saturday. We love Borderlands, so we'll be playing on our couch either way, but I'll set up a stream for you on Saturday if you guys hit that stretch goal. People are saying Zane. Okay. People are saying Zane. Is there a particular reason why you guys, some of you are picking Zane, some of you are picking, what's some of your reasoning behind the ones that you're picking? I guess would be my question. And thank you guys again today for the huge turnout on both places. It's really encouraging. It's sometimes it is really genuinely dark right before light breaks through, because man, it's been a couple weeks now. These platforms have been all over the place, and we just kept doing our thing. If you've been missing the shows, we've been here the whole time. That's a good reason to get into the Discord so you don't miss out on the live shows. Love Zane in Borderlands 3. What do these do? Haven't played since Borderlands 1. Oh, you haven't played since Borderlands 1. Gauge solo play. Ravage gifts a sub to Vaughn Guns. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it very much. That was crazy that at noon on YouTube we spiked up to like 1,200 viewers. That's insane that many people came piling in. I was like, sorry y'all. We got the time wrong. They're like, we'll be back. Or maybe not. Maybe they're really angry. They're like, this idiot doesn't know how to read a clock. If Claptrap from the pre-sequel had Borderlands 4 level of action skills and skill trees, he would likely have some of the funniest ways to play the game in a while. I remember actually enjoying Claptrap. Yeah. I remember really enjoying Claptrap. We lost 400. We didn't lose 400, homie. We gained 400 people because they thought, here come the reviews. And then they left because they have to wait. They'll be back. They'll be back at 4. They'll be back at 4. I am really, truly sorry. I was not trying to pull one over on anybody. That was not on purpose. Yeah. So, anyway. Looks like we might get Dead Island 3 in the near future. Well, the thing with Dead Island and games like that, I've never really been able to do much with them. I played them a lot back in the day. I played Left 4 Dead. I played a lot of those games, and I just kind of got burned out on them. The reviews are finally out. Oh, you got me. Yeah, I went and clicked refresh on Metacritic. That was a good prank. I'll be back. So no worries. Yeah. Just come back here in 4 hours. We'll be here. We'll keep the lights on for you. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll change color over there. You guys like my shelf? You guys like it? I have a bunch of Borderlands things that I could put over there on my shelf. I could. I enjoyed Back 4 Blood. I played it for like a day. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all. What's the max level in Borderlands 4? Have they said what the max level is? You're going to finish the game around level 30 and 35, and you'll be able to roll over into Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. At that point, you will not have to make new characters and start over if you want. You can just start new characters in Endgame. Oh, they've said it's 50? Okay, it's 50. Thank you. I watched as much as I could about the Endgame, and I didn't catch the level cap in the videos and the coverage that I looked at. All I caught was that 30 to 35, you're going to roll credits, and then anytime you make a new character after that, you can just start them at level 30 and skip the campaign and jump right into the end game, which I think is a great change. I think that was a good decision. I think that they, I don't know, hoping that they raise it. It wouldn't surprise me if they raise it with the DLC that comes early 2026, where you're going to get a new area, new missions, and a new playable Vault Hunter. Wouldn't surprise me at all if they raise it. Reviews are saying 90. They're saying that the level cap is 90, or are you still trolling? Here, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to just spare us the rest of the day. There you go. You just take the day off, because you're just gonna be a nuisance at this point. Is this the waiting room or the baiting room? It's the waiting room. Hang on, I need to switch Twitch back to waiting room. Waiting room. I am sorry. Our title on Twitch is now Borderlands 4 review waiting room. I am sorry. This isn't the first time that I've said sorry and didn't mean it. So this will be oh, frick. 3 days from now, he'll be back saying that you banned him for typing review scores. Right? That's right. Say the quiet part out loud. Just say the quiet part out loud. Good Lord. Increasing the number of skills and lowering max level wouldn't make much sense. I mean, this is the issue that you're always going to run into with a level-based game and skill trees, is that you run out of skills. And you can break the build. Like, if they just keep going and keep going and keep going with the levels, and then you have every skill tree maxed, that kind of takes choice and having a build. It's like, well, what are we even doing at that point, right? Like, that would get into what I call the theater of the absurd. Like, when you get into the theater of the absurd, what ends up happening is power's no longer power. It's a bit of a joke. It's a bit of a punchline. It's like, well, nobody's actually powerful because everything's basically broken. If that makes sense. Everything's basically, beyond the scope of what is, like, reasonable. So you can't just keep leveling up for forever. There has to be a place where you stop, and then you still are making your build decisions. I was under the impression this was the baiting room for trolls. No, hang on, I gotta pause the thing on YouTube. This is not the baiting room. This is the waiting room. And we thought it was at noon. It's apparently it's at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is, a ways from now. So, Bartholomew renewing their Prime over here. I've been subbed for 3 months now, but I've been watching you since the Destiny 2 days. Honestly, what seemed like an unfortunate event in your career might have actually been one of the best things in the long run. I've really enjoyed your transition into a gaming news and commentary channel. In my opinion, you're one of the most objective and reliable sources out there when it comes to gaming. Keep up the great work. Wishing you all the best. Thanks, Mom. I'm just kidding. That's not my mom. No, that is really kind, Bartholomew. I appreciate that. That is very kind. That was always, this guy's really pouring on the praise. Jeepers. I appreciate it, seriously. You know, it's been a long road, and I know a lot of people that you know, like a lot of people that like Destiny also like Borderlands. They're gonna see a lot of my face over the next couple of days. You know, I hope they can get to a place where they, you know, give me a second chance here, and maybe think differently about everything that went down. I think my life and my character and my family and, you know, the last 5 years they speak for themselves. So 3 got around that by increasing the power cap, but adding a new tree for each hunter. Yeah, I mean, maybe they do that with the specialization in the firmware in Borderlands 4. So Borderlands 4 is going to have the specializations and the firmware, and maybe they're able to do stuff like that. So, are they giving content creators the game early to give reviews? From what we have gathered, yes. And from what we have gathered, there is a review embargo today in about 4 hours. I apologize to everybody that I kept saying noon because I saw that reported in multiple places. So I didn't have the correct information. Lono's waiting room console 4 hours. There you go. That's a perfect map, Hilly. I thank you. Let's get this up on the screen. So, you know, if you guys are kind of curious about when you can play and start times and things like that, Hilly has done us a great service here. So you can see, like, you'll be able to do global release times. New York, you know, Eastern, PC tomorrow at noon. We'll be playing, right? Lono's waiting room console 4 hours right here in Kentucky. So thank you so much for this. This is great, Hilly. This is perfect. And if only we had seen this before, you know, we would have known what to expect. So thank you. No reviews apparently, according to Metacritic chalked. No review? What? No. There have been... Insider Gaming has sources that says there's a review embargo today. There are reviews coming. There will be no reviews in 4 hours, according to OpenCritic, who lists the game at 8 a.m. tomorrow Eastern. Insider Gaming says today. I trust their sources over OpenCritic. I mean, Insider Gaming has been very reliable. Let me see who wrote that article. If it was Tommy Hendy, then I really trust it even more. It was Andrew Heighton. I'm not familiar with Andrew, but Borderlands Bulletin says Borderlands 4 reviews will go live on Wednesday. According to Insider Gamer sources, Borderlands 4 game reviews will go live at 8 a.m. Eastern. Speculation suggested the original review embargo date was September the 10th, but no time was mentioned. Wait. That's not what this said moments ago. An unnamed source is saying 8 a.m. my time in New Zealand at 8 a.m. So now they're saying 8 a.m. New Zealand time. That's what this person's saying. This person is saying 8 a.m. New Zealand. I feel like people are getting their wires crossed. So OpenCritic is saying 8 a.m. tomorrow. Hang on. I'll click on it, Tool. I can see it. Borderlands Bulletin says, it seems like that. Borderlands 4 Bulletin says, my contact, while he didn't share the exact time, did say reviews will go live on Wednesday. I'm telling you, if it's 8 a.m. New Zealand time, that makes perfect sense that it's going to be today. It would be great if Gearbox would clarify. I think that would be very, very helpful. Thank you, Tool. I got the tweet. I can click on hidden messages on purple. What does the embargo lift? The original source was today at noon, and then they said, no, it's 8 a.m. New Zealand time, which is in 4 hours. People can play tomorrow at noon. The embargo should not be when people can play. The embargo should be beforehand. Yeah, an embargo when people can play is a red flag. I've always thought that an embargo should bare minimum be the day before the game is available so that people can be properly informed. We don't have anything else to do. I mean, we might as well wait. I don't. Both Insider Gaming and Borderlands Bulletin are saying the same thing, that the reviews go live today. Change it to Review Embargo Enigma. That's right. Yeah, the game releases tomorrow at noon. It wouldn't make any sense to make people wait that long for the embargo. Hang on, I'm getting a DM from somebody. What's this? Okay, I've got a source that's reliable that says 4 p.m. Eastern today. I've got somebody that has review access who has privately confirmed it's today at 4 p.m. All right, we're good. I trust it. Yep. No, this is somebody who has access right now to the game. They got review access, and they're saying it's 4 p.m. Eastern today. That's where the wires are getting crossed. So when people are saying 8 a.m., they're thinking 8 a.m. like tomorrow. It's like, no, it's 8 a.m. New Zealand, which is 4 p.m. today. Okay, we're good. We can keep waiting. We can keep waiting. I hate to wait, but we can keep waiting. Yeah, I'll just sit here and stream till 4. There's no reason not to. We're meeting new folks. We're growing the community. We're having good conversations. We're having good vibes. I mean, what else are we going to do, right? I mean, you know. Check out my new setup. We could just do that for 4 hours. You guys want to look at that? Just stare. Just want to stare at it? It's pretty good setup. What's my favorite country? Well, it certainly isn't New Zealand. No, I'm just kidding. Come on, I'm in Kentucky. What do you expect me to say? If I don't say America, I'm the lights would go out in here and I would disappear. What do you mean? That's a trick question. Are you gonna pick up the $1,000 Lego Death Star? No. It's blurry for me. Need a close-up? Yeah, we need a close-up. Glad to see you back on Twitch. Thank you. One of the best ways to celebrate me being back on Twitch is primes, subs, gifteds. Help us hit our goal. Help us get our sub points back up. That's a huge help to what we're doing over here. We basically had to start all the way over. And I appreciate y'all being here very, very much. Tell all your friends. Tell all your Borderlands and Destiny friends. Lono's back. Just don't call it a comeback, okay? I've been here for years. Literally. I've just been on YouTube. I'm in both places right now. Does that mean you're streaming until like 5 or 6 Eastern? Probably not, no. Well, yeah, probably till about 5 Eastern, yes. And then I'll have to stop. We do church on Wednesdays, so I won't be able to just like linger and hang out. So I'm going to tell my grandma that Lono's back. You should definitely tell your grandma that Lono's back. Yo, Ryan jumps in as a brand new sub on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. That is what we need. We need folks picking up their own memberships over here on YouTube. If you like what you see, you can always bump it up to Member Plus next month and get into even more. So welcome on in. Get in the Discord. Get involved. I think the 24-hour stream because of the mess up. You really owe us a 24-hour stream because you messed up here. You know? Yeah. The Act Man saw the light with Expedition 33. What are you talking about? Was he not enjoying the game? Or something? Anyone know if Ghost of Yote will get the plates for the PS5 Pro? I don't know if they've said anything about it, have they? If you guys are just tuning in and you're looking for Borderlands 4 review embargo, I have corroborated through multiple sources. It is today at 4 p.m. Eastern. You know what? Let's do the timer thing. How did we do that the one time? Let's get the dadgum timer in the corner. You guys sent me some link, and then I went and I typed it in. Is this it? The tick counter? Yeah, here we go. My countdown. Okay, my countdown. Borderlands 4 reviews. Okay, so it's going to be today, right? September the 10th, 2025. We are in the only time zone that matters, which is the Eastern time zone. The rest of your time zones can suck it. Okay, so we're going to go to 4 p.m. People are like, well, I'm just going to leave then. This guy's awfully hostile. Make countdown. Okay, open. Okay, let me put it down in the corner. Give me 1 second here. All right. Give me a moment. It's a little bright. Let me close this. Okay. Getting washed out here. All right, here we go. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go here and we're going to add browser, is it called? Yeah, it's called a browser. And then we're going to go here and we're going to go like that. There. Okay. So now we can get back to having a conversation. If you guys are going to be playing Borderlands, I'm just kidding. Let's put this down here like this. There we go. Ask and you shall receive. He said the game's at least 60 FPS on the base PS5 in performance mode. He only has a 60 hertz screen, while quality is not locked at 30 but drops to 40s. There's no FOV settings, and he could not confirm anything about split screen either, sadly. I appreciate the information. It sounds like somebody got a copy early and has been playing, and we're getting some information about that. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, man, smash that like button. Joker Quinn says, wait, what time do the reviews go live again? I forgot. It's down in the corner, Joker Quinn. You're supposed to be a joker, not a joke. I thought that was a pretty good line. I will gift a member. Here we go. Let me get the super chat goal going. I've not seen Conan playing it. I've heard there's actually a pretty big spoiler in the Borderlands 4 Clueless Gamer segment. So, yeah, no FOV on console. Yeah, I mean we'll see. That's unfortunate. Hopefully the Pro has one. If you guys are looking for Borderlands 4 review roundup, we will do one in about 3.5 hours. And I will be playing the game tomorrow, and I will be playing the game Friday, and I will be playing the game with my wife on Friday night and Saturday night if we hit the goals down in the corner. You thinking 82? I'm thinking because Borderlands 2 got an 89 and Borderlands 3 got an 81, I'm thinking this gets like an 87 or an 88. That's what I'm thinking. Metal Eden has FOV, has some screen tearing. Would you trade FOV for screen tearing? Oh, when you mess with the FOV in Metal Eden, you get screen tearing? I went quality mode and it fixed it. Snake Eyes is spamming the farty bomb over here, trying to manifest a 50 bomb. That's what my son calls a gifted 50 bomb. So both platforms over here trying to manifest. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull up the stream. That's a very, very dangerous thing to do. To stream something but prior to street date. That's a really great way of getting a copyright strike and a claim and a takedown. It's a really good way to get in trouble. So, given the delayed embargo, what about the delayed embargo? You think the score is going to be a little bit lower, Eugene? Yo, it's good, Kill Switch. How are you? I'm a little worried that Steam has yet to allow preloading of Borderlands 4. Sometimes that's a database thing. I don't know. I mean, sometimes they set the date and the time, and then you just have to wait. I would imagine it's going to be sometime later today. That would be my thought. That would be my thought. And my hope. You think it's going to be a below 80? I have a severe doubt this thing scores lower than Borderlands 3, Eugene. The previews have been, and I know previews tend positive, but still, they've been pretty glowing. I can't imagine this scoring lower than Borderlands 3. Did you see the Metallic resub? No, I didn't. I'm so sorry. Hey, here's another Prime. I'm heading back to YouTube. Thank you so much, Metallic, for using your Prime. Getting us to 237. And it's now 35 to 38 between the platforms. Previews for Wonderlands were amazing as well, and here we are. 76 to 79 is my gut. I predict a strong 79. It's scoring lower than Borderlands 3 will be insane to me. That'll be insane to me. Everything we've seen shows significant signs of improvement from Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 got an 81. That would be insane for this to score lower than that. Purple's clippy for me for some reason. I prefer YouTube. I think it's because we stream at that higher resolution and we do the experimental bitrate. Nobody else complains, though, so I think it just messes with some people. That's how I avoid frustration. Lower expectations based on crappy practices. So, Eugene, if the review embargo lands in 4 hours and the game is launching on Friday, what exactly is your issue with the review timing? You think it should be an entire day before, like New Zealand can play it on PC? The vast majority of people will not be playing this game until the middle of the day, Thursday or Friday. I don't know. I don't feel like we're getting some weird thing. I would expect good scores from a game that Embargo releases on release time. I wonder, is this a 2K practice? Hey, what's good, Tommy Hendy? Tommy, I got a guy with access. He has review access right now, and he says it's 4 p.m. today, 8 a.m. New Zealand time. Do you have more reliable source than that? I went to your man's article, and it seems like there's conflicting info. Guys, and I've said this before, not just because Tom's here. I've said very many times you guys need to support Insider Gaming on Twitter, and you need to follow them on YouTube. They're one of the outlets that I go to for most of my information. I think they have good standards in a sea of bad standards. I like Tom and the boys over there. It was a good snag grabbing Ecstasis, by the way. I'm hearing 8 a.m. Eastern. Okay. I'm wondering if wires are getting crossed because 8 a.m. New Zealand is 4 p.m. today. I got a guy right now with access to the game, and he's saying embargoes today at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Eastern. We did update the article because it was misread or whatever. Yeah, I was reading your article multiple times today, and it kept changing. And I'm like, boys, I don't know what the frick's going on. And then I got a guy that I trust who has the game right now, and he says embargo is 4 p.m. Eastern today, which is 8 a.m. New Zealand. I'm wondering if that's where the wires are getting crossed, like the 8 a.m. is getting lost in the shuffle. I mean, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. If in 3.5 hours it's not here, then the info Tommy's got is correct. If it lands in 3.5 hours, then the info I got's correct. This is one of those rare times where I wish the dadgum company would come out and say something. Because, like, here's why 8 a.m. tomorrow doesn't make much sense to me, because New Zealand can play in 3.5 hours. That's weird to me. Like, you're going to let people play for a window of time before the review embargo hits. Is this a standard practice with 2K? Does anybody know? Like, as a publisher, do they hold review embargoes until the release date clicks over? Like, is this a standard practice, or is it a sign to be concerned? Because if it's a standard practice for 2K, I'm a little less concerned. I've seen nothing but good things. Some publishers do. I wonder if we could find a pattern here with 2K in embargoes. I can't think of what are some games 2K did this year. Didn't they do Mafia? When was the embargo on Mafia? I can't remember. Mafia was out before the game, but hang on though. What time? Because if the reviews for Borderlands land today at 4 p.m. Eastern, you would think, oh, that's before the game is out, and you would be incorrect. So maybe did the same thing happen with Mafia? Did it drop at like 4 in the afternoon? I feel like we did a stream. We did a stream to the Batmobile. All right, let's look and see. We did a stream, and we did a Mafia waiting room. Didn't we? No, we didn't. I thought we did. I swore we did a stream. That's so weird. I swore we did a Mafia review roundup. I guess we didn't. That is weird. I have like such a false memory. Mafia released on August the 8th. Okay. Mafia the Old Country review embargo. When was it? I'm seeing somebody say on August the 6th, the game releases in 5 hours, but still no reviews. The review embargo has still not been lifted. These guys are saying that about Mafia the Old Country on Steam. Are you sure? You're saying 6 days before the game dropped. What? I don't remember that. No. Mafia the Old Country review is published right here by IGN. They posted on August the 7th at 8 a.m. IGN wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have waited an entire week. They would have had that ready day one. No way. Look, this is Mafia the Old Country review by IGN. They posted it on August the 7th at 8 a.m. Now that gives credence to Tommy Hendy saying it's 8 a.m. tomorrow, because that's 8 a.m. the day after it was playable, which would be true of Borderlands as well. If it's 8 a.m. tomorrow, that's 8 a.m. the day after it's playable, because people are going to be able to play Borderlands this afternoon in New Zealand. I don't know. That seems to coincide with what Tom Henderson came in and said, that it's tomorrow at 8. Here, let's pull up Metacritic. Released on August the 8th? No, this is saying the game released on August the 8th. When did... That's a Friday. Oh, it's just the same. It's just the same. I think Tom might be correct, because Mafia the Old Country released on a Friday, August the 8th. IGN posted their review the Thursday before at 8 a.m. Yeah. I think Tom's source is correct. If that's how 2K handles reviews, it's the exact same thing. Borderlands' official release date is Friday, and we're hearing that reviews go live tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. That's exactly what happened with Mafia the Old Country, which I think there's good and bad here. Number one, it means we're probably not going to get in today. Number two, though, it may not be a sign of trouble for the game. It could be a standard practice with the publisher. That that's when they have it. That's when they have it released. The embargo. Have there been any other 2K published games this year? What? What? I can't type for beans right now. What games did 2K publish in 2025? Okay, NBA 2K 25 release date was September the 6th. Okay. That was Saturday? The frick? They released NBA on a Saturday? Okay. NBA 2K25. What the heck? What NBA game released? NBA 2K25. Oh, this is from last year. Okay, they posted it September the 13th at 7 p.m. That's freaking random. Oh, it's 26 this year. Okay, AI misled me. I'm an idiot. Okay, 2K26 was 6 days ago. IGN posted the review. No. Here it is. Yeah, see, this is freaking random. We're not deducing a pattern with the publisher. Look, IGN posted it at September the 4th at 6 p.m. Look at this review. This is from the previous NBA 2 game at 7 p.m. That's freaking random. That's such a random time of day. You know what I'm saying? Like, why on earth would they be doing them like that late in the day? Metacritic released the reviews for NBA 2K26 are showing it September the 5th is the release date. Yeah, that's a Friday. And then the review hit the night before at 6 p.m. Maybe Tom's trying to trick you. Stand your ground. No, Tom's been very reliable. I said that the other day about PlayStation. When he said that there was a state of play coming, I was like, when it comes to PlayStation, in general, Tommy Henny don't guess. And when it comes to PlayStation, he definitely doesn't guess. He should have been out there, and he kind of was, strutting his stuff about the Q Lite and the PS5 Pro because people were doubting him. And I was like, I wouldn't doubt this man. The dude's got sources that are vetted and reliable. His coverage of the PS5 Pro is what made me say it would be disruptive because it was going to advance ray tracing. And I said that's a huge thing that developers want. And that was some of the earliest info that we knew about the Pro came from Tommy. So I say we hold because we've not been able to deduce a pattern with the publisher. Mafia: The Old Country was 8 a.m. day before. NBA was at like 6 in the evening day before. So we could literally see reviews hit today in 3 hours. One of the reasons I think it's today at 4 p.m. Eastern is because I got somebody right now who has the game and has said it's today. Wait. Now that source is saying, I just rechecked and the embargo for us is 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, the 11th, not the 10th. 2K has changed it twice. What the frick is going on? Looks bad on the game. It does. Is it bad I platinum Mafia: The Old Country and then you get that sort of empty feeling after platinuming a game and all I want to do is more stuff like Mafia? That's a sign of problems. It's either a sign of problems, Eugene, or given that AMD and NVIDIA both pushed out drivers today and we know day one patch is supposed to fix stuff, maybe they pushed it and said, hey, let everybody know to download these drivers and updates and add that to their review. Because if the NVIDIA driver update and the AMD driver update helps, and if the day one patch helps, people could say in their reviews, hey, we just want to add this in. We downloaded these updates and these drivers, and it made a significant difference. It is possible that's why they did it. I don't think that's an immediate sign of trouble, given that both GPU outlets, companies, pushed out drivers today. I don't know. Everything looked really, really good up to now. I don't see signs of like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. Like Mafia: The Old Country was 8 a.m. day before. Sounds like this one's going to be as well. Oh. The day one patch is supposed to do a lot, according to Randy. I just wish when something like this was going on, it would be nice if somebody would just come out and say, hey, you know, we've seen some questions and this, that, and the third. The review embargo is at this time. You know, I like when there's like a clear announcement about the review embargo. I tried sending you a DM on Discord, but I can't. Yeah, you have to send me a friend request first. Reason for that is I don't like having just like straight up open DMs in Discord. There were a lot of bots going around for a time. Your user is Angel Dust. What are you trying to send me? Randy doesn't watch Reforge Gaming confirmed. Why? What did he say? I don't... Well, I was really trusting it was today at 4. I was trusting it. If there's some behind the scenes review damage control, this isn't getting an 8. Well, here's the thing, though. Even the people that were playing it early that were having performance issues, they were actually saying that it wasn't that bad. The one guy was like, it's some hitches and some stutters, but overall, he said they were having a good experience. I don't know. And the fact that both NVIDIA and AMD both pushed out driver updates today. I'm not that concerned, unless, of course, the driver updates and the day one patch make things, you know, they could obviously make things worse, but glad your boy double checked his embargo time. Yeah, it's really weird that they would have had one and then moved it. We had that happen with something recently. Wu Chang kept sending the wrong information about their embargo as well. I don't understand what you're asking me to do here. Delayed reviews causing confusion. And promises of day one patches making the game better, different. Always potential to be wrong, but it's a red flag for sure. Yeah, I would encourage everybody to pump the brakes, obviously. Where are the reviews? At this point, it seems like it's going to be 8 Eastern tomorrow. We were told today at 3. But then Tom Henderson came in, and I trust him. He said 8 a.m. tomorrow. I had a reliable source saying, no, it's today at 4. But then they said, hang on, no, wait, they changed it. A poll so I know what ones to send? I don't do that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't know why you're just randomly wanting to do that. I don't do that. Here there's no FOV slider. I'm not sure. Somebody was playing it today early and said on the base PS5 that there was no FOV slider. Yeah. All good. I mean, that's what I mean. I don't know who you are. I don't feel like we've ever interacted. Just trying to get back to y'all. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't do giveaways. That's not something that I do. It's like it to me is probably my least favorite thing to do as a streamer. I have a source saying it's time for beer. I mean, it's like 10 to 1, so the embargo is so confusing. At this point, I don't know what the call is. Like, if we hold fast and hope that people got bad info and that it is today, I don't know. Everybody is now changing their story. So that's the problem, is it sounds like internally, it sounds like what happened with Wu Chang. We were given different review embargo dates for Wu Chang multiple times. And it was really confusing. Yeah. There's a French person streaming. That's a really, really good way to get your channel into hot water. You're not really supposed to do that. So, like, I won't even pull it up and watch him. A lot of times when people do that and break street date, the publishers will come after you. Have the devs say anything on Twitter? No, I've been checking. They've been talking about an event on the 12th. 6 minutes ago, Randy Pitchford quote tweeted it and retweeted it and said, "This is awesome. Anyone in Berlin that visit this, can you send me some photos?" Yeah. So it'd be cool if they would just come out and like definitively state it. Because now the dilemma I have is, we shut down, shift gears, do something else. What if it actually happens at 4? And then I'm going to be sitting here freaking, mad as all get out. I believe Tom. But Tom's only as good as the info given to him, and we've had conflicting info. So again, there could be wires crossed. There could be bad info circulating. I don't know. The fact that I had somebody who has access say, "Oh yeah, it's today," and then they're like, "Oh wait, no, it's not," makes me say, okay, it's bad info in the other direction, that it isn't today, that it is tomorrow. Any news on preloads? No. I don't see the harm in waiting. Here, I'll take the countdown down just because that could be, it could be incorrect. I don't see the harm in waiting. We don't really have anything else to do, and there's really not much else in gaming news coverage other than the fact that there's a Nintendo Direct on Friday. So like, what's the point of holding reviews? The theory that I've come up with, that I think is a solid theory, is that there is a day one patch coming. Their NVIDIA drivers went live today, and AMD drivers went live today, specifically addressing issues in Borderlands. My thought is they're pushing that out, and they're letting everybody know, hey, can you download these drivers and this update and update your review to maybe include that, yeah, there were NVIDIA drivers today. Some companies don't want reviews impacting sales. Yeah, that's also definitely true. He got taken down, it seems, unless they changed category. They are usually very, very good about not allowing you to do that. Content from this channel has been removed at the request of the copyright holder. I told you. I told y'all. You're playing fast and loose. You don't want to do that. It's never worth it. It's never worth it. You know what I mean? For a few moments to have that level of viewership, like a couple hundred people, and then to get nuked like that, it's just never worth it. What time do the reviews go? Oh, sorry. Yeah. The other guy that was streaming caught a 2-day ban in the DMCA. Yeah. Yeah. It's never worth it. It's like, you know, you got to show the game a little bit early for folks. I mean, that doesn't... Rode high for an hour or two only to disappear. Yeah, even if you were pulling, I mean, thousands upon thousands of views, I would say it still isn't worth it because, you know, now when the game actually comes out, you're not going to be able to stream it. I appreciate you putting the global launch times in my chat. I appreciate that. The issue in question was a lot of conflicting information about the review embargo. So we're just going to wear it. We're just going to wear it and we're going to ride until 4 and just see if people got bad info. Yeah, Detective Seeds is saying for him it's tomorrow, but he's saying I cannot attest to journos, like journalists. I've received numerous messages. My review will come after I get 100%. Yeah. So yeah, I told you guys that they were gonna come after him. I said I wouldn't do that. I would not stream the game early like that. They will fricking come for you. They will nuke you. It's not worth it. Just stream until the reviews are out. No big deal. Yeah, all the way until tomorrow, 8 in the morning. That's right. It's all New Zealand's fault. I told you guys before. Now you know why I dislike New Zealand so much. I'm kidding. Now you see. Now you understand. When's the review embargo? We've got conflicting information. It's sounding like it's tomorrow at 8 a.m., which is really unfortunate. We were also hearing it's today at 4 p.m. Eastern, because 8 a.m. New Zealand time. I don't know. It seems like maybe they pushed it back because there was an NVIDIA driver that got pushed out today, an AMD driver that got pushed out today, that are supposed to help with performance. So it's possible they had everybody pump the brakes by half of a day so that they could get the updates and then update their reviews to say, hey, a lot of these issues have been resolved. Oh, you think the AMD driver was yesterday? Okay. Seems to be a bad sign for quality. It could be a bad sign for quality. It could be that they've rectified a lot and that's why they want people to have a chance to update their, their reviews. Most people aren't looking to play this game until Friday, and then tomorrow they'll be able to see review scores. I would still hope that helps people make a good decision. That would be my hope, is that the average consumer was looking at Friday as the release date. If we get a review score tomorrow on Metacritic and OpenCritic, all those people then are well informed and are able to go into Friday knowing how well the game did. So it's 5 a.m. in New Zealand here. Yeah. I say we just hold. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to talk about. Like, gaming news is going pretty quiet, and the reason they're going pretty quiet is because this, a pretty big game is about to launch this week. So generally, gaming news quiets down. Well, a great way to spend the time is just to wait. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. I'll wear it. Why so short a window? They did the same thing with Mafia: The Old Country, and they did a short window with NBA 2K 26. 2K as a publisher seems to have very short embargo windows. So, yeah. Yeah, I saw Seed's tweet. I saw it. Why are ads playing nonstop? That's something that runs automatically on the channel because it keeps preloads off, like pre-roll. Like you just get into my stream without any pre-roll. So if you want to avoid them constantly running after the fact, you need to sub to the channel. You can use a Prime, or you can do the $5 sub, and you'll never see them. I think it's better to have pre-rolls off. So for the next hour, anybody that jumps in my stream doesn't get hit with the pre-roll. Unfortunately, in order to do that, it runs a lot of ads during. And a 5 bomb of members comes in from D, and he says, boys, let's have some fun while we wait. Let's get some members here. 242. We're now 8 away from the next milestone. It's now 43 to 35 between the two platforms. This gold down here in the corner is for my wife and I to play some Borderlands on Friday night with you guys. If we hit stretch, we'll do Saturday. There are no drops for Borderlands right now. No. Yeah, there are no drops right now. Reviews are not out. We are going to wait for 3 hours and see if they drop at 4. It looks like that's not going to happen, but I figure it's better to wait and be wrong than to shut down and then they drop them and we're like, oh, for frick's sake. Like that, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to wait. I'm just going to hold and we'll just have conversations. We'll just hang out. We'll just talk. We'll just vibe. We'll just work on getting the like count up on YouTube. Get it to 600, boys. You know? And working on the goal as well, you know. Appreciate you guys. I missed out on the purple Echo skin, but it says it's still active till the 18th. I mean, maybe if you watch me stream in the directory long enough, you'll get it. I don't know. I people were getting drops on my channel for Battlefield, and I didn't do anything. Ready to step back through the rift? Rift Breaker, 4-player co-op mode. What is this? A 2.0 update? Claim your key. Why am I on a mailing list for this game? I don't remember doing anything with this game. That's the game I wanted to show you. You keep seeing IG ads for it. You know, Mordor's in New Zealand. It really makes you think. Yeah, it really makes you think. That's where they went to film Mordor. You know, I think that says a lot. Why don't you play games while waiting? Generally, what we do here is a talk show, and then I'll dive into gameplay when something is new. That's generally how I do it. If like something's brand new, we'll check it out, you know. But whenever we're just kind of vibing and talking, if I boot up a game, everybody leaves because I don't talk as much. It's a blend of a few genres. Yeah, it's PC only though, so I'm not interested. Top-down base building, but also action RPG elements. I feel like we've looked at that one, and it does look cool. If it came to console, I could see playing it with Madam. Can you move to New Zealand and play now? No. You could move to New Zealand and play in 3 hours, I believe. I say very firm on this. Reviews need to be out before any customer can access the game, including through early access. If not, I will assume the worst until proven otherwise. Yeah, I think that's a safe way to approach it. I think that's a safe way to approach it, you know, to say, hey, if you're not going to give people ample time to look at review scores, then, you know, I'm going to assume there's problems. I've seen enough about this to know that I feel like they got a great game. I feel like they nailed it. If it has some performance issues at launch, that's obviously a bummer, but when is Light No Fire? We have no idea. Look on Insider Gaming as well. Yeah, Tom Henderson stopped by. Tom's a friend of the show. He and I have been able to DM. He's very cordial. He's very nice. I support Insider Gaming. I think they're good, and I always drive people to, you know, to support them on Twitter and their articles and stuff. And he stopped by and said that they've updated their article and that the info is now that it's tomorrow. I'm just going to hold fast here. We're just going to wait, and we're going to see. We're having a good time. We're meeting new people. You know, we're getting back to almost 160,000 followers on Twitch. Obviously, when we got the channel back, we've been slipping, but this is the first time we've seen nothing but growth in a really long time. And I'm feeling a little bit of nostalgia because this is the game that I started my streaming career with, was Borderlands. My very first stream ever was Ori and the Blind Forest, but then I really started to put the time in, and I did a lot of Borderlands streams back in the day. Borderlands, the Handsome Collection, on my Xbox One, streaming with the Kinect camera. And this is a little nostalgic for me. So, like, I think it's just fun to meet people and to be excited about Borderlands and to wait. And if the reviews hit tomorrow, well, then we'll boot up tomorrow and we'll do a review roundup. You know, I would say that this has been a good use of our time. You know, we're meeting new folks. We've gotten to discuss Borderlands and our favorite characters and, you know, who we're going to start out the game with, you know. When is preload on Steam? Nobody seems to know when the preload on Steam starts. Probably sometime today. Any predictions about the story? I actually don't think the story is going to be that elaborate. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. It's just like you got warring factions and vaults. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more beyond that. Wait, I don't understand. Riftbreaker is on console? When did it release on console? It has a 4.58. It has an amazing score. And you can play online with other people. It's been on there since 2021? I must be thinking of a different game. I did not think that game was on console. I thought for sure Riftbreaker was PC only. I must be thinking of something else that we looked at, Sven. I didn't know it was out. I just kept seeing ads for it. You know what? Isn't it mostly RT? I think it's mostly RTS. Is it RTS, or it looks like it's also like action? Yeah, kind of like a Diablo or like a Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. So you're like building and setting things up. Yeah. It actually looks really, really good. It's got a great score, probably for good reason. It looks like a quality game. We looked at something similar to that. So here's another way to support Tommy Hendy. Tom Henderson just tweeted here, super stoked to announce that Insider Gaming has launched Football Gaming Zone, a football-focused website in partnership with FGZ News, your number one hub for football gaming news. EA, Football Club, Football Manager, UFL, eFootball. So he's talking about footy. He's not talking about NFL here. This new site marks the beginning of Insider Gaming Group. Well, that's awesome. That's great. You guys should support what they're doing over there. I think they're a good outfit. Tom's got a good head on his shoulders. I think they do good work. I'm not thinking about buying Borderlands 4 until you're satisfied with the progression and loot drop rates of the guns, but can be convinced if I can finally kill Claptrap. Well, they're not going to let you kill Claptrap. They're not going to do that. Cancel pre-order, not a good feeling. Yeah, I'm not encouraging anybody to pre-order or cancel pre-order in either direction. You will have ample information tomorrow to get or skip. You will know. You will know. We may even find out today. Again, I'm gonna hold, and we're just gonna wait and see if anything happens, because I don't really have anything else to do this afternoon. I mean, I could obviously end and go to Green Room and then work on my Ghost of Tsushima video, but it's probably just as productive to hang out and get to know people here and meet new people instead. So is the fear that it'll have bad performance on the Pro. Apparently, there was a guy who got it early. He was German, and he was playing it on the base PS5, and he said that performance was fine. So I guess the worry was there was no FOV slider. When is Ghost releasing? October the 2nd. I'm trying to work on a Ghost of Tsushima video to release about a week to a week and a half before that, and it's taking me a long time to write the script. It's been really enjoyable. We're wanting to do more longer form content like that, but it takes a long time. Joker Quinn says, I'm ride or die Borderlands. I'm playing the game regardless. The hope would be that performance is not an issue. That's been a major bummer this year. Anytime a big multi-plat game comes out, we're all like, well, how does it run? And, we've had a lot of bad performant games. So, if you guys haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. If today has helped you just by the fact that we've covered it and the reviews haven't come out, like if today has helped you, then give me a follow on Twitch. Give me a sub on YouTube. That's free. If you want to support directly with a membership or a sub, that's also helpful. And again, hitting like on YouTube is super helpful. And then tomorrow we'll cover it. We'll look at the reviews. We'll do a roundup. We'll do gameplay tomorrow at noon. Okay? You're going to get a good look at the game tomorrow. You're not going to have to go in blind. So. And I was supposed to get a code with an embargo of tomorrow, and I haven't heard back. I wonder if it's related to all these problems. I was told, hey, you're going to get a code, and the embargo for what they were going to send me is tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. Well, I don't have the dadgum game. I can't do anything with it, so I'm not sure what happened. I don't know what happened. They reached out. They said, what platform do you want? I told them. And then I haven't heard anything since. I mean, that could mean anything. That could mean that they're having issues. That could mean that they're pushing it back. That could mean that they pumped the brakes on code distribution. I don't know. Is it cross-save? I don't know. No, it will not have cross-save or cross-progression. But the feature is planned in a future update. That's according to Google AI. Game Rant looks like they have an article about it. It'll be missing some features at launch. Borderlands 4 will not include cross-save or cross-progression. Right here, according to Game Rant. So, the developer does acknowledge this may be frustrating for some players, and we hear you. This is on our radar. We appreciate all your feedback. So while it's sad it won't be possible immediately, it's good to know that the features are still planned for the future. I mean, saying it's on their radar doesn't mean it's necessarily planned. That's a pretty weak commitment, in my opinion. What about cross-play? I think it's cross-play, isn't it? Yeah, it's cross-play. Yes, yeah. I was like, I'm pretty certain they showed that. Yeah, no cross-save, no cross-progression, but cross-play. I would say cross-play is more important of the bunch because that means you can play wherever you want and you're not limited on who you can play with. I think that's more important. I do think cross-save and cross-progression is important, but the vast majority of people are not buying the game in multiple places. So I think they're appealing to the masses, and they're appealing to the needs of far more players by having cross-play. Cross-progression and cross-save is a great feature, but again, most people are not doing that. They're not buying the game on every single platform and needing that as a feature. That doesn't mean it's not important, and I'm not downplaying it. But there's far less consumers that are going to be facing that pain point day one. The email just heard you say the embargo time is 8 a.m. Yeah, but this wasn't review access. That's why I was confused. I thought this was like early access to play. So I thought they were saying, oh, you'll be able to play at 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. And I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. I'll get a jump on playing. It wasn't a review code. It was literally like an early access code. So that's why I thought, oh, the reviews will hit today, people getting codes can play tomorrow, and then you'll be well informed as the consumer. And I was seeing information that corroborated that. There were people saying that they were going to go live with reviews at 8 a.m. New Zealand time, which is 4 p.m. our time. And I thought, well, that makes sense. I'm supposed to be getting early access and I'll be able to play in the morning. I haven't heard anything back. So it sounds like they even pumped the brakes on that for whatever reason. I wonder if that means that is when the embargo time is, and then you can play after that time. Yeah, I don't know. I truly don't. The whole thing seems weird because even a source that had access said that it was today. And then they said that they had changed the review timing. They had changed the embargo timing. I'm thinking of taking naps so time speeds up. Yeah, I mean, I will be here. I'm just going to ride it out and wear it. And why no official word? I don't know. I try to believe the best. I'm not like a, toxic positive optimist, but I try to believe the best. And it's like, if they wanted to push it back to tomorrow for whatever reason, it could be related to AMD drivers updated yesterday, NVIDIA drivers updated today, and we know there's a day one patch that's addressing some of the performance issues. Now, some of the more egregious issues that were reported on by Destructoid were his fault. He updated his article. He was having trouble with his power supply, and his rig was actually not up to snuff, and people thought that it was. So that has been updated. And he says he's now getting like 58 to 61 frames now that he's fixed some of his issues. So the hitching and the stuttering seems to be the major thing that lingers even once people manage to get good performance out of it. So we shall see. We shall see. At this point, I figured let's just keep going. Let's just keep hanging. So they're not dropping today. Doesn't seem like it. We'll see. Having them drop right when New Zealand can play just makes sense to me, but it seems like it's going to be tomorrow. You bought Super Deluxe. Do I know how to preload on Steam? I do not know how to preload on Steam, sadly. We've had a lot of people come in and ask about that. It doesn't seem to be possible. So maybe Steam opens up preloads as soon as New Zealand can play, which is in what's the timer? We can put the timer up. 2 hours and 41 minutes. Guys, we almost have 600 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for everybody making sure and check your resubs. If you've got a re-up on YouTube or Purple, it counts towards the gold down here. It counts toward that total. So always make sure and check that, especially if you are paying for Amazon Prime. We've talked an awful lot about Borderlands, our favorite character. We've talked about who we're going to play as in the new one. We've talked about who we would pick if we could pick from any of them. There were a lot of people that picked Axton, which made me feel good. I've always liked Axton. I was always a bit bummed that his turrets didn't do very well in the late game. Is it playable in 3 hours? For New Zealand, it is playable in 3 hours, yes. Our reviews dropping before release. It seems like the most likely is tomorrow in the morning, which is not... It's before most people can play, but not all. Some people are going to be able to play, depending on their region, in 3 hours. The rest of the world is going to be probably playing later in the day, Thursday and Friday. So you will be able to see reviews at the latest tomorrow morning and gameplay tomorrow. I will be streaming it tomorrow as well. And that should be a good enough look at the game for you to make a decision. So I think right now a good word of caution would be just to hold off and wait. We'll have ample information within the next 24 hours with a very slim chance that we get something today. if anything, I will say this. If anything, be ready to click on reviews and screenshot them in the next couple of hours, because it sounds like there was a lot of miscommunication. So a bunch of people are going to potentially push their reviews live and then take them down. This has happened before. So be prepared. In the words of Scar, be prepared. And we will we'll see if we can't get to the bottom of like where scores are landing initially. You know, because especially if people have reviews on, you know, some of the PC performance issues as well. So 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will probably go live tomorrow a little earlier than normal. I'll probably go live a little earlier than normal. And then what I'll do is we'll look at all the reviews. We'll do a roundup. And then at noon, we'll redirect, do a new stream, and we'll jump into gameplay. I can play tomorrow on PC. I'm hoping they get me my PS5 code before then. I can just start playing on my PS5. I don't really feel like buying the game, you know, twice. I'm also holding off on buying because they told me I was getting a code. So I was like, it'd be great if that happened so that then I know what to do. Because to me, I'm always willing to buy the game. I'm not concerned about that. I just need to know which system I should buy it for. Where should I spend? Playing solo? I'll start out solo, and then I'll play with my wife on Friday night if we hit the goal. I'll be playing with my wife co-op in Borderlands quite a bit, actually. It's like one of our favorite games. So, we absolutely love it. Her username in these parts is Madam Crumpet, and that's where that comes from. So, thank everybody who followed the channel and hung out today. It looks like we'll have to wait till tomorrow, but we are going to just hold and see. We're going to hold and see for the duration of about 2.5 hours. And we are 8 members away, or 8 subs away from me having to gift one back. So, can you help me pre-download Borderlands 4 on Steam? It is not available yet. We're not sure when it will be. Current theory is maybe it'll become available when it's playable in New Zealand, which is in 2.5 hours. So, a lot of folks are coming in and asking about that, and that's our best guess. That is our best guess. Reviews out? No, sadly. I remember watching you both play Borderlands 3. I'm hoping it's a better co-op experience this time around. Yeah, you're old school if you watched my wife and I play Borderlands 3 together. Because I got Borderlands 3 release date. I got like a second PC for her. That was late September. That was in late 2019. I got a second PC just for her so that we could do 2 capture cards and all of that. And I'm set up for that now. You know, we'll get 2 PS5 Pros in here, 2 capture cards, 2 perspectives. I've got 2 monitors. We'll be good to go. That's what this goal is for Friday night. I found this channel during Suicide Squad game release. That was something. I really thought that game was going to deliver, and boy, was I wrong. I've gotten a lot of my predictions correct, and that was one where I completely swung and missed. I was like, I don't know, guys. They seem really passionate. They really believe in the project, and I enjoyed. My wife and I played it through. I enjoyed the campaign well enough, but the minute we got to the end and started interacting with the live service stuff, I was like, this sucks. And a 5 bomb of members comes in from Hotshot and puts us at 247. We're exactly 3 away from me owing members to somebody. Whoever hits it gets it. Twitch, this is a perfect opportunity to steal. We're only 3 away. And if your platform hits the milestone, I gift you the member. So thank you to everybody who also hit follow today on Twitch. I got my start with Borderlands 10 years ago, and we will be doing a good amount of coverage and streams. So make sure when you follow, you're here every day. If you decide to do a sub, you'll never see an ad. I turn those off for subs, so you can use your Prime here, or you can do the $5. And then you can get into our Discord and find people to play with. It's a really, really great community here. A lot of holdovers from Destiny. A lot of Destiny community members here. We're getting gameplay today for Borderlands 4. I'm sorry, no, I won't be able to do that. We were going to look at the reviews. New Zealand can play in 2.5 hours. If the reviews don't drop in 2.5 hours, we will do a review roundup in the morning tomorrow, and then I will play tomorrow. So I am sorry, I do not have gameplay for you today. Kill the Justice League was so heartbreaking, so much potential. Yeah. You can take a vacation to New Zealand if you pick it up on Xbox. I have a PlayStation account that could potentially do that. I don't know if I want to do that though. That's risky. I don't want to do that. I want to play it when I'm able to play it. I don't want to play fast and loose with my channels. That can be a really, really bad idea. Yeah. Because they could come in and be like, hey, you're not allowed to play right now. You know? I like to play by the rules when this kind of stuff happens because it's a big risk to step out of those boundaries. Like, you can get into some hot water. So, I'm asking when the embargo drops, will people be playing? Oh, no. Yes, you will probably see people playing in 2.5 hours if they do the New Zealand trick or they're, oh, that's right. You won't be able to do it on PlayStation. So if they do the New Zealand trick on their PC or on their Xbox, you know, they'll be able to play in the next 2.5 hours. Yes. When are the reviews coming? If I was a betting man, I would say tomorrow morning. I'm going to hold and keep streaming for the next 2.5 hours, and we are going to check. If anything, some people might accidentally publish them today. They might accidentally publish them today because it seems like there's been confusion about when they can go live. And we've had that happen before. And so we will be here, you know, watching and screenshotting and trying to get the skinny on the game. If we have to wait until tomorrow, we have to wait until tomorrow. But we've just been having a good, positive time, regardless of if they hit today or not. So it's a great community. I stream on both places. I stream on YouTube and Purple, and I appreciate all the new folks that we met today. And a single comes in from Joker Quinn and puts us 2 members away from 250. Whoever squeaks this in, 2 more gets it there. We'll see who decides to do it. I'm watching both chats to see who does it. 2 away. Same time globally. And a prime comes in from Props Panda. We are now exactly 1 away. We're at 249. There you go. Thank you so much for using your prime. That helps you out. You'll never see an ad here now as long as your sub is active with me. Thank you so much. I turn those off for you guys. I appreciate it very, very much. It seems corny and we say it. I know it feels like you're watching PBS or something, but like I literally do this full time because I'm fan funded. People that support with primes and subs, it's how I'm able to do this full time. So thank you to everybody who gifts and subs. And both Joker Quinn and Stone Spire do it, but Stone Spire is going to be the agent of chaos. He pushes us 1 past the 250 to 251. So YouTube wins it. And the next milestone is now 275. Thank you so much. The boys over here on YouTube doing their thing. I now owe them a member. And I'm going to do that now. And thank you guys so much for just sticking with me, man. I know some of you, if you haven't been seeing my content, we've been making it. We have been making it. Like if you're like, man, I haven't seen your content in a while. I haven't seen your streams in a while. We have been here. We have been out here, boys. So make sure that you're in the Discord. Make sure that you are, following and have noties turned on. And follow me on Twitter and all the places. I'm Reforge Gaming everywhere. Our Discord is Reforge TV. But still. Why can't PlayStation do the New Zealand trick? You need your account in PlayStation to be set to New Zealand. You literally That's the way you do it. So I don't know why it started one, but it started a hype train over here on Purple. And Kingpin uses their Prime for 2 months. Welcome back, Kingpin. I appreciate that so much. Getting us to 252. And looking good there. Purple, down here in the corner, you may notice YouTube's beating you. So we gaming? No, we're not going to be able to play early. I am sorry. I will be playing tomorrow, and we'll check out the reviews as soon as they drop. The reviews, we were told they were dropping today, and now that's changed. So we're going to check in 2.5 hours and see if reviews drop anyway and people make a mistake, and we may be able to get some information because they'll push them out and then they'll take them down. And we might be able to screenshot some of them and, get you some of the skinny on how the game is performing. It seems like right now people aren't really concerned about if it's a good Borderlands or not. It seems like the primary concern is it going to have performance issues? So, yeah. And our video about Silk Song is doing well. If you guys watched that yesterday, thank you so much. If you're looking for something to do for the time being, and you have an opinion about it, I'll put a link in chat to the Silk Song video. That has been certainly an interesting topic and certainly an interesting discussion. And I'm gonna set this option. I'm gonna set that as the title. Yeah, stop the experiment. There we go. They let you experiment with different titles now, and Silk Song difficulty isn't the problem. Was running away with it. Okay. So there's a link in chat. If you guys are interested in my commentary about Silk Song and difficulty, you can watch that since we're not doing much anyway while we're sitting here kind of waiting. Hoping it runs well on the 4070 Super. I'm nervous. I've got a 5070 Ti that I'll be able to play. I'll play with that tomorrow, maybe to showcase that to people. I think that'll be helpful information. So even if I don't get my code to play early on PlayStation, I may do that tomorrow just for the sake of the users out there that are curious. Not that that's a great test case for people on mid to low end rigs, but it'll still be helpful. I like Unreal 5 from a dev perspective. The tools are nice. I think Unreal 5 is starting to round out. It's starting to round out. Games like Split Fiction and others have run well in Unreal 5. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes with Borderlands here. I think I'm catching what you're putting down in the DM. New Zealand's like 17 hours ahead. They're not days ahead. I don't think anybody said they're days ahead. I think they said they're a ways ahead. Maybe I don't know. I mean, yeah, they're ahead of us. They're in the future. And we got a minute left on the hype train to roll it over to level 2, boys. If you're going to use your primes, if you're going to renew, if you're going to gift, now's the time. And a 20 bomb comes in from Rich Rice over here on Team YouTube. And that puts us at 272. The next milestone is 275. And buddy, did he drop a big one. We're now 3 away from the next milestone. You love to see that. That's the first 20 bomb of the day. Thank you so much. It's very generous, Rich. You ordered coffee today too, didn't you? Man, this guy's he's just doing it all. Just being awesome. I appreciate it so much. So many new subscribers and followers on all the platforms. I got my nice pretty new setup there with the bookshelf, and yeah. Hang on one second. Let me check this here. Yeah, I can. I can. Check the official site for Borderlands 4. The time is on there. It's not midnight. Oh yeah. If you're wanting the global start times, they put the the grid out there if you want to see when you can play. Yeah. New Zealand's not today. What? Why were we told they could play at 8 a.m. today? Eight a.m. their time, I'm sorry. It's 8 a.m. tomorrow your time? Wait, what the frick? I thought they could play at 8 a.m. today. So that's info that we also got that wasn't correct. Man, I'm sorry, guys. This is so confusing because everybody has a different start time for PC versus the console, and I think that's what threw me off. It's releasing simultaneously for everybody. If it's releasing simultaneously for everybody, that's tomorrow at noon. I can play on my PC tomorrow at noon, but then console isn't until midnight. That's why I thought it was today at 8 a.m. for New Zealand. I thought they were going to get ahead today, and then people could play as early as tomorrow morning. Have people been trashing the game? No. People have not been trashing. Preload was supposed to be 48 hours in advance. Yeah, something's going on. Today's the 10th. Yeah, but New Zealand gets there ahead of us. Do you see where the confusion lies? Like, it's like, oh yeah, it's the 10th, but they can play on the 11th. And I thought, well, they can play at the 11th at 8 a.m. their time. That's today. Right? This gets so confusing because it's like they're ahead and there's a PC time and there's a console time. Yeah, nobody can preload yet on PC. You can preload on console, can you not? I thought you could. Pull up the chart. Yeah, this is when you can play. I thought for sure New Zealand would be able to play today at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. their time, 4 p.m. our time. It's 4 a.m. New Zealand time on the 12th, which is what time? That's noon. So this right here, noon tomorrow, is when everybody can play my time. It's not rolling. Wyatt, I am rolling. Okay, so 4 a.m. New Zealand in Eastern is 12 p.m. Yep. Okay. Sorry. I got this so twisted because we thought the embargo was today, and then they said, no, the embargo is tomorrow. And then people said, no, the embargo is at 8 a.m. New Zealand. And then that's today at 4. And that's when they can play. We got our wires so freaking crossed. Yeah, that's a Tombstone reference. This was not intentional. I legit thought we were good to go today for reviews, and I thought New Zealand could play today because of that. So that means we can all play at the same time tomorrow, middle of the day. Okie dokie. This all signs red flags. It seems, honestly, Drumman, it seems like a 2K thing. 2K did something similar with Mafia the Old Country in 2K26. It seems like they handle embargoes of reviews very similarly. Like you don't get a super long window of time. Proof Reforge Gaming uses clickbait titles. No, I really don't like doing that. That's not a good idea. Obviously we didn't intend for this to happen, and we met a bunch of new people, and hopefully they trust that I'm not out here trying to trick people. That's not productive. It doesn't look like the reviews are coming today, no. I'm going to hold and trust that there are going to be some outlets that misfire and publish their reviews at 4 p.m. Eastern in 2 hours and 20 minutes. If that doesn't happen, then they're tomorrow morning. Is the 29 gig preload on Xbox a compressed file? I don't think so. I just think that the textures are the key. I don't think they have heavy textures that are going to make the game be huge. Yeah, I saw Detective Seed's tweet. It would be upsetting if Steam didn't get a preload and console got a preload. Yeah, not getting a preload is a huge bummer because nobody wants to be like, yeah, it's time to play, and now I have to wait hours because everybody's hitting the servers at the exact same time. You know? They're using Nanite and Lumen, Global Illumination, Ray Trace, which I think is part of the performance issues. Well, the hope would be you could just turn that stuff off. Right? That would be the hope. You can just turn it off. Steam rarely have preload. This is why you start 12 hours before console. Your source said that the reviews are today. You know what happened? They came back and they said, hang on, I just rechecked it and it's tomorrow at 8. And they said that they've changed it multiple times. So I'm not sure what's going on. I was told that I was getting a code and I couldn't play the game until tomorrow at 8 a.m. I assumed that was not a review copy, but early access copy just to play and stream. So when people were saying 8 a.m. tomorrow, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because I'm not getting review access. I'm getting early access. So I thought today the reviews would hit, and so did this person. But then they said they went back and checked and they said, oh, actually, no, it's tomorrow, and that they've changed it multiple times. And I'm like, what the frick? Why would you be doing that? No, you can't. The lighting is ray traced. So if you somehow turn off the ray trace, it would be no lighting. Oh, so they baked it right into the game. You can't turn it off. It's not like an option. There have been a handful of games that have done that. It's a bold move. That is a bold move, boys. Your servers can't handle my awesomeness. Sorry, Lono. What'd you do? Did I overload your servers with my 20 bomb? No, you didn't overload, but thank you. It was very generous. They talk about UE5 here. Borderlands 4 delivers ambitious scale with UE5. Is this fairly new? This is yesterday. I tell you what we'll do. We'll take a look at this and what they're saying about this in a moment. I need a very, very quick break, okay? I'll be right back. Keep in mind, we're really close to the next milestone. We only need 3. So check your renewals and your primes, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Okay, thanks for all the follows, guys. Sorry about the review situation. We're going to take a peek in 2 hours and see if anybody publishes by mistake, because there's been a lot of crossed wires and conflicting info out there. So, built with UE5, Borderlands 4 delivers ambitious scale with world, partition, nanite, lumen, and more. Okay, let's take a read here. Actually, let's do this. I always feel like it's a little bit easier to read in this scene. There we go. It's been over 15 years since the original Borderlands made its debut, and since then, the franchise has become one of the most iconic in gaming. When setting out to develop the latest installment, Borderlands 4 Gearbox developer software aim was to deliver the biggest, most badass version of the looter-shooter series to date, with an all-new emphasis on player freedom. To accomplish this, the team used Unreal 5 and leaned into features like world partition to achieve the game's ambitious scale, while implementing innovative new mechanics for environmental traversal and enhancing immersion with dynamic time of day and weather. Now with Borderlands 4 set to take the industry by storm, we caught up with Gearbox's technical director Neil Johnson to learn more about the team's use of Unreal 5 to go bigger and better than ever before and deliver the best, most beautiful Borderlands yet. Thanks for joining us, Neil. What are your core goals? Neil: our core goal, above all, is to make the best Borderlands game yet, and I think we've done that, of course. It's our customers who will tell us whether we've achieved that. In concrete terms, we want to provide a game that gives the player more freedom than they've ever had in a Borderlands title. More freedom of movement, freedom to explore a larger world, freedom even from loading screens as much as possible. We want our long-term fans to feel that this installment is faithful to the franchise, with more of everything that they love: more loot, more depth, more ways to be a badass vault hunter. We want them to live in this world for a while and have fun here. So what happened to your timer? I took it down because it seems like it's not going to be today, and I don't want to, we're obviously holding out hope, but it seems like it's not going to be today. More expansive environment. How has Unreal helped you achieve the goals of scale? Okay. The game would not have been possible without Unreal 5's world partition feature. In past titles, we've had to do a lot of streaming management ourselves, and we were always limited in what we could do. World partition makes level streaming so much easier. World partition gives us the ability to present a larger world to the player than we would have been able to otherwise by ourselves. Similarly, one file per actor made it possible for our designers and artists to work in maps at the same time without stepping on each other's toes. Although the transition to this new system came with some difficulty early on, I can't imagine going back to the days of one dev at a time making changes to a level. That's pretty awesome. When do the reviews go live? We were told today in about 2 hours, but now we're hearing it's tomorrow. We're just going to hold and look and hope. And if sometimes people make mistakes and publish their reviews early, which is very possible, given that there was a lot of bad information out there. My source even indicated that it was going to be today, and then they switched to tomorrow, and it's been switched multiple times. So that obviously is an issue. The Borderlands series has one of the most passionate and vocal fan bases of any franchise in gaming. How did you approach gaming's feedback when setting up to develop Borderlands? We take our fan community very seriously and we listen. Of course, we don't make our feature or story decisions based solely on community feedback, because a million people can have a million differing opinions, and we have our own vision for the game. But we have been known to make course corrections when the fans make it known that something truly matters to them and when we agree. The recent very late production shift that added a combat radar to the HUD is the most recent example. I'm proud of that change and proud that we were not afraid to make it. So yeah, this was something that they put priority on, because there was an awful lot of feedback about that particular lack of feature, and so it was good to see them, decide to do that and to not just be like, no, we don't want it. I mean, Randy tried to explain why it was difficult and it was a more vertical game and things like that. I thought that was fine. I thought that was a fine explanation, but I think it's good that they continued to listen and to iterate and to give people what they want. What's the first thing you want players to think of when they see Kairos in Borderlands 4? I want them to think, wow, this world's gorgeous. I want them to see what's over that hill. I want players to feel that this game is a step change from the previous titles, with fewer of the obstacles to exploration that game constraints typically place on them. I want our players to feel that Kairos is a rich, lived-in world, even more so than Pandora and the other worlds from previous installments. We've added so much more detail to the world than we could have done in the past. One example is the addition of critters, small creatures that skitter about in the environment and give it more of a lifelike feel. These creatures don't have any impact on gameplay, but their presence makes it feel more interesting. I would say that's not huge, but that's something, If you, again, it's interesting to me that they're using language about lived in and spend time, like living. They want you to live in this world for a while. So, asking about the art style. Achieving the Borderlands art style brings challenges that other games might not have, and those challenges have only grown in recent years. These days, we have to deal with a multitude of rendering options, including AI-driven upscaling, not to mention a wide range of screen resolutions and graphics and card capabilities. The new GPU landscape and even the engine itself can sometimes present a challenge when it comes to achieving that beautiful inked look. Advanced rendering features like Lumen sometimes force us to make trade-offs. So yeah, the lighting would be a concern there, because that could severely affect like the appearance. One thing I can say though is that Unreal's incredible material system gives us the best tools in the industry to meet that challenge. Similarly, global illumination with fully dynamic lights has given us more control over the color palette and the tone. I'm telling you, GI is huge. GI is so helpful in making things look so good. It was transformative to AC Shadows. Even though I got a little burned by AC Shadows after a time, it was a good game. A good-looking game, I should say. I thought they did a really, really good job with it. Okay. Let me check something here. Okay. Sorry. Back to it. Our art team has incredibly exacting standards for the graphical art style because it's part of the Borderlands core identity. I can say with confidence that they've been able to achieve their goals for that look with this engine. What aspects of the UE5 toolset opened up new possibilities during development that weren't possible before? It's mostly an increase in scale that the new tools have given us. I mentioned how world partition and one file per actor gave us the ability to build larger worlds. Similarly, Nanite allowed for more freedom to author meshes at the desired level of detail that our artists wanted. There we go. Lumen gave us more control over the rendered look of the game. In the area of gameplay, Blueprint is often cited as a powerful scripting tool, and here I want to say that we bucked the trend a bit by reining in the use of Blueprint as compared to our previous titles. We learned the lesson that Blueprint is such a powerful tool that it needs to be used wisely, otherwise you can end up with scores of performance issues and difficult gameplay bugs late in the project. On Borderlands 4, we put guardrails in place that forced Blueprint to be used only where we wanted it to. This unorthodox decision was one of the best things we did on this project, allowing us to leverage Blueprint's awesome potential without hampering us. I mean, that's obviously encouraging if they knew that was going to cause issues later on. Host of new movement abilities that let players zip around the battlefield, double jumping, gliding, dodging, grappling, and more. Were there any specific features that UE5 helped to iterate on? Live coding in conjunction with play in editor allowed our gameplay programmers to do rapid iteration. It can take a lot of time to launch a game over and over again during development, as the engine has a lot to load for the world assets and their uncooked form. Being able to load those assets just once and then make repeated code changes afterwards that can be tested immediately in play in editor, saved us a lot of time. That improved iteration speed then resulted in better game features such as the ones mentioned. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of people, maybe switch to Unreal or switch to these tool sets. This is going to be one of the reasons why, if you're able to speed up development to this degree, you're going to see folks switch. You're going to see folks do this because they're going to say, hey, I'm able to do things on the fly. I'm able to load things up. It's able to speed up development time. It's able to speed up features and things of that nature. Features such as the grapple system required hand-on placement of grapple points, which themselves are custom actor subclass built by our game coders. The other movement features relied on custom character movement component changes to the code. Because we have years of investment in the Unreal Engine, our coders and designers knew the right way to build those new movement features. Unreal augmented their capabilities rather than getting in their way. This all sounds good to me. Fully dynamic time of day and weather comes to mind. So they were asked about what other things are made possible. These were possible before UE5, but they required many more hacks to fake global illumination, skylighting, and atmospheric effects. Having everything start from a place of being dynamic and accurate to real-world physics made it far easier to achieve our quality goals. I'm also quite proud of the Echo 4 navigation feature, which draws a 3D path through the world to help players navigate. While more of a game feature than a graphics feature, it does rely on a Niagara beam effect. It's only one effect among many, but Niagara flexible features, our feature set allowed us to iterate on the effect to get it looking just how we wanted. Wait, is that how you spell like Niagara Falls? That looks weird to me. Yeah, that's totally how you spell Niagara Falls. That extra A in there was throwing me for a loop. I was thinking it was just Niagara. Like, take that A out. Niagara. I did not, I was like, what? I was like, that seems familiar, but it also, that extra A in there is throwing me for a loop. Borderlands offers a variety of ways to play either solo or with friends, including 4-player online co-op and 2-player split screen. How has UE5 helped to build the multiplayer experience? Here's where Unreal's feature set really shines. Gearbox has always been focused on providing the best co-op experience in the industry, and we simply couldn't do that without Unreal's replication and networking infrastructure. We made our own modifications, especially to support split screen beyond what the engine supports out of the box. However, the engine gave us such a solid foundation of features that we could focus more of our energies on things like cross-play support rather than on the basics of getting hosts and clients to simply talk to one another. And I'm pausing the thing that happens over there on the old YouTubey tubes. Appreciate you guys so much. And thank you for the combos. People are doing bit combos over here. Thank you, Fitz Crew, for doing that. I appreciate it. We are three subs away from 275. I will owe you guys one when we hit that. Let's see here. Unreal support for multiple platforms allows us to release Borderlands 4 on all platforms customers want to play on. Gearbox and I personally have been using Unreal Engine for over 20 years now, and Unreal's online and networking features are what makes it possible to make a game like Borderlands 4 and allow our customers to play it with one another. We're very excited to see where Epic takes the feature set in the future. Cool. Well, there you go. That killed some time. Still no reviews. If people make mistakes and publish their reviews, it'll be in the next 2 hours. That'll be when it happens. Yeah. I'm skeptical when they say they're positive on the feature set of UE5. Well, I would say in the realm of developers that have a lot of experience with Unreal, I would say Gearbox does have a lot of experience with Unreal. They have a lot of experience of building an Unreal with the Borderlands assets and the art style. So that doesn't mean that the game's going to be perfect. I just like they're one of the devs out there that do have a lot of experience. You were thinking Viagra. This is true. Salty, playing tomorrow by changing your time zone won't be necessary. You can play tomorrow on PC at noon. Which, without being able to preload, we're going to do the best we can to jump into gameplay as fast as we can for you guys. So, we basically have 2 hours to kill. Conversations and debates make that go fast. So, I will say that the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is what to me appears to be very obvious influence from Destiny. What time is the reviews? We were originally told today at noon, then we were told today at 4 p.m. Eastern. Now we're hearing tomorrow. I'm just going to hold for 2 hours and we're going to see if they end up landing today. So, it'll probably be tomorrow, unfortunately. I'm going to hold because there was a bunch of miscommunication about this, so a bunch of outlets might have scheduled their reviews to go live in 2 hours. You're curious if there's any loading screens? What do I think about the Nintendo patent? I hate it, and I think that it's stupid. I don't know who they think they are, but doing a patent, summoning something to fight for you, are they idiotic? Do they honestly think that they can... Like, that patent can't hold. There's no way that patent's going to hold. They're going to have to prove that they were the first to do it and that anybody else doing it... I don't know how you do that. There's so many other games in the market that do that feature. It's so stupid. I think that's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Like, as soon as they started patenting things in the wake of... in the wake of Palworld kind of making a splash, they obviously went out and intentionally did a patent for things so that they could go after Palworld. Like, they knew that they were facing potential competition. They knew that, you could tell. So it's like, I don't know what in the world they think they're going to pull here with this patent. Like, there are so many games where you can summon something to fight for you. There's no way to patent that? Yeah, like, you're not the first to do it. Like, what they did with the Nemesis system, I understood because, like, I didn't support it, but at least it made sense. It was like you created a new idea and concept and you wanted to patent it to protect it. Summoning things to fight yourself is not something that you can claim, like, property of. That seems ridiculous. I cannot believe... Yeah, they patented summoning, yeah. I don't get it at all. I don't get who's approving these patents either. Did they file for it or did they successfully get it? The patent doesn't cover the things people think that it does. Well, they patented a handful of things for the Palworld lawsuit. What's the new one? Because I was reading that it was basically about summoning. 23 hours ago, Palworld isn't the only target. Nintendo's latest patent could touch hundreds of games. Nintendo has been awarded a patent for summon and fight mechanics in the US, and here's why that's a problem. Patent number whatever was issued today covers the smooth switching of riding objects, but Pocket Pair already worked around this feature in Palworld. However, Games Fray reports through their thorough coverage another patent was granted over a week ago is a much more concern. This patent covers the fundamental mechanics of summoning a character to have it fight another. So yes, sounds like Pokemon. However, it describes things that many other games do. Unlike many patents, which often face heavy scrutiny or rejections because before they're approved, this one glided through the U.S. Patent Office without objections. It was filed on March of 2023 and was granted just last week. We're going to call that gliding? That took 2 years. Hang on. It's potentially explosive and could be challenged. Hang on. There must be a PC, console, or other computing device, and the game is stored on a drive, a similar storage medium. You can move your main character in a virtual space. You can summon a secondary character called the sub-character in the patent. If there's an enemy present, the summoned character fights it. If there isn't, the summoned character can still move and fight when it encounters an enemy later. If a game does those things, Nintendo now has a patent that could be used to argue infringement. I can think of hundreds of games that do this. This isn't just a Pokemon thing. The patent language is so broad that it could arguably apply to mechanics across RPGs, action games, MMOs, and the list goes on. It's very specific in the types of summoning it would cover. Yeah, I heard there's no FOV slider in Borderlands console. Tell me you're a YouTube content creator unfamiliar with the U.S. Patent Office without telling me. Yeah, it sailed through in 2 years. I mean, it seems like broad language. Like, that doesn't sound like a good thing at all to allow them to have a patent like that. It seems incredibly broad to allow them to do that. We'll have to wait and see if Nintendo tries to enforce it and if it survives a challenge. Can't claim things after the fact. Well, now that they have the patent, that's the question. Can they go to games that are already out that mimic that kind of Pokemon fighter thing where, like, you summon a little creature and throw them out and they fight for you? Will they be able to, like, retroactively say, hey, we just got this patent, you can't do that? And then people are like, our game's been out for 3 years. What are you talking about? How do patents work? Is it only going forward, or can it be retroactively enforced? You literally do summons in Final Fantasy and some FromSoft games. It would not cover summons the player doesn't control. So it only covers summons that the player controls? If you guys are tuning in waiting for the reviews, we're hoping that some land in 2 hours by mistake. There was a lot of miscommunication, and people were saying that the reviews were going to go live today at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to hold fast and see if that happens. If not, tune in tomorrow for a review roundup as well as gameplay. You'll get both. I got a notification about the emote. Any idea how long we got to watch? I have no idea, Monster. No, reviews are not out. We're waiting. I don't think the patent's going to go through. It already went through. It's very much Pokemon style summoning. Okay, so let's just say it's just Pokemon style summoning. Aren't there a ton of games that have done that do that? There's no info about Steam preload. I am sorry. I wish I had better information for you. I'm not defending it, but people are being alarmist. Well, at some level, we should be alarmist. Because if companies start doing this, gobbling up patents of any mechanic that's out there, Imagine if FromSoft would have patented the resting at the fire thing. You know? Imagine if they would have patented the dropping XP on the ground and go back and get it thing. You know? Patenting the throw out an enemy that you control that fights for you. I mean, there are so many games that do that. You got to use stream together so we can get the exclusive emote. I couldn't think of a person out there that would be that we could do that with right now. I don't even know how it works. I don't even know how it works, brother. If a company still gets sales on the games that Nintendo now have the patent on, then Nintendo can shut them down. Titanfall 3 could be patent infringement? How? Owning a patent is different from having a patent you can actually enforce. You have a waiting room you can stream together. I'm not going to stream with somebody right now. I'm not doing that. Right, what Eugene said. If they try to enforce it, it will be challenged. You've not missed anything. Screen space reflection is a rendering technique. Why are you putting that in chat? Did somebody ask about that? Or is that something that's going on in Borderlands? Oh, it looks like you guys are talking about that. I was like, what in the world? Just a random wiki is in my chat about SSR. We're consistently getting a lot of people to press the follow button over here on Purple, man. Thank you so much for doing that. You're getting us close to a pretty huge goal of getting back to 160,000 followers, which is just crazy. You can also help us get to 1,000 sub points. We need about 100 new subs to do that. This down here in the corner is a thing that we do all week long between both YouTube. We do this between both platforms. And that'll be unlocking a Friday night stream where my wife and I will play Borderlands 4 together. It's a blast to play games with her. You guys you guys seem to really enjoy it. We have a really good time. We have a long history with Borderlands, her and I. It's sus how some games do reviews 1 week early. As far as I can tell, and I'm not going to go out here on Defense Force for a game that's not out yet. I'm just saying we could probably use a little bit of calm right now. This seems related to the publisher. 2K, the publisher, did something similar with Mafia: The Old Country and NBA 2K26. I don't necessarily know if this is like, oh my gosh, the game's in terrible shape. We also know that AMD pushed out driver updates yesterday and NVIDIA pushed out driver updates today specifically for Borderlands 4. It is possible they said, hey, can we pump the brakes on the embargo so that people have an opportunity to try out the drivers, the updates, patches, whatever, and then, update their reviews because they don't want reviews going live that are like, oh, there's all these performance issues. We already had that happen with Destructoid. Guy writes a review. It's not a review. It's like an early review. And he's talking about all these performance problems he had. Well, he later had to update his article. He was playing on a rig that was too weak to play the game, and his power supply was failing. Once he fixed all those issues, he had significantly better performance. So, the driver thing is normal. They always drop an update before the game comes out. Take-Two is the publisher. 2K is the developer. Oh, have I been saying it wrong? I'm sorry. Yeah. The publisher, this is how they've been handling reviews this year. They did it with Mafia, and they did it with the NBA game. So, it literally could just be how the publisher handles embargoes. What class you planning on playing? I'm looking forward to the most to Rafa. Yeah, and 2K is not the dev. Gearbox is the dev. Take-Two is the parent company. 2K is the publisher. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought 2K was the publisher. I was like, you were making me really question everything. I was like, wait, I thought it was 2K, but then I was like, no, it is Take-Two. Yeah, I was like, yeah, 2K is the publisher. It always pops up at the beginning of the game. You're going to play Harlow? Take-Two has both 2K and Rockstar. Okay. Rafa looks strong AF with his shoulder cannons. Yeah, I like the look of Rafa for sure. What are the DLC hunters? We had nobody. I don't think anybody knows. Take-Two says so on the PlayStation Store. I mean, are we going to play this game? 2K is the publisher on Steam. I don't know what to tell you. 2K is the publisher of Borderlands. It's been that way for a while. If they have Take-Two listed on PlayStation, I mean, it's the parent company. That's neither answer is necessarily incorrect or more correct than the other. The next Vault Hunter isn't done being created yet. All we have is a silhouette for the Vault Hunter that's dropping in Q1 of 2026. We have a silhouette. It looks like it could end up being like a sniper class or something. It's like they've got like feathers and like a hat. The reviews were supposed to come out to today according to multiple sources. This is what I think happened. I think people got their wires crossed, and I think people were hearing 8 a.m. and they were assuming, oh, 8 a.m. New Zealand, that's 4 in the afternoon Eastern. Yeah, we're getting reviews on the 10th. Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming stopped by the show today, and he said, no, it's tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. Then a source that I trust that has review access, I saw a DM exchange where they said, oh, it's 4 p.m. today. They came back later and they said, actually, it's tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. They have changed it multiple times. I'm like, what the frick is going on? I ran into the exact same miscommunication and confusion when I had review access to Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. It was like they sent a date, then they sent an update, and the date wasn't correct. And I was like, wait, can we publish a day earlier now? What the heck is this? And then they came back and amended it later and said, no, this is the correct date. So I'm just going to assume something similar has happened here. Which stream did Tom pop into? It was YouTube, wasn't it, where Tommy stopped by? I think it was YouTube. I think that's the first time he stopped by. He's always been very kind to me in DMs if I ask him a question. I mean, I'm obviously selective. I'm not like constantly asking him for scoops on stuff. But if I ask for clarification on stuff, he's usually very good to answer. Why delay until hours before launch? It's a bit of a red flag. For most of the world, the launch date's Friday, and reviews go live tomorrow morning. I'm not gonna get all hand-wringy over that. They did the same thing with Mafia, the Old Country, and the latest 2K basketball game. The release date for many people is Friday. You know, I don't think that this is a huge cause for concern. People have already played the game and previewed it and said that it was largely running well. There were no major problems. There were like hitches and stuff, but nothing major. How the console performance will be, you're curious. Good PCs seem to struggle, but then optimizing for consoles is probably much easier. We had somebody earlier saying this, so this is obviously just, hearsay, but they were saying there was somebody that got access They were German and they were playing on a base PS5, and they were saying that it was mostly 60 and running well. So we don't know if it's possible to preload soon. No. I watched a French guy play on an hour on his Xbox. It looked fine. Yeah, what little I watched him play before he got his channel struck down, it looked pretty good. Is it even worth getting this game if I have a 3070, do you think? I don't know. What's min spec? A 3060? Min spec's a 2070, I'm sorry. Recommended's a 3080. You'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. Unless you have a bottleneck somewhere else. Like if you only have like 8 gig of RAM or like a weaker CPU than they recommend or minimum. If you've got a bottleneck somewhere else, you may have some issues, but your GPU sounds fine from... I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, but people in chat are saying you should be fine. So, if you guys are looking for Borderlands 4 reviews, I am sorry that we are just still waiting. I'm going to hold here for an hour and a half. We've just decided to ride it out. It looks like they're going to be tomorrow, though. So, I'm just trying to be honest with you. However, because there was miscommunication, there will be people that might, by accident, publish their reviews in an hour and a half, and we'll get a peek at some of the feedback on what people are saying. So if you find a review that goes live in the next hour and a half, screenshot it, get it to me in my Discord. I won't show it, but we can certainly read it. The German guy showed it on performance earlier. Okay. Ground textures were a bit muddy, otherwise it was fine. I'm in a Discord and someone posted a tweet from Detective Tease. He said the embargo is 8 a.m. tomorrow. They said he gets a lot of early access to games. He's the one that said it was going to be today, but then he said he double-checked it and it was tomorrow and that they had changed. I don't know. I don't know what happened. You know, it moved. He said I rechecked. Embargo is for 8 a.m. On the 11th, not the 10th. 2K has changed it twice, he said. I don't know what the heck happened. This is what I'm going to trust. Anytime this sort of thing happens, there are reviews that go live. And then people realize, oops, because they set the thing up on their end. They set the published time. They set the published date. And then they move on with their day. Right? They move on with their day. So then it goes live. And then all of a sudden, the company's like, hey, what are you doing? It's tomorrow. And they're like, well, that's not what we originally were told. And then it comes down. So you can, if you're quick enough, you'll be able to see some reviews whenever that sort of a thing happens. All right, I paused it. Thank you, Diablo Dark Matter. Is there a good place to get stream assets? Love yours in the bottom left corner. Oh, this? I've got a guy that made, well, not the Borderlands thing, but the member goal and all that. Yeah, he made that for me. And then whenever you guys gift and do members and stuff, my pop outs are made by him as well. I mean, there's plenty of places out there you can get stuff. Which, by the way, we're 3 subs on Twitch or 3 members on YouTube. We're 3 away from me owing you guys one. At 275, I will owe one. Whoever hits it gets it. We've been kind of sitting there right on the edge. The goal for the week's 500, and when we hit that, my wife and I will stream Friday night and we'll play Borderlands. We've got an even bigger stretch goal. You can make a stream Saturday as well. You guys can get a double header of some Borderlands streams with my wife. We love playing Borderlands together. So, looking forward to it. You guys have been amazing today. A lot of primes, a lot of subs, a lot of gifteds. It's been amazing. I was referring to the Borderlands. I literally did a search for, this is just a PNG. I just searched Borderlands 4 PNG, and I found that on Google image search. That's all I did. All right, see you, Byron. Thanks for being here today. I mentioned that video multiple times. There's new gameplay in it. Yo, what's good, Lion? How are you? Yeah, that's just the cover art as a PNG. A PNG means the image has transparency around it. That's why I liked it. Very deliberate and scummy to release reviews after preloads on console. If you've preloaded or even start to, 0 refund available through Sony. If you preload, even start to, so very calculated, 0 console gameplay is worrying. There was somebody playing on PlayStation and Xbox today early, and they said they were having no problems. So I don't necessarily think you're wrong to be concerned. I just wouldn't jump to conclusions. 2K as a publisher, seemingly this is what they do. I don't feel like they're breaking protocol. They did this for Mafia: The Old Country as well as their latest NBA 2K basketball game. So, and I believe there's console gameplay available out there. So, Ghost of Yote download is going to be 85 gig. Preload will start on September the 25th. Release time is midnight. There you go. Can you preload on PC? Not right now. When are reviews? It was supposed to be today. Now we're hearing tomorrow. We're going to hold, and I'm going to check in an hour and a half, and we're going to hope that some people publish them by mistake. You can still refund a download a game prior to the release. You cannot refund a game that has been downloaded after release. That's actually true. Don't jump to conclusions. Just assume the worst to avoid frustration. Yeah, I would say everybody right now, you are correct to be cautious and to hold and just use my channel tomorrow. We'll look at reviews. I'll dive into gameplay. And I am ruthless when there's performance problems. So, what's up, gents? What's good? Intense gas? We saw Mafia. We saw NBA. This isn't normal. We saw a lot of Mafia on console. The only piece of console footage for BL4 is a state of play on a Pro. And it ran like liquid booty with huge drops. I don't know if that's true. You felt like it ran really poorly during that state of play? If you guys have a Prime to use, we're 3 away. We are 3 away from 275. Let Them Come Onslaught. Oh, it's a survival style game. Play the demo now on PlayStation. It's a survivor-like shooter, fast-paced roguelike progression. If you're a fan of Vampire Survivors, Souls, Stone Survivors, or Retro. Yeah. So there's a demo of this right now if you guys like these kinds of games. It's called Let Them Come Onslaught. Games like this, I always want to play co-op, though. So, Zero creator footage was console. And Borderlands has a long-standing history on console. Borderlands 4 console gameplay. Let's see what we can find here. Gameplay 30 minutes. So you're saying like Eric's and all these guys that got gameplay footage. I see what you're saying. You're saying they all got PC gameplay. Okay. So let's do the state of play then. Because I didn't feel like it looked bad during the state of play. Okay. Okay, so this was all captured on PS5 Pro, it says. All right. I'm going to bump it to 4K. I don't want to see all these sliced up sections. Come on. This is all cutscenes. So you're saying this ran poorly. Do you have precise moments where you feel like this ran poorly during this state of play? It was just capped at 30. That's normal. That's totally normal for showcases to be at 30 because they commonly do that with trailers and YouTube videos. That's not a sign of trouble. Plenty of games do that. If you skip around anywhere with action or large areas, the FPS drops wildly even on the Pro. Okay. I mean, obviously, the slow pan and scan crap I get tired of. I'm watching the edges of the screen for stutters because I know to look there because I've had issues with frame rate before. I'm not seeing anything. There were some stutters in combat. Okay, I mean, that obviously is a concern. But again, a lot of the times when they do these showcases, they're showing you an old build. There's combat coming up, isn't there? Don't they get in? Yeah, they get in a tussle right here. Yeah, this is like a typical 30 FPS showcase of gameplay. That's all this looks like to me. I don't see anything concerning. This looks like your very, very cliche, typical 30 FPS gameplay. I'm not seeing any major issues at all. Now, I wouldn't play it at 30. I can't stand 30 FPS. 30 FPS is not the way. Here, let me switch this so that I can see I want to be able to see my dashboard over there on Twitch. Let me do this. There we go. The FOV. Yeah, the FOV is a concern because FOV slider was a huge win when we got that on console because, like, Borderlands feels so much better when you up that FOV. It feels like you're moving faster. Like, it feels like he's running in slow motion here. That shallow FOV, I think, is always a frustration point. It's like, man, oh man, it feels like you're moving slow. FOB is a bit close. We did hear from the German guy that played on the base PS5 that there was no FOV slider. We did hear that. You're saying on your Xbox you can play in 20 minutes? Are you sure that's not just preload? Yeah, hopefully they would be able to put out an FOV slider soon, at least for the Pro. Because, man, oh man. Yeah, if this is an old build on the Pro, I don't see anything that's concerning other than the FOV. I'll readily admit that the FOV is looking pretty bad. Expedition 33 already locked in Game of the Year. Oh, is somebody talking about Game of the Year? Yeah, nothing's beating Expedition 33. Not even Silk Song can beat it. Not even Death Stranding 2 can beat it. That contest has been over since that game hit. It's a very bad idea to stream a game before release or upload gameplay when you have no PR permission. I mean, this is public footage right now. I'm not doing anything that's outside the rules. This is from the state of play 4 months ago. Unless you're talking about the French guy and the German guy that did it. Kirby Air Riders. If you think Kirby Air Riders has a shot against Expedition 33, holy mackerel. Oh, you're not talking about what I'm showing. Okay, yeah, this is all public. If you sign no embargo, no. I mean, tell that to the guy that streamed the game early and got his channel shut down. There's frame drops in 30 FPS footage of a game that doesn't have a 30 FPS mode. How is that not concerned? Who told you there's no 30 FPS mode? What are you talking about? It's going to be Donkey Kong with the upset? No. People stopped talking about Donkey Kong the week after it released. People are still talking about Expedition 33. It's a beloved game. It had a moment that spanned months. Listen, man. I'm here to tell you there is nothing that's going to be able to unseat Expedition 33. It just is impossible. Randy has stated they're aiming for 60 only. He stated that they're only aiming for 60? I wouldn't be surprised if the guy in chat saying he's going to be able to play in 20 minutes. He might be looking at is he looking at the preload times? I don't know. Yeah, the review embargo was supposed to be out. Basically, I've got a timer that we were running down here, hour and 20. We're just going to hold and wait and see. Everybody was sure that Red Dead was going to win. I mean, I would say that's fair, but I think this is different. This is at a level of Baldur's Gate 3. This is at a level of like Elden Ring. It hit such a level of praise. I didn't see that praise or longevity for anything else. So, I don't know. Expedition 33's soundtrack went viral for Pete's sakes. Like, what in the heck? FCat said first. Oh, PC gets to play it first. I was like, first? I was like, FCat, I've been live for 5.5 hours. You're in here trying to say first. Never trust anybody that spells Jeff as Jeff. Watch him give it to his buddy Kojima. He has no control over it. Like, say what you want about Jeff, but this conspiracy theory thing that like he has control over the winners, no. He's intentionally set the whole thing up so that it's out of his hands. He would not meddle in that. He wouldn't. Chris F is second. There it is. There's second. Kirby Air Riders is the secret weapon Nintendo's been holding back for 20 years, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Death Stranding 2 is deserving anyways. I don't agree. I know people are going to see it differently than me. I don't think his storytelling chops don't hold a candle to the storytelling in Expedition 33. His storytelling is so not good. I actually think it's arguably bad in Death Stranding 2. I think it's bad. I think he's too literal. I think he's too see-through. I don't think he foreshadows. I think he literally tells you what's coming, so surprises aren't surprises. He robbed big moments by showing them in trailers ahead of time. I think his storytelling in Death Stranding 2 is arguably not good. I have nothing but praise for the creativity, the writing, the voice acting, the pacing. The story of Expedition 33 is a dadgum masterpiece. Death Stranding 2 is this literal, bland, slow, plotting, predictable, I knew what was going to happen every time it happened story. I don't know. I did not think it was very good storytelling at all. I don't know. The praise for Kojima is always kind of bewildering to me. He's so literal and so transparent in his storytelling. There's no mystery or mystique. It's like there were great moments in Death Stranding 1. Death Stranding 2 was like, knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Oh, this person's name is literally what they are. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just was not at all wowed. The charm of the game was still there, and I liked it. But I don't know. I thought Death Stranding 1 was better as far as story goes. Death Stranding 2 was a better game, but the story was nowhere near the level of the first. Yeah, it felt super literal. It felt so stupidly predictable. I don't know. It just was so predictable. There was not a single moment that surprised me. There wasn't a single moment. I was like, yeah, I knew that. I knew that was going on. Yeah, that was easy to predict. The only thing that wasn't easy to predict is you'd never be able to predict it. There was a character death you would have never been able to predict because how could you have known? Outside of that, everything was so blatantly obvious. He doesn't know what subtle means. Like, subtlety is not in the dictionary of Kojima. I just don't think Kojima games are good. Always boring gameplay and cringe dialogue. Dude makes movies disguised as games. Well, that I don't agree with at all. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I would say his gameplay is, and what he sets up in DS1 and 2 is actually quite good. To say that it's just like, it's a movie disguised as a game, I don't agree with that at all. I don't play a Kojima game for subtlety. Yeah, but if you're going to go into a wacky world and like these really bizarre places, and then you're going to do this whole like super literal names, super obvious foreshadowing, super obvious character stuff, it's like, okay, when you can see every turn in the story from 1,000 yards away, it's not interesting. It's not holding my interest or my curiosity. It's like, yeah, I know what's coming. You basically told me 20 hours ago what was going to happen. I don't know. Not everything needs to be subtle. Like, if you don't have mystery... Okay, listen. The core elements of storytelling is crisis, struggle, and resolution. Okay? And when you move from crisis into struggle, there has to be mystery. There has to be questions. There has to be like, I wonder what's going to happen. And Kojima's like, right in the first hour, he's like, crisis, struggle, resolution. Bam! You're like, oh, I know what's going to happen. Like somebody shows up, you're like, I know who you are. I know what's going to happen with this. Yeah, like it's like I know where everything's going. So the crisis and the struggle and the resolution, it doesn't feel like there's any struggle. It doesn't feel like I'm waiting for resolution. I know resolution's coming, and I know how it's going to come. That's the issue. Is the basic construct of a story, he doesn't even let it breathe. I mean this. I think he's so excited about what's going to happen, he has to let you know. And it's like, he's like a kid on Christmas morning who peeked at all the presents. It's like he can't help himself. He had to show these amazing moments. Anytime they did a showcase, he showed these ridiculously impactful moments. And I'm like, why'd you show that? Because then when it happened in the game, I was like, oh, wow. She comes and saves Norman Reedus. Ooh, you showed me a month ago. I wonder who she is. It's such a mystery. Like, I don't know. Those basic tenets of the story, the crisis and the struggle and the resolution in Expedition 33 is so brilliantly crafted, so well written. You don't really know. You're like, what's going to happen? This is crazy. It's dark. It's foreboding. And yet it's somehow laced with hope and love. And then, oh my gosh, this person died. Oh, nobody's safe if that person can die. Like sucker punches and twists and turns that you're never going to see coming. And it's wonderful. And Kojima's like 20 minutes in, and I'm like, I know what's going to happen. Like, I don't know. From just a basic storytelling perspective of crisis, struggle, resolution, and character development, his game is so boring and bland and predictable. And Expedition 33 was this delightful, surprising, wonderful story in game. And the whole time in Death Stranding 2, I was like, I know everything that's coming. You ruined all of this. He's like, I think he's too excited about his ideas. He's a visionary that can't be quiet. It's like, just be quiet. Let the story breathe. Let me get there. It's like you're signaling things so early on that I'm never taken by surprise. It's not story of the year. If the story... If I can be that critical of his story, that is a massive, massive blow against that game. That's a huge blow against Death Stranding 2. It's a major facet of what the frick I'm doing in the game. Just like if you could be critical of Expedition 33's story, it would be a massive blow to the game. It's a massive aspect. It's a significant aspect of like what you are doing in the game. So, again, I'm not saying it all comes down to the story, but buddy, his storytelling is so poor in Death Stranding 2. Okay, somebody's saying here, a user streamed Borderlands 4 early on Twitch from his PS5, who was banned, is reporting that the console version of the game does not feature an FOV slider. Unclear if Day 1 patch will add this or not. Here's hoping it's a mistake. He said he was playing on a base PS5, a 4K 120 capable monitor. The in-monitor FPS counter that I have seems to be broken with the game for some reason, but I can tell you how it feels. It runs smooth on the in-game performance mode setting. It looks good enough. It feels more like 60, could be 120 like on Borderlands 3 on the performance mode. Fidelity mode, on the other hand, so the person that was in chat saying there is no 30 FPS mode, there's a fidelity and a performance mode as per this person. Fidelity mode, on the other hand, while of course looking sharper around the edges, runs pretty bad. My guess are around 40 FPS with dips into the 30. You picked a fidelity mode. Fidelity modes are always 30. What are you talking about? Extra 1, no FOV slider. Extra 2, while installing and copying the game off the CD, another update file for the game popped up around 4 gig. I don't know if that's the Day 1 patch. Hoping that it's not, and the Day 1 patch improves fidelity mode performance, and more importantly, the FOV slider. Listen, expecting your fidelity mode to get better than 40 FPS, you're not paying attention to this gen. You're on a base PS5. The fidelity modes are all at 30. What are you talking about? Extra 3, since I saw a few people asking this, split screen can be set to horizontal and vertical in the settings. Extra 4, I'm going to stream the game if I'm allowed to. And stream won't get taken down soon on Twitch. Yeah, he got frickin' taken down. We know this. This person is saying they can't see the difference between 60 and 120. I don't know. He said it felt like 60. Maybe it was 120. He said performance mode felt smooth. Yeah, there's no current preload on Steam for PC. Reviews are going live in 10. I don't think so. Unless there's been a new development. I don't think so. Yeah, they're doing promotional stuff right now. 2 hours ago, IGN posted some kind of promotional thing about it, about Borderlands. We're going to hold tight for an hour and 10, and we're going to hope that some people publish theirs by mistake. When's the embargo? I thought now. I thought it was noon today. Then we thought that it was in an hour and 10 minutes, which is 4 p.m. Eastern. We've now heard that it's tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that the miscommunication from the company leads to people publishing their reviews by mistake, and we'll get some information. I bet people make whoopsies and reviews go up in 10. I think it'll be in an hour and 10, but I think you're right that people make a mistake. Expedition 33 isn't a system seller. Kirby Air Riders already is a system seller because it's the reason I pre-ordered Switch 2. Man, I'm really, really happy that you're excited about, Kirby Air Riders, but a single-player turn-based RPG from a small team got 145,000 concurrents on Steam. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, Expedition 33 surprised everybody. I need Dalton to never stop with this. He's a believer, dude. He is a believer in Kirby Air Riders. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen this level of confidence in a game that I would argue is somewhat unwarranted. I would argue it's somewhat unwarranted. I mean, this guy, he's ready, dude. I hope he has a Kirby Air Riders tattoo. I hope he's like this everywhere he goes. He's like getting his hair cut. They're like, oh, do you have any plans? Yeah, I'm going to hop on YouTube later, and I am just going to go hard in the paint for Kirby Air Riders. I think it's going to be the game of a generation. I think it's going to win Game of the Year. And they're like, oh, that's nice. Everybody that talks to you regrets asking you anything, He is on it. He's like, dude, Kirby Air Riders is it. Nah, no tattoos. I get bored with things too fast, so I would get tired of it when then I want it gone. Okay, that's why you like Kirby Air Riders. It's always moving. It's never stationary. It's like a shark. It suits your personality. I just like that Zubair was like, I need him to never stop doing this. It's wonderful. It's like a little bit. It's like a skit. Holy mackerel. Anyone who talks to you regrets asking you anything. That's the meanest thing I've ever heard. That's the meanest thing. Everyone's like, oh gosh, it's that guy. I gotta cut that guy's hair. He's gonna talk the whole time about Kirby Air Riders being Game of the Year. I swear to you, he's crazy. He's gotta be crazy. I don't feel safe, and I'm the one holding the scissors. Kirby equals more fun equals Game of the Year. Oh my gosh. Oh. When's the review drop? I think we misfired. All the info is conflicting. If it happens, it'll be in an hour. If not, it's tomorrow morning. I'm doing my best to keep an entertaining show. If you guys have a Twitch Prime to use, or you feel like subbing to get past the ads on Twitch, or if you guys have a renewal on YouTube, we are 3 away from the milestone of 275. You can help us hit that milestone, and then I'll owe whoever hits it, whichever platform hits it, I'll owe a member. Good golly, doing a great job. Thank you. When you saw the Fantastic Four movie, knowing Galactus was the only one hoping to see Ghost Rider pull up and defeat him like in the cartoon comics, I've actually not seen that movie yet. So yeah, I don't know anything. Kirby Air Riders is going to be the worst game to come out this year. Are there Razzies for video games? Kirby over Death Stranding, and it's not even close. I never would have thought that these would be the battle lines people would draw, but here we are. You know, Kirby over Death Stranding. Is there a preload for Borderlands 4? If there's going to be a preload for Borderlands 4 on Steam, we don't know the details, and we don't know when. So, spoiler for the ending of Expedition 33. Oh, yeah, it's a pretty big spoiler. This is what's going to finally tear this community apart. You stupid, fat little pink Kirby is going to destroy everything I've built. Donkey Kong is so mad with all the Kirby talk. I mean, the thing about Donkey Kong that bummed me out was I was so excited to have a co-op game to play with Madam, and the wheels fell off really fast for us because co-op was so stupid and mindless and just not fun after like one play session. And I was like, well, I don't want to play this by myself. Like, I liked Donkey Kong, but not enough to play it by myself all the way to the end. Like, we switched to Revenge of the Savage Planet. When Revenge of the Savage Planet dropped their performance patch, Madam and I switched to that. And it was like, we had a lot of fun with that. I just could not do it. I was like, dude, I'm not going to play Donkey Kong by myself. No way. I was playing First Berserker Kazan. I finished that. I was enjoying, what did I play right before this week? What did I play? I can't even remember. It wasn't First Berserker. It was something else. I'm plugging away at Metal Eden right now. Yeah, hey everyone, huge fan of the series. This is Larry James. My prediction is it'll fall between 2 and 3 overall ranking-wise. It will not be as good as 2, but better than 3. I agree with that prediction. I think it's going to get like an 86 or an 87. 89 is what Borderlands 2 has. 81. Yeah, Shinobi's what I rolled on credits on recently. Thank you. 81 for Borderlands 3. Can you check my previous message? D knows. I have to push back on Borderlands 4. It should run at 60 in quality mode. I think it should run like COD in campaign mode. I don't agree with you. The standard this gen has been fidelity mode turns up resolution and lighting at the cost of frame rate. That's the entire purpose of the PS5 Pro, so that you don't have to choose between those two things. I don't agree with you. I don't think Borderlands should be held to a standard that no other game is being held to. Plenty of other games have done that this gen. If they push resolution, if they push lighting, you lose frame rate. You get a 30 FPS mode. That's how it's been for basically every game this gen. I promise you Kirby will outsell Death Stranding 2. Okay, and so the frick what? Mario Kart outsold Death Stranding 2. That doesn't mean it's going to be a better game or deserve Game of the Year. No way. Throw playback speed down here. Did that just freaking happen? This broke 10 minutes ago. Jiminy Christmas. As long as it stays your game of the year and nobody else's. I've definitely blocked this person for some of the real talk. Kirby Air Riders might not win game of the year, but I do think people severely underestimate how fun City Trial is. I think Kirby will start slow and then get a lot of sales once people realize. Yeah, I just watched the footage. That looks really bad. It's just fresh. I don't want to say it out loud because you can get all kind of flags on your content. Yeah, the footage, it's like you can't, it's like, that looks really bad. It doesn't look like a, yeah. Oh no, there's up close footage. Oh gosh. Do we have any reports that he make it? I don't know. He probably didn't make it. We're talking about Charlie Kirk. We're talking about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's probably fatal. It's freaking bad. The zoom out was bad enough. I was like, oh frick. 2 singles coming in from Stone Spire. Stone Spire's gonna walk this all the way. He's in the hospital. Well, goodness gracious, I hope he survives. Joker Quinn lands the plane at 275. I really hope that Stone Spire did that to bait you, Joker, and then he stops. Charlie Kirk? Yes. No, it was not. Somebody did it to him. He didn't do it to himself. No. Yeah, he's the guy you've seen. He'll go to college campuses and he sets up like a little canopy and he like people can get on the mic and debate him. Yeah. Yeah. Legacy Killa on Twitter is saying that the up-close video is difficult to watch and it looks like he doesn't make it. Thank you, Adaros, for 16 months. Welcome back in. Yeah. He's like that's what he does. As his content, he like debates. The reviews drop tomorrow. It seems that way. City Trial isn't coming? What do you mean City Trial isn't coming? They showed off City Trial. They showed off City Trial whenever they debuted the dadgum game. The Prove Me Wrong guy? No, the Prove Me Wrong guy is Crowder. Charlie Kirk was a similar format though, but he would do open mic and he would sit and people could walk up and they could get on the mic and they could talk. Just seeing it's haunting. Yeah, I would advise not watching stuff like that unless you're ready. It's ridiculous. Acclaim is back. Yeah, I just saw that. Resurrected publisher Acclaim has marked its return by announcing 9 new games. Hang on, I'm trying to get an article up here that's not going to be overrun. Okay. Okay, Toss Down. Coming to, what's it say? Coming to PC and consoles. Deliver packages in a world where everything's out to kill you. Escape hazards and enemies. Fight back using wacky power-ups. And choose from a variety of perks to improve your chances of survival. Ground Zero Hero. Action roguelike. With light survival elements set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Battle mutated freaks. Absorb their radioactive guts. Mutate yourself into key powers. Oh, that's what this picture's for. Okay, so this is the roguelite. Toss Down is this one. Sorry. Basketball Classics. 5-on-5 Pro Basketball, born from the golden era of sports games, the spiritual successor to the 8-bit bridges the gap between retro and today's simulation games. Pixel Washer. Step into the hooves of Pixel, a plucky pig armed with a powerful power washer, tasked with cleaning up a messy town. Oh, hang on. Lido, I didn't get yours added to the total. My bad, Lido. 277. What's good, y'all? Are the reviews out yet? Should I scroll back? They're not out yet, and they might not even hit today from what we're seeing. Okay, The Prisoning, Fletcher Quest. This is a side scroller. Enter the mind of Fletcher Howie Jr., a game developer on the brink of physical emotional burnout during the final stages of an intense project. You gotta get out of your mental prison. In a Metroidvania drenched in anxiety based on a very true story. Grid beat, rhythm-fueled cyber dungeon crawler. Every move must match the music or risk total system shutdown. Cool. We got Talaka, fast-paced combat-driven roguelike that brings Afro-Brazilian mythology to life in a vivid hand-painted world. I love the art style. It kind of looks like a cave drawing. A Hyper Yuki Snowboard Syndicate. Snowboard Syndicate, race, compete, explore the slopes. Katanat is a fast-paced Metroidvania-inspired action roguelite blending fluid combat and cosmic horror, slash, dodge, and wield powerful abilities as you battle through a station sprawling with twisted, once human errors. There you go. So Acclaim is back, and there are all of the games that they announced. Double Dip Club. My man Lido coming in with 4 months. You the man, you the man, you the man. Let's get it. Let's get it. We're so close to being on pace for the week, man. You guys have crushed it today. Thank you so much for just the amazing support. Being supported to this degree on both platforms is just incredible. Is it Friday yet? No. We have no idea when you'll be able to preload on Steam. I'm so sorry. I wish I had a better answer for you. Creature's saying it's not the neck. He got hit above the temple. Oh, for frick's sake. Yeah, we know, Ginger. I saw the footage like as it broke, and it was super far away, and just his arms made me say, oh, frick. Like, I was like, that's probably fatal. His arms told the story. I was like, oh, shemini. Click that for the up close vid. It's 100% the neck. I don't want to see the up close. The far out was scary enough. I've seen footage of people, having that happen, and I never want to see it if it's on if I can spare it. How long till the reviews drop? There might be people that accidentally do it in 50 minutes because there was a lot of miscommunication. Yeah, I would strongly advise not watching the up close. The one from far away told the story. I was like, I think that's fatal. I would strongly advise not. You can't erase that from your brain. You cannot. You can't erase it. It's not a thing to put in there. Steam preload, when? We don't know. We're thinking sometime today, but a lot of the times there is not preload. Yes, they got the person. What time will the reviews be up? There was a lot of miscommunication, so we could see some go up by mistake in about 45 minutes. The rest of them are likely going to go up tomorrow morning. Yeah, we got to keep some things just completely out of the chat. I've got to. It just we're gonna get absolutely dinged by AI. We got to cleanse the chat with Borderlands, guys. We can't. We're not that kind of channel. I know things like this happen, and it's almost impossible not to rubberneck on it for just a moment. But we're gonna get absolutely obliterated here if we're not careful. Do I have a favorite stage from Borderlands? I think Borderlands 1 has the best set pieces. I've always thought that. Sorry, deleted. It's okay. It's okay. I took care of it. I know. Nobody's doing anything wrong. You guys are being human. We just, unfortunately, have to play these stupid rules, these stupid games. I don't have a channel like that. I think Borderlands 1 had the best set pieces. One of my favorites was... Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Yo, I know what Stone Spire's going to do. He wants to bait a 20 bomb. This would be a great way to cleanse the chat. He's going to do a single, and then he's going to get us to 280, and he wants somebody to bring us home to 300, and there it is. Somebody cleanse the chat, drop that 20 bomb, beat Joker Quinn to the punch. He loves to ruin these setups. We're exactly 20 away. We are, we're trying to cleanse the chat a bit, boys. Do you think we'll be on LPs? I don't know. I do not know. I've never played a Borderlands game. Borderlands 1, let me see if I can find the set piece that I absolutely loved. It's got this huge, it's the one base. What's the guy's name? It's such an amazing looking set piece. I think this is a pretty good example. Like, this is a decent example of why I think the Borderlands 1 set piece looks so good. There's just something very arid and aged and terrible and awful. Like, you know what I mean? I love it. I think they just did such a good job with the set pieces. Borderlands 1, it was what was it called? You went to this base and he had it's like a giant saw blade. And like you fight your way to the top. What is that base called? No, it's not General Knox. It's the one where you start at the bottom and you fight your way to the top. It's such a cool place. It's one of the cooler set pieces in Borderlands. I think Baron Flint. Thank you. I could not remember. Let me see if I can get a look at his base. Oh, it's the Salt Flats. Yeah, I think this is one of the coolest set pieces in Borderlands. It feels, it's like it's Mad Max, but it's not. It's like if Mad Max became a graphic novel. This just, I love this. I've always loved this set piece. I love the base. I love how the base kind of doesn't make any sense. It's like some old mining operation. You know, some old piece of equipment that just seems weird, right? Nothing on Kirby Air Riders. So I love that set piece. I also really, really like, what's the place in Borderlands where you go down under the ground and there's those crystal guys? What's the name of that place? I really, really like that place too. That's another great set piece. I just played the remaster of BL1. Yeah, like the Crystallis guys. What's that place that you go down where they're there? What's that place called? Caustic Caverns. Thank you. It's been so long since I played these games. Yeah, I think this is another great set piece in Borderlands. I don't know. I love it. It's got a haunting feel. You do feel like you're underground. I love that. I think one of the best enemies is down there. The Crystallisk. I think Crystallisks are so freaking cool as an enemy. Hang on, let me see if I can get an actual good image of one. Like, these guys are just so cool, you know, and you shoot the crystals off their legs, like and it's like ching, 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 and like the pieces are coming off. And it leads to a really cool boss fight as well. I love that area. I love those enemies. They're so stinking cool. It was one of the more memorable areas for me in Borderlands. One of the more memorable moments. Somebody said it's almost time 3 hours ago. Creative director at Gearbox. PC preload when? I want a preload. How long do you think the campaign is? Have they said? I don't know if they've said. Based on trends in other games in the series, 20 to 25 hours. I don't know if they've said in interviews, have they? I don't know if they've communicated it. Terramorphous is the definition of simple but great. One of my favorite moments that they did with Hammerlock was the recording of him bringing back Terramorphous to Pandora. He's bringing it back and he names it Terry. It's like this really, really small detail. That was actually the birth of that was the birth of what did I call it? Trivia. That was the birth of trivia on my Twitch channel back in the day. Was his line about Terry. Because I was like, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know where he says that or when he says that. I don't know. Is that in the pre-sequel? What would you give Borderlands out of 10? Out of Borderlands 2, I would give a really, really strong score, like an 8.5 or a 9. It was one of the first games I just played like crazy. I wasn't even a streamer, and I just played like crazy with my friends. I stayed up all night. My wife was at like a women's event. I stayed up all night. Yeah, what Borderlands does he say that? Hammerlock voice line about Terry. In the mission Home Delivery from Sir Hammerlock's Big Game Hunt DLC for Borderlands 2, Hammerlock and the Vault Hunter release a captured Thresher creature into the wild. At mission's end, Hammerlock mentions that the Thresher may have developed a taste for human flesh, but names it anyway. He says, "Ah well, a mistake may have been made. It seems the wee Threshers have developed a taste for human flesh. Well, the small ones don't do much damage. This one shall be named Terry." I have no idea if the reviews are going to land today. If the reviews land today, it's going to be by mistake because there was a lot of miscommunication, it seems. IGN gave it a 7. Stop it. Is the emote a reward? I got 7 ads. You shouldn't get any pre-rolled ads. I have pre-rolls turned off. Are you getting them after you've been here for a while? The way I run my Twitch channel is I let the ads run enough so that there's no pre-roll. So as soon as somebody clicks on my stream, they can get in. And then if you sub to my channel, you will never see an ad. So if you use Prime or you do the $5 sub, you never see an ad. I do my best to navigate it, and that's how I do it. The biggest contributor to Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, Dan Houser, has a planned interview with IGN to discuss his work at Rockstar Games on September the 27th over a planned live stream event, plus more on his 2 open world games. Yeah, we could co-stream that. I mean, I'll throw that in one of my rooms where we save stuff. I get hit with pre-roll ads on Twitch, so I switch to YouTube. That's an idiot. That's stupid. I have 58 minutes of pre-roll ads being off. That's dumb. You shouldn't get any. That's really frustrating. You'll never see ads if you sub. Like if you've got a Prime to use, or you can do the sub for the $5 a month. I turn it off for subs. There you go. There you go. You had a Prime. Use your Prime. Yeah, you'll never see an ad now on my channel. If you guys are here on a regular basis, I do that because to me it's well worth giving you away around them. Can you access Discord from Purple? Yes, you can, and you can sync your account and get permissions. So you can get into my Discord and get a bunch of extra space. 4 p.m. There were a lot of claims that the embargo was going to lift in 30 minutes. Then they're claiming that it's actually tomorrow. So what we're going to do is we're going to hope that some people post theirs by mistake. That's what we're hoping. There was some miscommunication. We're trying to get as much information as we can into the hands of the public about performance issues and things like that. So if you guys appreciate the coverage today, click the like button on YouTube. Try to get us to 700 likes. We've just had such a killer day. I greatly appreciate it. It's extremely comforting to know that we can kind of have a bounce back like this, because yesterday was actually really good as well. And I appreciate the support because, man, YouTube's been acting kind of foolish, like it doesn't know what it's doing, and it seems like maybe they fixed some of those problems. We'd be able to play tomorrow. I'll be able to play tomorrow at noon in the middle of the day, and I will do that. And I will also look at the reviews tomorrow with you guys. Did they give any info on Twitch drop integration for Borderlands? I have no idea, no. I think it's just on automatically. If you like Borderlands 4, you obviously are a true fan of the game, just like Randy. All he cares about is money. I'm sorry, but you don't do a 180 after the first game. I don't know what you're talking about. It seems like they heavily listened to the feedback from the community and have really implemented a lot of great changes. So, you know, do you have a review code? I'm supposed to be getting a code that will enable me to play tomorrow as early as 8 in the morning, I think. Yeah, I have yet to receive it. I don't know what happened. They've pumped the brakes on a bunch of stuff. It wasn't a review copy. I think it was just going to be an early access copy. So I don't know. Upcoming patch details. Is this new? No, that's not new. We've known about that patch. I don't know if you can hear the stream. No, that's not new. What's going on with PC preloads? They haven't said a word about it. I've been checking the Twitter feeds. Nobody seems to know if and when there will be any preload. Hollow Knight sitting at 100 out of 100 on OpenCritic. Is it really? How is that even possible? Oh, the player rating. I was like, yo, there's no freaking way. Yeah, it's a 92 on OpenCritic, 100% player rating. That's hysterical. I mean, I'm happy for the devs, even though I've been critical of the runbacks. Like, I think so much about the game. I think so much about the game is so good, but the runbacks are just, I think they're terrible. I really do. I think they're terrible. So, yeah. If no preload tomorrow, servers are going to be slow. Yeah, unfortunately, that's where I'm going to have to try to play on PC tomorrow in the middle of the day. And I'm going to be in the same boat as y'all. I'm just going to be sitting there being like, I guess we're all going to try and install this at the same time and burn the servers to the ground. You know? Did you play Mafia 3? Has a lot of runbacks to finish the story. I did not. Is there no offline mode? I don't know what you mean. You got to download the game. What you talking about? If you're trying to get Borderlands on your computer on Steam, you need to be able to download it and install it. I'm assuming you can play the game offline. But a Silk Song speedrun is already 90 minutes. How? So what are you waiting for? We are hoping that all the miscommunication leads to some reviews going live in 30 minutes. That's what we're holding out hope for. I figured we got bad info. We misfired on doing a waiting room. Let's just wear it and wait. And if not, you know, I'm not a fan of people hating on the game because of Randy. Yes, he's talking BS, but still, people are behind it. I don't even feel like a lot of what he said has been that big of a deal. I think people are... getting their feathers ruffled really, really easy. Thank you so much for subscribing over here on Purple. Cosmo, I appreciate that, man. That gets us to 282. And it's 77-40 in the contest. We're 18 away from being on pace for the week to unlock Friday night. If you guys feel like going for it, go for it. It was at 100 at one point with like 4 reviews. Whew. Only thing related that was bad was the real fans thing. And I said this morning that I didn't see this until just now. We'll look in a moment here. I said this morning that I think he knew if he goes on Twitter and he talks with people about the potential of it being $80, he knew people would get angry and he could go to the publishers and say, see, you shouldn't do this. I don't think he wanted it to be 80. I think he wanted it to be 70, and he did that on purpose. Now, the real fans thing, that's just him liking the taste of his own foot. Like, he puts his foot in his mouth all the time. I think he got on Twitter and intentionally engaged the subject, knowing it would get a lot of negativity, and then he could use that. Now, Ecstasis, this is a brand new rumor from 5 hours ago. I didn't see this. Redacted Guy, a well-known Marvel leaker, provides new details about Insomniac's Venom game for PS5. According to him, the combat system's been completed. The movement system has been completed. The story has been polished. Motion capture and dialogue by Tony Todd has been recorded. But the game is also small enough that due to the major leak, it could have been scrapped. That would be super unfortunate if that's what ends up happening with that game. You know what I mean? Hey, Fire Ice Storm, thank you, man. Well, you guys are subscribing over here on Purple today. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Enjoy the badge. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy getting into my Discord. There's extra content for you on a regular basis as well. Thank you. That's very kind. You're following me and subbing on the same day. That's fantastic. I'm not sure where you guys are coming from, but that is very kind. Maybe you're coming from YouTube. They did scrap the multiplayer Spider-Man game. That made more sense, though. Like, the Venom game seems like such an easy dunker. Like, Miles did so well. A $40 or $50 Venom game would crush. It would sell like crazy. Man, that would be a huge bummer to have all that work done. Yo, thank you for 5 months, Shiny Red Flag. People wanted a Venom game? Yeah, like a multiplayer Spider-Man game or a live service Spider-Man game, I could see pumping the brakes on that and being like, yeah, we don't think this is going to work. Oh, I missed this. $0. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Not a good sign they aren't doing early reviews. I would say I'm still kind of neutral on it because it could be a publisher thing. They did the same thing with Mafia, The Old Country, and they did the same thing with their recent NBA game. And I would say, you know, if that's how the publisher rolls, it's not necessarily indicative of anything about the game. I agree with you that Venom felt tacked on to Spider-Man. It was still fun. You know, I think both things can be true. I also think that it could have been the birth of a really fun game. You know? If Insomniac can pull co-op multiplayer for X-Men, it'd be amazing. That would be the right game to do it with. I agree with that. I agree with that. I find it very odd that the Super Deluxe version of Borderlands 4 has the actual DLC. Yeah, Tainted Grail did a really big update. Okay, so Twitch said the following. Borderlands 4 is almost here. Shoot, loot, and count down the stream together to the game on stream together and earn an exclusive emote. Hang on, they have a blog post about it. Borderlands 4 waiting room. Borderlands 4 is almost here, so we're hosting a pre-launch waiting room to celebrate its arrival together. A waiting room is the perfect place to get hyped up for the launch of Borderlands 4 the second it goes live. Come chat with chat, decide which Vault Hunter you'll play as, and theory craft the perfect loadout before you load into the new game. Wonder where they got the idea to do a waiting room. To make it a good time, even better, any streamer or viewer who participates in a waiting room by using Stream Together will receive a limited time Borderlands 4 emote. It's that, okay. Well, wait, there's more. Anyone who subs or gifts a subscription to participating live channels in the Borderlands 4 category between 12 a.m. on September the 12th and September the 14th will get an exclusive badge. Okay, so if you guys go crazy with subs and gifted subs, you can get a badge as well. So if you want to save it and wait for that window of time, that'll be great. So streamers, gather your friends, stream together, and get ready for fighting for your life on Kairos. I don't even know who I could stream with. I'm trying to think of anybody who might be playing Borderlands on Friday that we could stream with. Oh yeah, Mike or Hilly maybe. Gonna be a ton of people streaming it. It's shiny and new. I'm not in the best place with a lot of people on purple, so we'd have to be, we'd have to find a friend. We'd have to phone a friend. Stream together is a great feature, don't you think? I've never used it. Yeah, I've never used it. Here we go. Stream together. Oh, yeah. Stream together is already on my thing. Okay, get started. Why does it want to use my microphone? That's really weird. Oh, it wants to use my microphone because communications, Oculus virtual headset microphone. Headset microphone. I don't know if I have a microphone over there. What the frick? Why would I have to do it there? You can be on video or voice with the other streamer. Oh, I would want to do it on this PC, though, and that might cause me all kinds of problems. I don't know about all that. The latest Xbox leak, it changes everything regarding the ambitions of the grand Xbox plan. If this is an Xbox, which becomes more and more evident. Is this a video ecstasis? Come on, man. All right, we got 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes to where we might see some what's going on with my headphones? We might see some reviews. We might. People use it to have both streamers' cameras on. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. I think once the camera is being used, I took vacation for Borderlands 4 and got denied. The camera part's scary for VTubers. Well, they could just do their voice. You don't have to use camera or mic, but you have to have that window active for Stream Together to work. Okay. Why is this run back so dumb? Because you deserve pain in your life. And you know you do. You know you deserve that pain, sir. You can just use Discord. Okay. So we can set it up and then we can just use Discord. Guess you're calling it off. Yeah, this close. Let's just end it, boys. When did the reviews come out? We had conflicting information, and because of that, I'm hoping some people screw up and post theirs in the next 16, 17 minutes. A $2 super chat from Mr. Venture. Thanks for putting up with my negativity, I guess. It really means a lot. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't ever want anybody to ever feel like they can't just come here and be negative. You're allowed to come here and be negative about a game or something. You know. But just don't be like, I don't know. What was the guy doing earlier? Oh, yeah, the guy doing stuff earlier was like, I don't want that here. We're going to protect our peace. He was doing the whole, like, every game has been ruined thing. When can Borderlands 4 be played? With the New Zealand method, New Zealand's not going to get you in any quicker. Tomorrow at noon Eastern is when you can play on PC. No earlier. New Zealand goes live at the exact same time on PC tomorrow as noon Eastern for me, and New Zealand goes live at the exact same time. You're not getting in earlier with New Zealand. Best part of the Stream Together is does not split the viewers chat and viewers share between the streamers. Oh. I mean, that could be really helpful to somebody. Pick your first tune yet? I'm going to play as Rafa when I play with my wife. I don't know who I'm going to play with when I go solo. I might have to watch some videos and decide. There's also shared chat on Twitch. Harlow looks OP. Yeah, I feel like Harlow might be who I go with. She seems Siren Light with these balls that she can do. I'll be honest. She seems a little Siren Light. She's the Gravatar. Who'd I play the most in Borderlands 2? The Gunzerker. When does the embargo lift? We thought that it lifted in 15 minutes. There was a lot of conflicting information out there. So we're hoping some people publish by mistake. All right, so what's the other gameplay that I wanted to check out? Let's check out... Gameplay overview of Amon, or how do you say his name? I keep forgetting how to say his name. Amon. Yeah, I'm hoping that they're miscommunication. I hope there's some reviews that go live by mistake. That's definitely happened before. Yeah, I mean, his throwable seems pretty cool. So he's got a shield that he can pull up, and he's got a throwable. So he doesn't really seem like a melee character. Yeah, until it comes time to do this, he does turn into a melee character. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is a hard choice because he does have some cool range stuff, but he also has that melee aspect of like getting in close and punching, and I've never liked doing that. I've never been a fan of doing that. Let's check out, I feel like I've seen a lot of Vex. I feel like I've seen a lot of her stuff. She's all about like summonables, right? Yeah, she might be good for solo, my solo character. She's got a lot of stuff that seems like a help with aggro. She looks like the weakest? What makes you say she looks the weakest? Siren first, always saw Siren. Yeah, Rafa is who I'm going to play. I think I'm going to play with Rafa when I play with my wife because she'll be the Siren. And I think I'm going to pick Rafa. The Exo Soldier. He does have melee, though, so I don't know. It doesn't seem like they wanted to do a straight-up melee character, but he does have the Exo Blades. But he's got these cannons. See, like, he feels like he's got that Axton, he's got that Roland thing going on. Whatever this thing, a lance. Rafa's very rolling. He can deploy turrets. Yeah, and if I can completely spec away from the blades, I've never liked that. I've never liked having to like do things where I have to like run up and hit people in the game. Like it's a shooter. If you guys are tuning in hoping for reviews, there was bad info that there were reviews that were going to drop in 8 minutes. we're going to check the news feeds and hope that people have made the mistake that have made the mistake of publishing their reviews early. If not, they'll all be tomorrow morning, and we'll cover that as well. I appreciate y'all's patience and support today. Crispy Body Shots says, Big bro, I can see you becoming a threat if you hit the gym. That's very kind. Thank you. You're good looking. That's very kind of you. I love your stream. Thank you. I'm glad I found you. Found you searching Borderlands. Well, I'm glad you're here. I mean, I do a full-time streaming Monday through Friday. It's a talk show like this. I'm safe for work. So, you know, you guys that want to watch on the daily, it's a great reason to use your primes or your subs here. That'll give you an opportunity, you know. Oh, Crispy Body Shots, you've been following me since 2017. Do you remember me? Homie, do you remember me? You've been following me since 2017. You've been watching from Russia? Well, I'm glad to have you here today. I actually don't. I originally went by Say No to Rage. I had long hair and I covered Destiny full time. I got straight up canceled over some things that were not true in 2020, and I had to rebuild on YouTube. And then I got my Twitch channel back in April this year. I was emailing Dan Clancy. He welcomed me back. He kind of looked into everything. So happy to be back. A lot of people don't remember. Back in 2017, you probably were watching me play Destiny, I would imagine. We would have been getting ready for Destiny 2. Most likely. Well, I was a lot different back then, too. So, yeah. You got into it with this person? I mean, I didn't get into it with anybody. People said things that weren't true, and when I defended myself, they took my channel. I don't know. It was very, very strange time. Nothing happened for 2 weeks. It was so obviously retaliatory. Like, we don't need to retread it all. But yeah. They didn't do anything to me for 2 weeks. I was like, well, I did a bunch of digging and none of this is true. And then they took me down. I hope the Endgame is good. It sounds like they were really thoughtful about the Endgame. It really does. First time I saw you on the new channel, I was like, this fella looks awful lot like Senator Rage. I thought he got banned. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I could never get a response. I could never get an answer. It was very frustrating. They said the game is 2 to 3 times the size of Borderlands 3, and Borderlands 3 was pretty big. Yeah, Borderlands 3 was pretty big. This is true. Is there a way we can access the stream music? The stream music will be available very soon, Khalid. If you guys want to support my music channel, I wrote an entire album of lyrics, actually 2 albums now, about everything that happened to me. I did use AI to make the music, but all the lyrics are original to me. The synth wave that I play will be available on that channel as well. You guys can use the music command if you want to subscribe to that channel. The first 2 albums are available right now. The first album is called False Kingdom. The second album is called No Escape. So, yeah, that's a great Lego display. Now, listen, this countdown in the corner is only going to work if people messed up. It sounds like 2K was miscommunicating. There are people that thought reviews could go live today at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm banking on that. I'm hoping people messed up. And we're going to look. Already subbed there. It's amazing. Thank you very, very much. I listen, I know people have different opinions about AI music and all of that, but this has been a very cathartic experience for me. It's called The Faceless Forge. False Kingdom is right here. No Escape is right here. Again, lyrics are all original to me, and it is very much, they're very much like concept albums. They're very angry, but it was an enjoyable experience. The embargo seems unclear. The embargo is unclear. So, again, I am hoping that their lack of clarity caused people to mess up. That's what I'm kind of hoping. So, yeah, there you go. There's the music command. There's the link. Anything about the performance? We don't have anything super concrete on performance right now. I don't have an issue as long as it's clearly presented as such. Yeah, every song, it says it in the description that the lyrics are original to me and that we use Suno for the music. So, yeah, we don't try to hide it. We do not try to hide it. If you guys are following, I'm checking the feeds right now. If anybody publishes their review by accident, try to get screenshots to throw in the Discord. I'm not going to show any footage or anything like that. We're not going to try to get ourselves in trouble, but we are trying to get information out to you guys, to the public, about how it's running, and reviews will obviously be helpful from that. Yeah, Insider Gaming is very trustworthy, and Tom Henderson stopped by and told us the new information that they got. I'm trusting that the bad information and the bad dates and the changing dates lead to people publishing by mistake. There's a French YouTuber streaming it right now. Oh, he's streaming on YouTube as well? Yeah, I'm not going to show it. Yeah, you could go and find out what platform he's playing on or what platform they're playing on and see what performance is like. Three Days Gays, Theory of a Dead Man-esque. Nice, bro. Oh, thank you. Yeah, anybody familiar with everything that happened, the lyrics, you might be able to deduce what some of the lyrics are about. So, he's playing on a Series X, pretty solid. What the heck was that? That was terrifying! The timer! Is everybody okay? Is everybody okay? I did not know that the timer was going to do that. Holy frick. Is everybody all right? Did anybody get hurt? Did anybody fall down? Oh my gosh. That was terrible. That was absolutely terrifying. Whew. Okay, let's check. Okay. Did anybody publish a review by mistake? Let's check Metacritic. No. Wait. Yes. Oh, this is hands-on impressions. Borderlands 4 retains the core essence of the franchise while refining its formula. It's 3-hour impressions. Never mind. It's on Metacritic, but it's not a review. Man. Someone did, but it's not a big outlet. Where? Are you talking about Gamers RD? Is that who you're talking about? What are the reviews coming out? Very odd to not have reviews out. I think it's the publisher. It links to their website. Yeah, it's just a 3-hour impressions video. That's from the early reviews that everybody had. I think the publisher, they did the same thing with they did the same thing with Mafia, and then they did the same thing with their basketball game. Yeah, if I do advanced search, hang on, no. Past hour. Deserto posted a Harlow build. I don't know how they did that. That seems like a mistake. Yeah, they've got like a whole build. That might have published by mistake. Mega Games published something 33 minutes ago. I just searched you up. You look completely different, bro. You actually look like you've been hitting the gym, very healthy. I mean, I lost about 20 pounds. Yeah. I just started changing things about my life and, eating different, and I still probably drink a little too much, but can't really blame me given the line of work. But yeah, I've dropped about 20 pounds. At my biggest, I was like 160 something. I'm down into the 140. Oh, you're down like 70? Man, Eugene. 10 more to go. Get it. Super long stream today. Well, I was curious what you guys thought about something. All right? I was curious what you guys thought about something. Because we're checking the feeds right now to see, if there's any reviews coming out. But in light of a lot of things going on recently, Beavis and Butthead in Call of Duty, Star Wars in Destiny, Borderlands is obviously very similar. What would you guys think if they did that? Like if they decided to put pop culture. Now there were pop culture references in Borderlands in the names themselves. But what would you think if all of a sudden there was a Marvel skin or a Star Wars skin inside of Borderlands? What would you think about that? Do you think it would work? Do you think it would work against it? How would you feel if they did that in Borderlands? Stupid. I wouldn't like it. I don't like it for Borderlands. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you guys. I don't think it would work because I think a lot of the times whenever they do this sort of thing, it ends up feeling very, very the thing I would say about Destiny is Destiny's not dying with dignity. They're really, really pushing something that I feel is on the surface of it looks just kind of pathetic, right? It's man, why are you doing that? I don't necessarily think that Borderlands couldn't do pop culture stuff, right? I think they could because they're kind of irreverent and kind of silly. They certainly could do it. But I do think other games are potentially, suffering from what I argue is that skills are killing games. Skins are ruining games in some respects. I think we're seeing this in sort of the outcry and the anger specifically to like Call of Duty. People are like, hey, Battlefield, please don't do this. Thank you, Rare Killer, for 4 years of support. That's a lot of years. That's going to put us at 285. We need 15 more to be on pace at the end of today. If you guys hit it, I'm going to drop a member on each platform. If you guys can get that to 300, we need 15 more. But I definitely think there are elements of like skins ruining games. I definitely think that's something that's been happening. And so with Borderlands, you know, on the cusp of coming out, there's obviously a lot to be said about... Okay. You know, there's a lot to be said about this. Especially because this game is very adjacent to like what we've seen in Destiny, where they have like stormtroopers and all this stuff. Two had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle reference. I feel like they've done that, and I'm fine with it. Yeah, there were satire and reference, Lone Wolf, but you didn't like boot up the game and put like a stormtrooper helmet on your character. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I think you can do references like that, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle reference, or some of the skins were named after pop culture references in Borderlands 1, but they were just shades of color to make you look different. I agree with you on Destiny and Borderlands, but COD I don't mind. Feels like people are only complaining about skins in COD because they get tired of complaining about anything else. Yeah, no, the reviews didn't happen, guys. Sorry. Total bust. Reviews tomorrow morning. So here, let me run the plan down for you guys. If you followed or subbed today, okay, do me a quick favor over here on YouTube and hit the like button. Try to get us to 700 likes. We're going to do a review roundup in the morning, and then we're going to play the game in the afternoon, okay? We could have a really, really huge day. And then starting on Friday, anybody who does a gifted sub or a sub, you're going to get like a badge on the platform. So right now, at the end of the day, we're just sort of discussing, could they do something with like pop culture skins or things like that in Borderlands? Because I actually have a video where I argue skins are ruining games. There's been a number of times where this has happened, and it's happened in a way where there's been a lot of blowback and there's been a lot of negativity. And when we look at Destiny, a game that is obviously very adjacent to Borderlands, they just continue to seemingly they're just not dying with dignity. No, we do not have time for a green room. They're just not dying with dignity, is how I would say it. And I think that they should. I think they should be considering like the twilight years of their game, and I think they should be treating it very differently. I think there should be a better level of, you know, respect and reverence for where they've come from. And, you know, I especially considering there's a lot of lore. There's a lot of things about Destiny that I think kind of go out the window when you start to do that, when you boot up the game and you got like these silly skins. So I'm really curious what you guys think, and I would love your feedback and love your comments. A lot of you guys are already putting your comments in the chat right now, but I am going to put a link in the chat. My video is going to premiere, and I'm going to be in the chat with you. I'm going to be talking with you guys while the video is premiering. It's called Skins Are Ruining Games, okay? Skins Are Ruining Games. So it's going live any second, and I'm going to put a link in chat. So both you guys on Purple and YouTube, do me a favor and click the link. Come leave a comment. Come leave a like. And then tomorrow it's all Borderlands. So that does it for me today with the live streams. Thank you so much for the bits, the tips, the super chats, the gifteds. What a huge day of followers and subs. Thank you so much. Hit like on the way out on YouTube. And do me a favor, click that link in chat. And I will see you guys over there talking about skins ruining games. Let's go over there and support this video.